Good morning, everyone out there. We are coming to you live from Manchester, New Hampshire at the Free State Project's annual Liberty Forum. This is what year is this of Liberty Forum? Do you know?
97. It's been going on for a while.
Well, it's day two. It's day
Yes.
two. You can go and check out yesterday's broadcast either on YouTube or Facebook. We are streaming on both of those for all 3 days. I'm here, Vin Armani, alongside David Butler, who is going to be hosting this marathon, really, that we're
indeed.
that we're doing here. We've got a series of guests throughout the afternoon, some that are announced, some that will be just sitting down. We're going to be speaking about all the different facets of liberty, the liberty movement, what has brought people here. You're going to hear all kinds of varied ideas in terms of solutions for the future. And
We're going to talk about some recent misconceptions about the liberty movement.
man, it seemed like that has been going on for at least this year. I think there has been something where libertarians have gotten a bad rap, but at least people are beginning to notice, I think, the liberty movement, libertarian thought in general. I think a lot of people in the last 2 to 3 years have figured out that, there may be some problems with government, and there are a lot of people who are not very happy about who's running the show all over the world.
Yeah.
And some people just say maybe we should just vote harder and just get a new. I was going to curse, but I'm not going to do that. It's a family show. Get a new individual that the other half doesn't like in, and others are saying, well, maybe there's some other solutions. Maybe in the free market. Maybe being self-sufficient in some ways. Maybe that's the route to go. And we're going to talk to a lot of those people. That's a lot of what the Free State Project is about. That's what the movement is about. We're both New Hampshireans. New Hamsters?
New hamsters.
Some of the people that we talk to will be fellow New Hamsters. Some of them will not.
That's true. But speaking of really awesome ways to kind of extricate yourself from the government monopoly, particularly in regards to your personal finances and your charitable donations, welcome our guest.
Peter Lipset.
Peter Lipset.
Director of Growth Strategies for Donors Trust. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. You are our first guest of the day. We're starting it out. You're on a financial panel that is this morning's opening. I think it's very interesting because, libertarians have sort of traditionally had the rap of being, socially sort of liberal in the traditional sense, that it's like, people should be allowed to love who they want to love. They should be allowed to, decide what they want to put into their bodies, and yet also financially aware, I would say. You're going to hit at somewhere like Liberty Forum, New Hampshire around the Free State Project. You're going to hear people just talking casually about economics. Where do you hear that? People who are actually read up, people who care about finances, people who understand financial incentives. So we're going to be talking to a lot of people when it comes to the world of finance. Give us a little overview of how you find yourself here. You're not a New Hampster.
I'm not a New Hamster.
You're not a New Hamster, but you find yourself at Liberty Forum. Talk to us about how you find yourself here this morning.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is actually my second time at Liberty Forum. We were, our CEO and I were here 2 years ago and did a session about philanthropy and charitable giving, and this year got invited to be on this financial panel. I'm the outlier on the panel because everyone was talking about how do you accumulate more wealth and grow this wealth, and I'm like, and how do you give it away? And so that was my shtick on that.
It's a really interesting thing because libertarians often get criticized for being selfish, but yet you are in the profession of guiding libertarians and conservatives on how to give their money away. So I think that's an interesting dichotomy.
So
right?
I think this is a big bugaboo of mine, and I was talking with some of the other folks from the panel yesterday at lunch about this, that there's this kind of Randian perception that all libertarians are individualistic, they only care about themselves, but we fail to make the argument, partially because we assume it's kind of assumed in all of that because we care about ourselves and are individualistic and worried about being self-sufficient, we necessarily require the community around us, right? And so a bunch of individuals getting together doing what they do creates a community. Because if
people they confuse in the idea of individualism with, oh, you just want to be left alone like a hermit. You don't want to interact with anybody else. You don't believe in sort of mutual projects to better the wealth of the community.
Right, and so we believe that each individual brings something unique and different to the community, right? The whole idea of comparative advantage, if you want to get wonky economic speak about it.
Let's do it.
But and the left kind of takes the other approach. It says the community is the most important thing, and you were a cog in that wheel.
Right.
And to a certain extent, both sides are right. The community is really important, but the individual is really important too. And if we just assume the community will naturally do what some group of elites have this vision of doing, because all the individuals do exactly what they need to do, well, that's a false premise. You have to start with the individual, because them coming together creates this community. And so from a philanthropic perspective, we believe that people giving their dollars helps create that community and actually reduces the reliance on government, increases the reliance on people coming together in a kind of spontaneous order.
You know, we were speaking with Stefan Kinsella yesterday, who an avowed anarcho-capitalist. I have tended away from using the word anarcho-capitalist to define myself as of late, just for PR reasons. I prefer voluntarist, I think, for PR, but everything economically, I would say, yeah, I'm fully in line with that. He brought up, and I think that most anarcho-capitalists, and again, you get the bad rap, you know, we believe that charity is the way. When people say, well, how would you deal with some people are going to be poor, some people are going to have disadvantages, and we actually believe that charity is the way to go. We don't believe that coercing other people is the best path. From an economic standpoint, and I know this is something that you deal with every day, why is charity more powerful? Or I'm assuming that you believe that it's more powerful than coercing people through some bureaucratic means to get a job done.
Yeah.
Why is charity more powerful?
I don't just believe it, I know it. I mean, we can look at historical examples. A great example of this is Prohibition. Right? So Americans were drinking, I should have this statistic, but it's some obscene amount of liquor every week. I mean, like the equivalent of several bottles of Jack Daniels per adult human on average. And, you know, not every single one was doing it. So some of them were drinking a lot.
Right.
And it was a real problem. It was a legitimate social concern. There was breaking up families. And that was an era when families really broke up, and so you had just some really bad situations. There were broader social effects, and these temperance leagues started rising up. The churches started stepping in, and so this private voluntary action, private philanthropy along with it, began to come in, and women started standing up and have these civic leagues that stood up to the men and started pushing the drinking level way, way down. And in fact, it got so low that by the time Prohibition came into effect, by the end of Prohibition, the drinking level was about the same. That it had already come down because of private action, not because of the government coercion. And that's something that we see over and over again. The Philanthropy Roundtable, a nonprofit group that's kind of a community of association of all these foundations, has done a lot of work into this and does some really interesting stuff. And the private action matters. It changes the way we do things. I mean, criminal justice reform recently passed. That didn't come because Donald Trump thought it was a good idea. It didn't come because a few legislators thought it was a good idea. It came because both liberals and conservatives actually got together, and libertarians got together in a private way through these nonprofits and started changing the dialogue. And only then do you get public policy action on it.
Yeah, I mean, people say that politics is a lagging indicator of culture, right? So it's like the lag that you have between, and I think we're seeing this, you say it was criminal justice reform, we've been talking about the drug war and drug policy. I think most Americans, most people in the West, have been over it for a long time. For a couple generations now have said, this is probably not the route to go, which means that they were over it kind of as soon as it started almost, right? The same thing happened with Prohibition. when you are encountering individuals who come to you and want advice about, okay, how do I start to do this charitable giving from a political standpoint? Do you tend to see people interested in being that sort of forward indicator? Are they interested in doing things that can move public policy, or are they? Because I think when most people think about charity, they think of the starving kids in Africa, in quotes,
quote unquote traditional charity,
right? What do you see when people are coming? What do people want to do with their philanthropy?
Yeah, so one of the unique things about us, so a donor advised fund is like a charitable savings account, if you're not familiar with it. And there's lots of donor advised funds out there. Fidelity Charitable has one, Schwab, lots of community foundations all offer them. And our unique niche is that we work with libertarian, conservative, liberty-minded people who actually believe in the public policy process, believe that through nonprofits, think tanks, advocacy groups, public interest law firms, student groups, that you can actually move the needle on these longer-term policy things, which in turn, over time, actually changes the need for some of those homeless shelters. For ultimately, you should be able to reduce poverty, reduce family structure breakdown, these great social problems, because the public policy landscape changes to allow people to be more free. And so our folks, we're lucky to work with people who believe that that's possible and are seeing it possible. And so they invest a lot in the public policy think tanks that are out there, both here in the U.S., but also globally as well.
Nice. So how do people get in contact with you?
Yeah, so donorstrust.org is the website. If you're under 40, we also have a program called the Novus Society that's focused on engaging liberty-minded folks under 40 in philanthropy, kind of lower the cost of opening a donor advised fund and start accruing that charitable nest egg so you can build your charitable muscles and get out there, be with other people who are thinking in these terms. Nice. And then more broadly, just working with people who want to be strategic in their giving, have a tax advantage way to give. And so donorstrust.org, P. Lipset at donorstrust.org is me. Our phone number's on the website. Just call us. Would love to chat with anybody who's ready to take that next level and being more strategic in their philanthropic action.
Beautiful.
Excellent. So, Peter Lipset, thank you very much for coming and checking in. Is the panel, has it already happened?
It just happened.
Okay. So people will be able to, I know that there's going to be archives of that. We would advise people to check that out. We will, if you even come back to this link in the future, I'm sure that we will have this updated for, the playlist of that. So thank you very much for coming by. We'll see you around.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, Dave, do we want to do a little rundown of what people can expect today?
Absolutely. And we also, I believe, have another one of the financial panelists coming on.
Are we going to do multiple panelists?
We might. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Okay, we've got today, unlike yesterday, we have a runner who's out there handling this. So perhaps, I don't know. We'll see if somebody comes up. What do we have scheduled for the rest of the day?
So for the rest of the day, we're going to be talking to Dan Johnson, who's the executive director of We Do Better. We're going to be talking to Greg Glyer, CEO of Donor C. We are going to be talking to some new movers. We're going to be chatting with Pete Raymond, which is going to be a lot of fun, I believe. Lou Perez, Tate Fegley, and we also have potentially Stefan Gonzalez coming back if he'll come back and talk to us again. TJ Corcoran, Lee McGrath, and Nathan Fatal. And then, maybe, maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
Destination Unknown.
Oh, just maybe Destination Unknown.
Maybe.
So I just realized that I had not clicked on for the live stream on Facebook to happen, but it is. We are streaming. We've been on YouTube. For people who are checking us out, what you can do is if you would like to ask questions, I think that we could start to do that. Is to the interviewees that we have coming in. If people have questions that they'd like to ask, you can take part. You can do that on YouTube. You can also do so. I believe it's the if you're watching on YouTube, you know where it's at. It's the Free State Project's YouTube channel. And also Free State Project on Facebook, if you would prefer to come on Facebook. and I believe it's also going to be on Liberty Forum on Facebook. It's cross-posted, so there'll be the live stream. You'll be able to check out also the archive stream. So if people have questions, if they want to talk to us, I will do my best to sort of pop in here, take questions, take comments. If you have questions or comments for the individuals that we'll be interviewing throughout the day, speaking to all kinds of people, then we can do that as well. I think that we may have some other... Kyle, are we bringing on some other people from the financial panel? What are we doing? Yeah, that sounds good to us. Thank you very much, Peter Lipset. Thank you for stopping by. Let's talk to a few more people here in this second day of the Free State Project's Liberty Forum here in Manchester, New Hampshire. We've only got one mic and headphones, guys, so if you guys want to pick who's going to speak, we could talk to one and then talk to the other. If you guys want to pick who goes first. Either way, well, yeah, we're gonna have to, unless you guys want to get real up and cozy like an old school duet with a microphone, because we've only got the one. If you guys can hear us, we don't even need the headphones.
Yeah, you don't even need the headset.
And if you guys are cool, if you want to move that, if you want to hold on to the arm of the microphone, you can sort of move it back and forth between each other. And okay, cool. So who do we have joining us today? Gentlemen, if you want to introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about why you are here. We're referring to us people in New Hampshire as New Hampsters, because we have not been able to figure out, is it New Hampshireans, New Hampshireans, New Hampshireans? We're not sure, so we're just going to go with New Hampsters.
Nice.
This was Dave's. So New Hampsters here. New Hampsters or no?
Yes. Free Stater, New Hampshire.
Pre-stater.
I'm a Free Stater from 2007, Andrew Manus, and we're with New York Life.
You're both with New York Life.
Yes.
Yep. And pre-stater, explain to the people, those who, this is the first time that we've done a live stream from Liberty Forum, so there are some people who are maybe not up on all of our New Hampshire lingo. So explain to people what a pre-stater is as versus a free stater.
Yeah, so my name is Ron Noyes, and I grew up in New Hampshire. And so always, I grew up on listening to Rush Limbaugh when my dad's fixing the tractor in the garage, so I've been a conservative since I was 13 years old because it just makes sense. And then, ironically, it was Rush Limbaugh that tipped me to the concepts of Ron Paul, because he was going to run in 2012 again. And I remember distinctly listening to the radio, and Rush was saying, that crazy guy Ron Paul is going to run again. And I was like, I got to see how crazy this guy is. So I went home that night and pulled him up on YouTube, and I sat like this, hand on my forehead for about 7 or 8 hours, didn't go to sleep till like 3 in the morning, being like, this guy's not crazy at all. My whole view has shifted, right? And so growing up in New Hampshire as a pre-stater, living here before, the movement started to happen with the Free State Project, it's like the best thing that you could possibly imagine for a conservative activist.
Interesting. And what about you, Andrew? What's your story?
Well, I took a course in college. I also grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh with my dad. We were working in the construction industry. I took a course in college called Dystopian Fiction, where we read 1984.
Of course, yeah. Brave New World.
Brave New World,
Right,
all of the books that you would expect. And I was like, wait a minute, this is happening now.
So it's really more like pre-nonfiction.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Prophecy, you might say.
Prophecy, perhaps, unfortunately, I would say. But one thing led to another. I was a libertarian after that class, but I moved to Massachusetts to become a journalist. I wanted to bring the truth to people and stop the propaganda that I was seeing in the news. And long story short, on that note, it's really the publishers that control everything. You can't do anything as a journalist. It's even as an editor, which I later became, you can't really do anything as an editor either within a established publication. It's the owner of the paper that controls everything. I did my best. You
could learn to code
with that. Yeah, you can learn.
Right, that's the line now.
But met my wife and literally Googled what's the freest state in the country while we were living in Boston, because we wanted to raise our family there, which we had just begun to. So the Free State Project was the first entry on Google, believe it or not. And I was like, well, that's an easy move. It's only
half
45
hour away,
miles north. So we did that. And we've been here since '07, first 1,000. Mark Warden was one of the first people we met.
Sure.
Amazing guy. And some other, Dave Ridley was actually one of the other first guys we met, and just got into it, ran for state rep, served in the legislature, and that eventually led me to, I was on the Commerce Committee, so we covered insurance on the Commerce Committee and financial services journalism, so it was all set up for going into New York Life, which it turns out is a very libertarian company.
Really? That's so. My apologies. I'm surprised by that. Not that I have any evidence to the contrary. It was not on my radar. So help me out. Help me understand their libertarian stance.
Well, I wouldn't say we're talking about New York Life's stances because they are a vehicle that provides other vehicles to accomplish people's goals. So I'll speak for myself, but in terms of in this community, there's an adage which is taxation is theft.
Yes.
Right. So there's only 3 legal ways that you can earn tax-free retirement income. Okay, that's a Roth IRA, that's municipal bonds, and cash value life insurance. So because of the power of the dividend, you are able to grow this bucket of money that will never be taxed. It's creditor protected, and the government can't tell you what to do with it, and they can't fine you or tax you on how you use it. So that's one of the things. And you'll hear other people use terms like the infinite banking concept, Nelson Nash, all of those things. So those are concepts that Andrew and I work around and built our practice on.
So we're talking here about fundamentally insurance, and I think that this is something when you start getting into, especially you get sort of deep into the weeds of who'll build the roads, right? Whenever we get into the weeds of whether you want to call this voluntarist, anarchist, anarcho-capitalist, whatever it is, the concept of insurance comes up. And I think that most people, average workaday people, don't really think of insurance as some sort of a powerful social mover, right? A powerful thing that can be the bulwark that protects a community and allows it to move forward in a voluntary way. Can you guys talk to us a little bit about what should people know and understand about the broader concept of insurance and what it can do for individuals and for communities?
Well, the first thing you want to do is look at the insurance company itself, its history, its ratings. New York Life's 100 on the Comdex score, which means we're super strong, about as strong as you can get. We have $25 billion left over after we pay every death claim on the books. On top of that, we're mutual. We're owned by our policyholders, so we're serving our clients who are our owners. They own us. We are their servants. And on top of that, there's some other nuances we could get into in a, one-on-one with anybody who's interested. But the long and the short of it being libertarian is that we're forming contracts with people. A contract is solid. It's not changeable. It doesn't involve government. It's between the company and the person. And the company, really is Ron and me. That you're dealing with. So you're forming a contract with our help with New York Life, and that contract is going to allow you to get yourself out of the Federal Reserve System. It's going to get you out of the government dependency, give you a level of independence that you can't get anywhere else. You can literally create your own bank. You're borrowing from your own bank, not from another bank, so you're paying interest to yourself.
Infinite banking system. Can you just give I'm sure we're going to get into this and talk about this. It's only been in the past couple of years that this concept was even introduced to me. Can we get just a brief overview, because I think it's something interesting, and people listening, I'm sure that they'll go from this and Google it. It's worth knowing about. Can we get a brief overview of what we're talking about with this?
Yeah, so basically what you're going to do is you're going to start putting money into a life insurance policy, a permanent life insurance policy, but it has to be a particular type of life insurance policy, and not every company offers those policies. New York Life is one of the companies that does offer that type of policy. And in my opinion, it's the best because of its financial strength and mutuality. But what you're going to do is you're going to start, just if you started a bank, obviously there'd be a whole bunch of regulatory burdens. but you wouldn't be profitable in the first year. You'd have to build up some assets, bring in some clients, et cetera, et cetera. So life insurance, when you're creating your own bank, is no different. There's a period of time in the beginning where you are building up your assets and accumulating for that magic point in time when it just takes off and starts to produce wealth for you on a guaranteed basis.
And this is a system where you're able to, at least as I understand it, you're sort of able to make loans to yourself from this policy and perhaps to others to actually make interest off of it. I don't think that most people are aware that this is even out there.
I would agree that most people don't. It's one of those things that more people are becoming aware of it. And the two questions that I get asked on a weekly basis is when you sit down and you have that conversation is this legal?
Right.
Yes. Yes, it is. And why haven't I heard about it yet? Right. Those are the two questions that I get. And you really can't get the full picture until you have that conversation and really sit down with it, because it is so nuanced, and yes, you can get down in the weeds. The overall concept is that it's a bank and it's non-taxable, non-reportable, so when you're taking distributions from it, even in retirement, you don't have to tell your tax professional, right? Because it's your life insurance, and it doesn't affect or have any impact on any other type of planning. So people talk about Social Security, right? Maybe Social Security is going to be around. We don't know. People don't know this either. The IRS is going to actually tax you on your Social Security income.
That's right.
If they think that you're making too much money, okay. So we would normally think that would be a very high bar. So married couple. That bar, filing jointly, is $44,000.
Nothing.
If you're making more than $44,000 and up, they are going to tax you on 85% of your Social Security returns at your marginal rate.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, so this running aside will not affect that. So okay. even if you're pulling out $50,000 a year from it, you're not going to cross the IRS threshold of having too much money at married filing jointly at $44,000 a year.
Wow. Now, is this considered like an asset?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, I don't know. I mean, this probably is getting way too into potential future legal weeds here, but...
Are you going Elizabeth Warren?
Elizabeth Warren's wealth tax, where she is going to just have everybody report everything they own, and the government's going to take part of it. Do you anticipate that this would be protected from that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. It's been that way since the mid-1800s, and there's certainly a lot of precedent for it. And at the end of the day, it's your life insurance, right? So how, in what world would the government say, oh, you're taking money out of your life insurance, we're going to tax you on it? Right. Because as you take money out of your life insurance, maybe your death benefit goes down a little bit.
Sure.
And the impact that would have on spouses, kids, and anyone affected by that individual, that would be a major travesty, but I expect it to hold like it has been since the 1850s.
I think one of the most valuable things that I've always found about, and it's one of the reasons that I think people should take the time and come to Free State Project events, is to be able, there's often so many things that it's just, if you had the knowledge, if you just knew it was out there, there's so much more that you could do to protect yourself. Mm-hmm. And it's not even like you have to go crazy in search of it. There's individuals who are trying to get together and openly share it. Like, here, take the information. And it's just about taking that initiative. I think this is a very important and awesome topic. But I'm sure there are people who are thinking, I'm not rich. This sounds like something for rich people. I got to be super rich. Can you talk to us a little bit about at what level can people participate in this? How is this something just for wealthy people, or is this something that somebody making $50,000-$60,000 a year could be thinking about and would be?
Those are probably the people that need it most.
Okay.
Right? Because at the end of the day, like you said before, if we get someone who's dictating policy and they want to increase tax rates, right? So if you were to take a return and say, okay, what's my tax-free equivalent of that? If tax rates go up, right now we're at a historically low period. The likelihood it's going to stay there is minimal. And if it does go up a lot, the people who are going to be most proportionally impacted by that are those people who aren't making the millions.
Right.
Yeah, and I would say there are things we could do to start people off slowly. There's a number of strategies. We're going to analyze everybody's situation differently and make sure that when we do put a plan together for them, it's an integrated plan that takes into consideration their situation. We don't put anybody in harm's way where we're breaking their budget, and a lot of times we're actually helping them reorganize their budget to take better advantage of the money that they have. So, we have some step-in approaches where, we can start with this and then you could build on it later. And I'd rather not get into too much detail on that. We'll get into weeds. But
if people wanted to get into detail a little bit more on it, how can they get in contact with you gentlemen?
Yeah, phone call or email. So my email address is rnoyes, spelled like no and then yes. So RNOYES 01.
No, yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
01 at ft.newyorklife.com or by phone 603-491-2040. Minus.
Yeah, and I've got AMANUSE at ft.newyorklife.com and 603-703-8857. But if you didn't get your pen ready, my name is Andrew J. Manus, and my website, andrewjmanus.com, has all my contact info on it.
Excellent.
Mine as well is just rnoyes at rnoyes.com. You can reach us there.
Okay, great.
Cool.
Thank
and
you,
so
gentlemen.
The best time to get started is now. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in your 20s or your 60s, whatever, but you guys would talk to people about the best approach at their particular stage in life, but get started now.
Correct.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And the one thing I want to add is, while we work with the integrated retirement system, life insurance is one of many tools that we can use. We're not just life insurance guys. We have ways to prevent you from running out of money. We could help you guarantee your income for the rest of your life, for instance. And that is probably one of our strongest products right now for people in the 50-plus range. They're looking to, I've accumulated this money, but how do I spend it now? You get to that top of the hill, it's scary. It's almost like, before you have a baby, for the first time, people tell you, well, you're going to be up all night and, you're going to be changing diapers at 3 a.m. and feeding them.
Right.
At that, and then you have no idea what that's going to be like until you actually have that baby crying at 3 a.m. It's the same thing with accumulating. You're putting money away your whole life into this thing, and you get to that point, I'm not working anymore, I'm retired. Wait, I have to spend that money?
Right.
What is that? How do I prevent myself from running out? Well, we can do that. And, hopefully we get together with you earlier on in your life so we could create that integrated approach that manages all of your risks and not just some of them. But if we haven't, we can still do something with what the good work that you've already done. It's not a lost cause. Everybody has something they could do to improve their plan.
Excellent. Well,
Cool.
thank you,
guys.
gentlemen, for dropping by, and we'll see you around. Enjoy the rest of your Liberty
Thank you for
Forum.
having us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So, Dave, we have we got a packed schedule full of people. I see Dan Johnson has entered the room. Dan, if you want to sit on down, nice to. I don't think that Dan and I have ever met in person. You've been on my podcast, I think, a couple times.
Indeed, yeah.
A couple times. Good to see you. Welcome.
Happy to be here in person.
Yes.
With the gold microphone. Kind of cool.
Well, we try to keep it flashy over here. You know what I mean? We try to be flashy a little bit.
I mean, you did start your show in Vegas, right? I mean,
I
you have
did.
to take a little bit of that with you.
Well, I think I took a lot of it with me. So it seems as though, at least to start out this morning, we've been talking about finance, individual financial sovereignty. We've been talking about the power of individual action in the private market. We talked a little bit about charity. Dan's always great to talk to. Super dynamic, as people can see. Young guy, very young, but motivated, and has done some amazing things with his life already. Talk to us a little bit about. We'll get into your current project.
Sure.
Talk to us a little bit about how your path to, because everybody's got a path to sort of not just thinking about liberty, but how do you find yourself in amongst this motley crew of libertarians. A lot less motley at Liberty Forum than at Porkfest. I'll say that. We toned back the mottliness, I think, here. I'm seeing lots of suits and ties, and that's wonderful. How do you find yourself, young man, sitting here in New Hampshire, rainy day in New Hampshire, talking about liberty to a group of other libertarians? What is your path?
Well, I certainly could never have imagined myself here. I'll give you that much. I don't know if I knew New Hampshire was a state when I first got involved in activism. But so about 7 years ago, when I was 17, 18, I was a neocon. 100% neocon. Like, the only spark of liberty that I had, like, there were two. It was don't take our guns,
right,
and the TSA kind of sucks. Like, those are the only two things I had. And I was, looking at a political career because I thought that was probably the best way to make a difference. So I was gonna, run for city council and then state representative and then Congress and Speaker of the House and take a few bribes and retire on an island. It's the
so
standard,
the normal path,
right? The normal path, exactly. So John McCain was my hero. I kid you not.
Oh, good God.
So rip my hero. But I was gonna do that, and I was stumbling around. Remember Stumble Upon?
Yeah,
that old One more link. So I had politics as one of my interests on Stumble Upon, and I came across a video called 61 Senators Betrayed You Today. And I was like, 61 senators betrayed me today. Well, that's like more than half the Senate. What's this up? What's this? And it was about the National Defense Authorization Act. It was about, for those of you who don't know, basically the Japanese-American detention, the authority that authorized that, was reinstated in the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, so the president can pick you up, detain you without a charge or trial, lock you up, torture you, whatever. No matter whether you're an American citizen or here, it's actually legal. They're not just doing it behind closed doors anymore. So that shocked me because, I mean, that's one of the final stages. I did study history, being homeschooled. That was really good. Did study history, and that's one of the final stages before a country just kind of collapses in on itself.
Right.
Is they militarize the police and they federalize them. Those are really the last two pieces. And I decided that I had to know more about this. I had to look into it, and I did. And I wasn't quite sure what to do, so I connected with people on Twitter, and I connected with an attorney on Twitter who provided me with a piece of legislation, go to your city council. And I'm like, well, I'm a college student. I'm a freshman in college. I don't really know what I'm doing, but sure. So I brought 21 people to city council. We were wearing, the 100-mile-an-hour tape, the really shiny tape. So we're all safe. So we're wearing all that across our chests as we're marching down the road. We go to city council, and I get an email from the head of city council. There's people in your life. Every successful person talks about this. There's someone in their life who told them they couldn't, and that's the reason they did, right? So this one, my mayor, Dick Edwards, no pun intended, my mayor sent an email to the chair of city council and copied me and said, and I quote, "These students should have taken Government 160. They don't know the inner workings of our national government, and it's up to us, in some respects, to educate them." Basically, go back home, little boy, put up some signs or knock on some doors. Politics is not ready for you yet.
Yeah, adults are talking here. You need to sit down.
Right, exactly. And that's what caused me to launch PANDA, People Against the NDAA, which was one of the largest civil liberties organizations in the country. We passed legislation from coast to coast basically saying, if you're the federal government, you can't come in here and detain someone without a trial. The police department will report you, will throw you in jail, all this other stuff. And I had an instance, and I know I'm taking a little bit of a while with this, but
Go,
I think
please,
this is important.
please. Yes, this is good for people to know.
So I went to we tried to put on a concert series, and turns out putting on concerts is a little bit more complicated than just running a website.
Yes.
So it didn't work out very well, and I was down to my last $600. And then Ferguson happened. This is August 2014. Mike Brown gets shot, and regardless of the circumstances of that, right immediately afterward, there's a funeral procession kind of for him, and the cops bring riot dogs, and they're pointing beanbag guns at these mourners. And to me, it was everything that I fought against, which was militarizing the police and taking the military and saying you can now have a policing role. being represented in Ferguson. So I took my last $600. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I got a bus. I got a Greyhound down from Ohio to St. Louis, and found some Oath Keepers to stay with, and started to engage people down there. And I stayed there for about a week, and I had an experience there which kind of changed my direction, which was I was in a Publix parking lot that half of it had been taken over as a staging area for the National Guard. This is off of West Florissant Street, downtown Ferguson.
Publix is a grocery store.
Publix,
For those in other parts of the country.
Right. It's a southern grocery store, basically. Yes. And I'm in this parking lot, and I'm sitting on one of the cart retainers. And 2 National Guardsmen come up to me. And my live stream is dead. My cameras are dead. Like, I've been filming all day. Everything's dead. I'm waiting for my ride. And they like, well, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for a ride. Well, we're going to take over this parking lot, so you're going to have to leave. And, okay, all right, well, just walk. We're going to have to escort you to the exit. Okay, all right, fine. That's cool. And I'm sure they were, wonderful guys and just doing their job and whatever. But I remember being walked from that cart to the exit, which was, I don't know, a couple thousand feet, not that far. And thinking to myself, if they wanted to detain me and throw me in Gitmo, like right now, everything I fought against, everything I spent the 2 years passing laws and stuff like that against, no law would stop them.
Right.
Nobody with a magic piece of paper would walk up and go, no, you can't do that. They would just whisk me off. And I have, would had the luck of people, inventing conspiracy theories and stuff like that, and actually maybe figuring out I was at Gitmo. But most people wouldn't have that opportunity. And I realized what I had been selling people for the longest time wasn't actually going to work. You want to know how devastating that is?
Yeah, I imagine.
You've been going around for a couple of years, speaking at all these events, and it's not going to work. Oh my God. And I can't sell something that's not going to work. So I started an activist training center, and I figured, okay, if I can't go out and sell something, other people have ideas. I'm just going to back everything, and something's going to work. So I did that for a little while, and then I got picked to basically head up a tax organization, Tax Revolution Institute, which is what I was with when I first came on your show. And in looking at the tax code and stuff like that, kind of came to the conclusion that if there's any way to increase people's freedom or to increase people's well-being, whichever you want to do, whichever side of the aisle you're more focused on, it's actually going to have to come from outside of government.
Right.
And we're going to have to support those organizations and people outside of government. And we did a short mini documentary on the Arizona Charitable Credit, which we've talked about on your show, allowing people to send their tax dollars to organizations that provide for human needs. And basically just came to the conclusion that it's a lot simpler than we think it is to change the world, to change this country, to put us on a better path. And it's simply, we need to find the organizations that are providing for needs better than the government, and we need to fund them. We need to be able to send our money from the bad government programs to these organizations. And for those of you who have a little bit of faith in the government, feel free to go to our website, ouijabetter.org, and we have the 8 fundamental flaws listed, which are whether you like the government, dislike the government, want to do something, don't want to do something. Every single time government will do something, it has one of these, all of these 8 fundamental flaws, every single time. And when you realize that, it's like, okay, we need to find ways for we the people to do this. Nonprofits and businesses are already doing it. Why don't we start connecting people with them and being able to fund them? And so that's where We Do Better kind of sprung out of.
I think one of the things that people, and I guess this is probably people who have not spent a lot of time either as entrepreneurs or working in, let's say, small businesses. Maybe somebody who's spent most of their working life working in corporations that have already grown to a certain level. I think one of the things, being an entrepreneur my entire life, that I find it interesting, something I take for granted, but I think organizations like yours and others enable us to take a step back and be like, oh, we need to really communicate this more to people. We understand it is, every business that I have ever started, my business now, every entrepreneur that I know, what are they interested in? Solving the problems of the world, right? Like, you're not going to, it's funny because one of my business mentors once told me, if you want to make $1 million, make somebody else $1 million first. But I think that there's a broader concept to that, and that is like, you have to be of value and of service to others around you. Otherwise, they're not going to give you their money in exchange for for the good or service that you're doing, right? So that is to say that the private market, it's already solving problems. That's what private businesses do.
Well, they either do that or they bribe a politician and they get all their money from the government, in which case, are they any different than the government?
Well, and that's kind of my point, that it's like the government has to use guns to take the money because no one wants to voluntarily. I guarantee you, if there was no repercussion for not paying your taxes, no one would pay their taxes. I mean, it's very easy to rationalize and be like, no, I really do want to pay my taxes. It's like, that's easy to say when there are actual negative repercussions, right?
You did sign a social contract.
Well, so yes, I signed the social contract. I did the whole thing. What I like about what you've been doing lately...
Can I really quickly comment on what you just said
please
there?
Do.
You might be right that no one would pay their taxes, but I want to make clear that there's already a ton of social pressure to help out other people.
That's where I was going.
So while you may not pay your taxes, so to speak, there is a huge amount of pressure. I mean, if everybody's around the table talking about, well, I donated this charity and I donated this charity. Well, what charity did you donate to, Bob? And you're like, well, I'm a miser and I keep all the money to myself and I just bought a Ferrari. You're not gonna go over well among your group of friends. And there's, whether you're a business owner, let's say all of your group of friends don't give to charity either. Well, if the news catches on that you and all your rich friends aren't giving to charity, they're not gonna be happy because none of the people watching the news are gonna be happy. So there's a massive social pressure to, I mean, if someone calls himself a tax cheat, regardless of, whether they get away with it or not, it's like you're basically like a pedophile. Like, you're the worst scum of society. That there's already this massive social pressure to give, to help out your fellow man beyond just, say, a business. If someone would argue that, well, someone started a business and they're not actually helping people, if someone were to argue that and were to believe that, okay, fine, but there's still the pressure there to take some of that profit and go out and help other people. People will reward you for doing that. So I just want to make a different, nobody would pay their taxes because government's not effective at solving the problems. People would still spend a significant amount of money every year on social issues such as homelessness, poverty, etc.
Well, and I mean, not just spending money, right? Because we've discussed, and maybe we could get into some of the exemplars of organizations. I remember the last time that we had a discussion, it was hurricane season, and we were talking about the Cajun Navy, right? As an example of people. But then also my buddy Jack Spirko at the same time was organizing a very similar effort. It's interesting that, people do naturally come out in support of their fellow man, in support of their community. I think this is just our natural human. I mean, how many of us do that? We see somebody struggling to pull something up on the street, or their car broke down, or whatever. It's like, people help. Talk to us a little bit about how because I think it's how you've been able to frame and help people understand, here are the groups that are helping, if maybe you could tell us some exemplars of that, and then how we can connect people's desire to help with these organizations to help them grow and prosper.
Sure. Well, I'll throw out a couple organizations. First, a shocker, so to speak, something that people would think is only the domain of government. Finding missing children. So, your child gets lost, you can't find them, they don't phone home, it's the parent's worst nightmare, right? Oh my God, where is my kid? You call the police, you file a report. On average, it's going to take them like 30 days to find you, if they're actually lost. Like, if they're just like, late from school, that's different. But if they're actually lost or they've been abducted or whatever, it's going to take them like 30 days to find them, if they find them at all. Big cases that make the news, you're looking at 30, 90, 60 days, something like that. And it's going to cost a couple $1 million minimum to find your kid. They're going to put all their agencies on it and stuff like that. And, if they find your kid, that's great, and that's something you want, and your kid back alive. But there's an organization in San Diego, California, called Saved in America. And I really encourage your listeners to check out this organization, help out this organization in any way you can. It's an organization of former private investigators, law enforcement, and Navy SEALs. And they have one mission, and that's to find your missing kid. And they found 70-something kids since 2014. And on average, they find the kids in about 9 days and at a cost of about $7,000 per child. The parent doesn't pay that.
As compared to millions.
As compared to millions.
Right.
So how many, maybe they don't have the capacity to expand to, a couple 100,000 kids right now, but imagine how many more kids could be found if you were finding them at $7,000 a kid versus $2 million or $1 million a kid. And that's just one example of this area where people are like, well, that's the job of law enforcement. Well, it might very well be, but where there are organizations like Saved in America, don't you want them to be able to, go out and do their work instead of having to rely on the police agency for that? And then another organization also in San Diego, but a really amazing organization, is Solutions for Change. Solutions for Change, another great organization, check them out. What really amazed me and how I found out about them is they returned $600,000 to HUD, to the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Okay.
Like, HUD gave them a grant, but then said, okay, now you have to change how you're doing this. You have to change how you're bringing people out of homelessness. You have to go what they call housing first, which may work in some areas. I'm not knocking the policy, but for Solutions for Change, who brings families out of homelessness, housing first doesn't work. They've got to address addiction. They've got to address a bunch of other areas rather than just giving someone a house and saying, okay, hallelujah. And they, therefore, instead of doing what a lot of organizations would have done, which is, well, that's a huge amount of money. Like,
right.
I'll change, make this work. They returned it. They sent $600,000 back and then just raised the money from private donors. It wasn't easy, but they did it. And they actually have on their website a ticker for the amount of tax dollars they've saved Californians, because every homeless family they bring off the street saves like $35,000 in tax dollars, and it's like a $23,000 one-year program that they put people through.
Wow.
So one investment of $23,000, it's not small, but one investment of $23,000, a homeless family gets off the street, and you save $35,000 a year every single year after that.
Right.
And obviously, it's not just about the money. It's about how effective they are at getting people off of the street. And there aren't a lot of government programs that can say that. In fact, I don't know how well HUD does at getting people off the street, because if you go to their website, you cannot actually find statistics on either how many people have HUD vouchers or, more importantly, how many people had HUD vouchers and are now in permanent housing, right? If we're supposed to bring them out of homelessness, or we're supposed to help them out for a little while, they should be able to get back on their feet. All HUD will tell you is, here's how much money we spent.
Intentions are more important than facts. They really are. So,
hey, look, it's important to have good intentions, but
well, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
I think one of the important points that you bring up is one of the criticisms that is leveled against libertarians, right? Is that when we say either we want less government, or, like myself, I think that no government is certainly the destination, right? Or at least the orientation, right? An orientation, even if it's not the destination, I think it's a good orientation for us to have. Let's move in that direction.
So you view government like drunk driving. So yeah, we're not going to end drunk driving tomorrow, but the goal should be zero drunk driving.
I think, or cancer, is maybe more, right? That it's like, do you want less cancer?
Vin is pro drunk driving.
Right. I wasn't trying to say that, but I think that one of the important points that you bring up in this case is, all of the things that you've mentioned, whether it's finding missing children, getting families out of homelessness, these are the types of things when there's a criticism against a libertarian like myself who says we should be oriented towards no government, that people say, well, then you want missing children to go unfound. You want homeless people to stay on the street. Who'll build the roads? You want
contaminated food,
contaminated
dirty
food.
air.
You want all of these things. And I think that it's bridging the gap to say, okay, let's first agree on all the things, because those same people are the same people who will be like, well, yeah, I don't think there should be money going to the military. I don't think that we should have a surveillance state. I don't think money should be going here. Okay, we agree, right? But they're like, I say, it's not that I don't want those things done. I don't want government doing them because it's so inefficient.
Because of the 8 reasons that you list on the website.
Exactly. And here's what I would suggest to people listening to this podcast and to people who call themselves libertarians. And whether you do or not, I mean, I consider myself independent of everyone as much as possible. But something I would suggest is libertarianism, as I understand it, is not a negative ideology per se. It is a very positive, we don't want force, we don't want aggression type of ideology. But a lot of people who are libertarians come at it from a negative angle, and I understand it because a lot of it's because of abuse. They had a police officer abuse them or their family member.
Right.
The government agency messed them up, court system, whatever. That there was some sort of abuse, and that caused you to be naturally angry. Like, I want to stop this thing that hurt me and what I care about. But I would suggest that libertarians start putting forth a positive vision of what the world looks like under libertarianism rather than just talking about the negative, because then you get these battles of who is more libertarian than thou, right? Okay, well, I want less government. Well, I want less government than you. I want less government than you in this area, right? And the favorite thing is, oh, well, I'm more libertarian. I'm a true libertarian. You're not. And that only
libertarianism versus thin libertarianism,
right.
Blah blah blah. It's horrible.
But that's really a question of practicality.
Yeah.
And that question goes away. Hear me, libertarians. That question goes away if your primary ideology is on the positive. Hey, look at the nonprofits around you. That's what it's going to look like under libertarianism. Look at the businesses around you. That's what it's going to look like under libertarianism. That if it's the positive ideology, this is what your world will look like. This is the vision. Then how little or how much government you want, no one really cares. It's a practical matter. If you want, I just want government to reduce spending by $2. Okay, fine. Join the $2 club. Right. I want more human needs met by private industry and none met by government. Okay, join the anarchy club. Whatever. But the ideology is viewed as so negative. I mean, you look around by people. I mean, it's the people. This is not a false viewing of the ideology necessarily. It's people who are angry, and I understand that. But start talking about the positive. Focus on the positive. Focus on the vision of what the world will look like, which people already know. They have already experienced things like accountability through their dollars, voting with their dollars. This is what a libertarian society, from what I understand, would look like. So start going in that direction. Set out that vision. And once you've set out that vision and how you're going to solve people's problems outside of government, guess what? They'll talk to you about how much or how little you want government to have. And they'll be totally open to that. But if you don't go out and say, I'm going to solve your problems better than the other people, the people who are providing crappy solutions to problems, but at least it's a solution, will beat you every single time.
I think that is a huge message. I mean, I've taken that on. For it's one of the reasons I'm so involved in cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, and I think that separating money from state frees up the money to do the things that we're talking about. I'm glad that you're here. I'm interested to obviously hang out with you and talk with you more. Dan, you have anything else for Dan?
No, I think it's an excellent point, and honestly, I think part of the problem with the I agree with what you're saying. I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, but I think that it opens the door to the people that say, "Oh, what are you going to do about the nukes? What are you going to do about this?" And if you don't come back with a specific solution, then they're like, "Oh, well, then it'll never work."
Here's what you do: is you talk to them about the fundamental flaws. That okay, look. You might want your nuclear department run by government, and they may be able to win that argument against you in their mind, or even win it. But you say, look, we just have to accept that it's going to come with these fundamental flaws. That one of the flaws is going to be does not respond to real-world outcomes. Okay, so you fire a nuke, and it causes chaos, and you fire another one. That seriously, the reason we have the fundamental flaws up there is because this is an empirical approach. So if somebody brings something like that to you that you don't know of a solution that's out there, just talk about, look, these are the fundamental flaws. So if we can find another way, and there may not be another way, but if we could find another way to take care of nukes that didn't have these fundamental flaws, how much safer would the world be? How much more effective, so to speak, would these deterrents be? So that's kind of my point. And we can certainly talk more about it at a later date. People can visit the website, wedobetter.org. I do want to talk briefly, just really quickly, pitch something. We Do Better is decentralizing a little bit more. There's always a tendency of organizations to become more
decentralized.
Right, exactly. There's always a tendency of organizations to become more centralized over time as they get bigger and gain more power and stuff like that. So we're kind of proactively countering that. And we just launched, for anyone who wants to get involved in what we call the broader We Do Better movement, we just launched, we're almost done with one packet, but we just launched the Power Pack. We have 2 packs coming, the Community Pack and the Power Pack. And you can get the Power Pack at wedobetter.org/power. This pack allows you to go into your community, and basically it provides you with the legislation, the endorsement letters, everything you need to pass the charitable credit that Arizona has, so your community can send their tax dollars to whoever does the best job. So that pack, it literally includes everything: training videos, anything you could possibly need, and a contact link if there's something in there that you haven't handled yet. So this is for anyone out there. Look, I can't spread this message alone. I have 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week. There's only so much I can do, and there's only so much people in We Do Better already can do. We've provided all the tools for you to go out and make a difference right now with that Power Pack. The Community Pack is coming soon at wedobetter.org/community. That will include information and templates for you to make lists and databases and things like that of organizations in your community, so direct people to those organizations. If that's more your forte, I just want to tell people about these organizations. That'll be coming soon, but right now we've got the Power Pack at wedobetter.org/power. Literally everything you need to basically solve one of the key pieces we believe needs to be solved to increase freedom and human liberty in the country.
So This is wedobetter.org. People can go and check that out. Dan Johnson, thank you for joining us. We will see you around. Always a pleasure. Good to see you here, man.
Thanks I really need an 8 Fundamental Flaws T-shirt. So if you could work on that, that would be fantastic.
All right.
I will be your first customer.
Fantastic. All right.
Fantastic.
Thanks,
thank you, Dan. Dave, we are here at Liberty Forum.
Yes, indeed.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Have already had some great guests. It seems like what it's shaping up to be today is a day of, we're talking a lot about the power of financial sovereignty.
Absolutely.
So, we're, as individualists, as libertarians, money often comes up.
Yep.
But I think that the context of why should money, we got Dan. Yes. I can't believe it's not government.
Wow.
Very good. Can you talk to Kyle? Talk to Kyle real quick, because I think that we've got somebody else coming up. We'll try to fit you into the schedule. Because we've got one more. What do we got? We got about 15
minutes before our next one. So
yeah, we might have. I may need a break. I may need a break to go and. I've got water.
Let's play a video, and then we'll come back and.
We could do that. So we've got some content here from New Hampshire and the Free State Project. I think we've got 101 reasons liberty lives in New Hampshire. Going to play a little bit of that. We'll take a little bit of a break, maybe 10 minutes. Then we'll come back. Then we're going to take a longer break at lunch, but we'll be with you guys until, how long are we here? Until 6 o'clock?
Yeah, at least.
6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
So, this is the Free State Project Liberty Forum live stream. And thank you guys for tuning in. If you have any questions or comments, you can pop into the live stream. Let's see what we've got. Yes, if you have questions or comments, pop in the live stream on YouTube. We'll be back very, very shortly, maybe like about 10 minutes, and we'll see you back here then.
This film is protected under the Fair Use Doctrine.
No profits are made from it, and it's available to watch online for free. It was made not officially by the Free State Project, but by participants of the FSP for the sole purpose of reaching the worldwide liberty movement and getting as many people as possible to sign up and make the move. Please feel free to download, distribute, and show this film to as many people as you can. Thank you for watching.
After over 200 years of an experiment in freedom, The United States of America has wavered from its initial intent, culminating in an overtaxed and overregulated society. Even though it was designed to be a democratic republic, over time, the tendency has become to choose centralized control and bureaucracy over individual freedom and voluntary interaction. As a result of the social media boom, the spread of information has hastened, and many are waking up to the realization that the federal government has been thoroughly corrupted and clearly doesn't exist to protect the interests of the people. While the U.S. Congress has had an embarrassingly low approval rating, under 10%, many pro-liberty Americans have courageously tried to stand up to their overreaching power. However, very few have ever found success getting elected or effectively scaling back the size and scope of the government. And now, with the police state, the declining value of the dollar, arbitrary and unnecessary market interventions, unaccountable politicians, and the wars and their subsequent blowback, the feds march us towards oppression and the abandonment of civil liberties. With no apparent prospects for virgin land or truly free markets left on Earth, our world has become a bleak environment for the free-thinking individual. Fortunately, more can be done than simply awaiting the inevitable collapse into a totalitarian welfare warfare state. With the collaboration of concentrated numbers, groups of individuals can effect direct change in the economy, political process, and even the heart of society. Seeking to produce solutions to the problems we face, liberty lovers of all walks of life are migrating their families and businesses to a newly emerging frontier, New Hampshire.
In 2001, a PhD student at Yale University by the name of Jason Sorens published an article in the Libertarian Enterprise highlighting the failures that freedom-oriented candidates have had running for federal, state, and local offices. Outlining his ideas for a pro-liberty migration movement, he called for people with interest to respond. Later that year, the Free State Project was formed.
I was frustrated with the lack of political progress that libertarians had made. We have Nobel Prize-winning economists and famous philosophers, but even though our ideas have credibility and respect in academia, they weren't getting implemented. They weren't even getting a fair hearing in DC.
It must have been around 2002. I was very involved with the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire. I was elected as the vice chair, and about the same time we were starting to hear about this thing called the Free State Project, and that New Hampshire was one of the states in the running. So I read about it. I started, meeting some of the people who were involved in it, and I decided that after doing some research that New Hampshire truly was going to be the best state for it. I went back to the Libertarian Party, and I said, well, I write resumes for a living. I'm going to write New Hampshire's resume. And as I started to do the research and I started to kind of gather the data, I realized that I had a whole lot more than that, and I ended up with 101 reasons to vote for New Hampshire.
After the Free State Project voted the Granite State as its destination, the list was renamed 101 Reasons to Move to New Hampshire, which has been displayed on the Free State Project's website for years. Frequently edited to keep up with the changing times, the resume was divided into 5 distinct factors to consider when choosing a place to live: government, politics, economics, geography and environment, and community and quality of life. Michelle Dumas's work has lived on, influencing thousands of people to make a commitment to liberty in their lifetime. This film will feature 101 of the reasons why New Hampshire is the right destination for you, your family, and your business.
As with any region occupied by a governing body, freedom of the individual is always under attack in some way, shape, or form. Luckily, there are already thousands of liberty-minded early movers and friends of the Free State Project already living in New Hampshire. Paving the way for the future of liberty, they are determined to hold state and local governments honest and accountable. While most state governments continue to legislate their constituents into a bureaucratic mess, New Hampshire remains one of the freest places to live in North America, touting a wide variety of historical political positions. Being taxed very little compared to most states, business owners and entrepreneurs in New Hampshire enjoy the prospects of operating without capital gains, inventory, or machinery taxes, passing the savings to the consumer.
Not having a capital gains tax is all part of not having an income tax. The government at the federal level is already taking a significant percentage of your income. Why give up an even greater percentage to the state? And the problem is all these states that have income taxes and capital gains taxes, they're going to just raise the rates. So to the extent that you can avoid any taxation of income, whether it's capital gains or just your wages, you want to do that. And of course, there are other states that actually have inheritance taxes. Here in Connecticut, we have one of the highest, if not the highest, inheritance tax in the country. New Hampshire has zero estate tax, and I think that's also important. And it's one of the reasons I got to get out of Connecticut. I can't afford to die in this state.
Even the right of a government to expropriate private property for another's private use, known as eminent domain, has been prohibited in New Hampshire. Yet another reason New Hampshire respects your private property more than most of the 49 other states.
In Indiana, my university decided to force an eminent domain case on a printing business called Hyatt Printing. My research showed that the school wanted to drive him out of business to get a monopoly on the printing. So I fought them using this information, and they immediately dropped the case. I'm glad that in New Hampshire, I'll never have to save another business because of the fact that that problem doesn't exist here.
Many of these great qualities are made possible by the fact that New Hampshire's legislature consists of 400 House representatives, each representing an average of 3,300 constituents of the total 1.3 million New Hampshire residents. While having some of the smallest, easiest to canvass voting districts and the best representation per capita of any state in the union, each elected representative is paid only $100 per year and is limited to serving a 2-year term per election cycle, reducing the perverse incentives for career politicians. All state budget requests must be approved by an executive council, abating the likeliness of fiscally irresponsible programs. Speaking of fiscal responsibility, in 2011, the state government slashed its annual budget by 11%, cutting roughly $1 billion. This is an example of why New Hampshire has one of the smallest, least intrusive bureaucracies in the country.
The process of trying to change laws within the system is a two-part process. You have a biennium, a 2-year legislative session where bills are introduced, they're considered, they get passed, they get rejected. At the end of that biennium, it's election season. All 400 representatives, all 24 senators, and the governor all have to face voters every 2 years. And the ones who have not been cooperative for 2 years, it's an opportunity to replace those people.
What separates New Hampshire from the other 49 states is that the vast majority of our legislators aren't lawyers. Every unsuccessful lawyer in every other state says, oh, I just can't do this real work thing. I'll run for politics. And they go and they get they run for politics and they win because why wouldn't you elect a lawyer to write laws? Well, I can tell you why, because we have a lawyer industrial complex in this country, but not in New Hampshire. And that is an incredible distinction.
I can remember in my home state of Massachusetts, my grandmother having a problem and trying to reach out to elected officials and getting office staff and never getting an answer, or maybe 6 months you get a form letter. Hey, thanks for your attention, and oh, by the way, can you make a donation to my campaign? That's not New Hampshire.
All of those things make New Hampshire government extremely accountable to voters. Also town meeting. The fact that at the town level, you as a voter get a direct vote on the budget. And in most New Hampshire towns, the voters are extremely frugal and they will scrutinize every line of that budget.
It gets to the point sometimes where they want to get at every line item and they argue about 50 cents and it's sort of laughable at times. But they do get involved, and you get to know the people in the town, and there's something really special about it. I was on the school board. I finished out that year of that other person's term, and after that I had to run, and nobody ran against me, and so I got elected. 1 vote would have gotten me in. Again, like a lot of people don't even want to take on these responsibilities, which means the opportunities are available. Anybody can do it if they want to.
Many believe that the Granite State's tradition of fiscal responsibility and respect for private property is a product of its rich history as an independent population. When the New Hampshire Constitution was written, it did not explicitly prohibit secession. Furthermore, Article 10 spells out the right of the people to alter, abolish, or establish a new state of government.
The idea, if you voluntarily get together, as in the 50 states voluntarily got together and formed the United States, you can voluntarily separate, right? Every 4th of July we're celebrating secession.
Because of the independent attitude of the Granite State's citizens and the presence of the Free State Project, politics in New Hampshire is quite different from other regions around the globe, boasting the tenacity of its constituents to wholeheartedly reject wasteful and irresponsible legislative efforts.
You know, the whole motto, live free or die, what it conjures up in your mind is there something worse than death? There are things that are far worse than death, and that is the inability to express your uniqueness, your gift, your talent, your love, your creativity, your innovation, your idea. Live free or die, I think, encapsulates that idea, and it's just a wonderful idea for our day.
From gun rights organizations to farm and garden clubs, New Hampshire residents are a proud, self-sufficient community of individuals seeking peace and prosperity. Economic and social freedom, the political lifeblood of Granite Staters and Free State Project participants alike, is exemplified in the culture, electoral races, and legislative victories across the state. This reputation and the success of the Free State Project has been recognized and endorsed by many prominent libertarian figures over the years.
Well, I guess a lot of you probably already know about the Free State Project, freestateproject.org, which involves having a lot of liberty people move to New Hampshire, so that with a critical mass of us there, the idea is, in the words of the Free State Project, we might be able to achieve liberty in our lifetime.
When you first hear about it, it's implausible, right? I mean, oh, everybody should just move to New Hampshire. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Well, wait a minute. It did happen, actually. So I came here 2 years ago for the first time, and I was amazed and embarrassed that I hadn't seen the power of this idea. And already 2 years ago, it was taking off.
What is your opinion on the Free State Project? Yeah, go Free State Project. Wow, what a model, what a terrific model. I wanted to see that happen in New Mexico. It's now happening in New Hampshire.
You know, I think the Free State Project is the most interesting, liberty-oriented movement of my lifetime. It harkens back to me all of the best elements of a kind of 60s utopianism of not even getting back to the farm or back to nature, but like of people creating intentional communities that are vast and varied and just relentlessly interesting.
Impacting the national debates, New Hampshire leverages its status as having the first in the nation primary. With the influence of many pro-freedom organizations like the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, the political scene has become very congenial to independent voters and much more likely for liberty-minded candidates to get elected into office. As a testament to the success of the political participants of the Free State Project, more than 20 Free Staters have been elected as members of the State House of Representatives, as both Democrats and Republicans. To support liberty-minded candidates, there are 2 voter guides that are growing in popularity, making it easy for voters to make their decisions. The New Hampshire Liberty Alliance's annual Liberty Rating Report Card is based on pro-liberty and anti-liberty votes on legislation in the House and Senate. Liberty Ballot identifies candidates who will reduce the size of government and allows voters to download a sample ballot from each voting precinct in New Hampshire with their recommendations.
We are a nonpartisan, all-volunteer, grassroots lobbying organization. So we'll look for candidates for open slots throughout the state that are individuals that are very pro-liberty. And we will help them, we train them to show them how to campaign, how to garner volunteers so that they can have the best chance of winning their election. To run a reasonable state rep campaign, it costs about $2,000 as opposed to some states where you're looking in the $40,000 range. We teach people how to review bills. We teach people how to testify at public hearings. A bill is most vulnerable in a public hearing, and here in the state of New Hampshire, unlike other states, every bill has a public hearing. The committee chair can't decide, well, I don't like this bill, I'm just going to toss it out the door. No one will never see the light of day. Here, every piece of legislation is heard in committee, it does have a public hearing, and it does have an opportunity to have its moment on the House floor.
Ever since early movers began pouring into New Hampshire for the Free State Project, a decentralized coalition of activists organically formed to take on various markets of untapped freedom. From the city revenue racket of parking meters and speed traps to the warrantless searches and seizures that occur on roadsides everywhere, activists have brought about a public discussion on the local and national media stages.
So we are back here at Liberty Forum, Free State Project's annual event. One of, I guess there are what now, 3 or 4 sort of annual events. So you've got your winter event, that's Liberty Forum.
Yep.
You got your summer event, it's Pork
Fest.
Fest, right? So Pork Fest is more, it's a camping, sort of outdoor type of event. You're not going to see the suits and ties that you're seeing at Liberty Forum. But
much more of a festival.
But we are libertarians, so there's nothing saying that you got to wear a suit and tie when you come. But
And we have had
like
Jeffrey Tucker there in a full-on tux, so I'm just saying.
Right. Then we also have Free Coast Fest, which is sort of a newer edition, which is out in beautiful Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Absolutely gorgeous out there.
Which I've really enjoyed that event. A little smaller, a little more intimate. Gives you lots of time to just kind of like walk around. Portsmouth is a wonderful place. So people who are checking this out, if you're interested in coming and checking out what's going on in the Free State, these are all great events. Great way to sort of get your feet wet.
Absolutely. And that's the thing is people have come here and implemented liberty in their life in their own ways. And, if you happen to be somebody who is great at planning events and planning parties and gathering people together, create an event, create a festival, put together a conference. This is not like the FSP mandating people to do things. The FSP invites people, come here to New Hampshire to build your vision of liberty as that, whatever that means to you.
And we're going to hear a lot of different visions of liberty. It's one of the, it is not a melting pot. It is very much a salad.
Totally,
right?
yeah.
Everybody brings their own flavor to it, and it's kind of the combination of all of those flavors that is going to take us down the path to more individual liberty. It's really about celebrating the individual. We're going to be talking to a lot of individuals, some planned, some as we encounter them, because we've got the wonderful community of people here. And sort of unplanned, why don't you go ahead, Daniel, and introduce yourself and how you find yourself here at Liberty Forum.
My name is Dan Kroll. I run a website called I Can't Believe It's Not Government. It's notgov.org, itsnotgov.org. I'm a mover. I've been living in New Hampshire for roughly a year and a half now. I'm in the Seacoast region. I don't know, I like to come to the events. I find myself here just to hang out with people and I guess promote my site. I'm in the exhibitor hall this year for the first time doing anything of that sort for my site.
So tell us a little bit about I Can't Believe It's Not Government. That's a provocative. It reminds me of I Can't Believe It's Not Butter, but it's very provocative. What are the things that I would not believe are not government?
One good example, I guess, would be I wish I knew ahead of time how to pronounce this. I think it's the ED Foundation. It's from Pakistan.
Okay.
There's a guy died a couple of years ago, started a foundation there to provide social services in Pakistan, and I don't know exactly what his ideological basis is, but for whatever reason he refused to accept any government funding or even like large corporate funding. And I guess just through charity, they have the largest private ambulance fleet in the world.
Interesting.
Like a couple airplanes and a helicopter, I think, and boats. Yeah, it's big. And they also run orphanages and I think maybe medical. It feels like they run the social safety net in Pakistan, but I don't. And just from reading comments about it that you hear. It seems like people regard it very highly compared to the government social safety net in Pakistan. I don't know. I don't know about the scale of one or the other, but at least the quality seems to be very good, and that was very impressive to me. Another thing is the way that kosher certification works. There's a lot of private certification things out there, and some of them are more impressive than others. Kosher, I found to be very impressive because there are tens of different organizations in the United States. And 5 of them are very large, and those 5 form a sort of a consortium. They have a sort of annual event, I guess, where they hash out standards between the different tens of organizations. so that they have some kind of base standard, but at the same time, all those different organizations do still specialize in different ways, which is perfect. Like, this is exactly what you'd want to see in a free market of regulation. Standardization and differentiation, so you can improve over time.
So this is, I mean, on the kosher certification, this seems like one of the most common arguments against the idea of less government is, and these seem to be some of the most, what would you say, counterintuitive. We had the government shutdown. I saw a meme where someone said, we had the government shut down and nobody died from this food poisoning, but yet when the I guess it's the FDA or whatever was up and running, people were dying from lettuce. Like, this is so I think that these sorts of solutions, the fact that they already exist, that people are doing them on their own, is the type of thing that needs to be brought forward for people to see that this is the type of thing that people will do on their own. Was there anything that, as you started to go out and research these various things, that stood out to you where you said, maybe it was because the particular country, obviously this Pakistan thing is very interesting, but were there any where you were like, oh, I just actually don't even believe that, where you came across it and said, no, I really actually don't believe it, just like the title of your site?
Oh, that's an amusing question. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I am kind of surprised at how perfectly like a story fits into the libertarian narrative, because a lot of them don't fit as well as others. But I mean, it was pretty surprising that this guy in Pakistan just refused to take government funding. As far as like what I literally didn't believe when I read about. Oh, here's one it's really hard to believe. There was a guy I think it was in a village in India, who sadly I think lost his wife because there was no road between his village and the closest hospital. They had to go around this mountain. So he dedicated his life to in spite of what the government wanted him to do, build a road through this mountain.
Just a single guy.
As I understand, he's something like that. If not true, very close to true. Like, and there's a picture of him with an axe or like a pickaxe. That's pretty hard to believe, but apparently that's out there. And like the government like grudgingly eventually like accepted his road as an official road or something like that.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's going to be people who do these things anyway, right? So somebody, if nobody wants it, I think that's one of the greatest arguments, is that if nobody wants it, it won't get done. And if people do want it, somebody will pay for it. That's it. Clearly, if you want something, you'll pay for it, and if you don't want it, you won't. So I think what people go to your site, what could they expect in terms of like, is it a series of stories or what? So yeah, lay out for us what people can expect by going and checking out I Can't Believe It's Not Government.
So you'll see sections and subsections, and those sections are organized by quote unquote government functions. So you have infrastructure, you have social services, you have defense, and then under those you have roads, trains, or police or military kind of type things. And then under each of those you'll find individual stories, and so some of the stories vary in length. It's structured more like a wiki than a blog, so with the intention of having other people contribute, having the stories grow over time. They're not time stamped or anything like that. It was a wiki at one point. I decided it would be easier for me to maintain if I just made it a flat website, but it's completely open source. So if you go to, I have yet to improve the instructions for how to edit, but if you go to GitLab, you can contribute yourself or fix something up there or whatever. And in fact, I plan to have an edit-a-thon tomorrow.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, at 4 p.m. so that maybe I can like walk a few people through and maybe get some more editors.
That's great. And so you're out. I know that there are people checking this out who are in attendance. You're in the exhibitor hall.
That's right.
And so people can go and check you out. So yeah, that's great. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you around.
Thanks so much,
Dan. All right. So what should people who are just joining us on the broadcast be expecting from today, Dave?
Oh, chaos. Lots of chaos. Yeah. So we got Greg Lyer coming up. He is going to be joining us momentarily. After that, we're going to lunch, and that's going to be I don't know, probably like a 4-martini lunch. After that, we're going to be talking to new movers.
Okay.
And a lot of good energy in new movers. When you talk to new movers,
absolutely.
We had the privilege of talking to the very first mover yesterday.
Yes,
and that was a great conversation. Also, then we've got Pete Raymond coming up. Lou Perez is going to talk to us. Tate Fegley later on this afternoon. And then we are going to be wrapping up this evening with Stefan Kinsella, TJ Kokorin, Lee McGrath, Nathan Fatal. Then we're going to do probably another 4 martinis at dinner. And then maybe, just maybe, some Destination Unknown.
So, as I said, we are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube as well. If you want to jump in, if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube, I am going to do my best to go through and check these out. If you've got questions or comments, so we may as well take a little bit of something while we've got the time. Take something from our YouTube comments here. I've got somebody saying, Nolan is saying, Ecosia is the tree planting search engine. They donate at least 80% of profits to NGOs that plant trees where they're needed most. So I love that. Sort of on the topic of planting trees, or at least... I don't know. Maybe at least they're the same color. Somebody here, Static Void, is asking, what are your thoughts on AOC? Can we just not do her thing there? This is Andrea Ocasio-Cortez's Green New Deal. Do you have any thoughts on the Green New Deal?
Any thoughts that I can share publicly on a family program? Probably not. I think anybody who would really look at this thing who isn't completely blinded by the search for, literally when she said that morals and intentions are more important than facts, you would have to believe that to think that the Green New Deal is going to be a positive thing at all. Because it violates every, sound economic principle. It makes no sense whatsoever when you dig into it. And it's just... on its very surface should be rejected by everyone, but that it's not being rejected means that there is an audience out there who is ready for socialism. I mean,
I think the difficulty, and we've been talking a lot, it's interesting that today has really been a lot about what can the private market do in terms of solutions to the problems that we already have.
Yep.
And we have government. We have a lot of government. And if problems are not getting solved, the way to go is not to say, okay, the individuals who have said they're going to solve the problem, who are making it worse, we're just going to empower that individual even more. Perhaps it's time to try something else. And I think the most egregious part about the concept that, well, people are out of work, so what we need to do is we need to take more money from the productive members of society, including the people, if they were to go to work, the people who are currently out of work, if they were to go to work in the private sector, they're going to have their money taken away so that it can be put towards what? And we're going to allow the people who make this decision to be some of the least productive members of society. So I wouldn't trust any massive, we're talking about potentially millions of people that we're talking about how this is how we're going to employ them, a system on a scale that is a massive scale. And really the person who should be the torchbearer of this, the person who we should listen to on this, is Andrea Ocasio-Cortez. If that's really where you're at, there's a problem. There's a problem.
There's a huge problem. Yeah.
Alexandria. Is it Alexandria or
Alexandria?
Alexandria. Yeah, whatever. AOC.
Yeah.
AOC. Do we have Kyle? We've got, yes. Come on up. Sit down.
Come on down.
Go ahead and just sit them down.
Vin and Dave's live stream.
Yes. So we've got Gret Glyer. Good afternoon, sir. If you want to just slap those on, pull the microphone, or at least speak into it. Speak straight into it.
How do I sound?
You sound great.
Good.
You sound great. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about how you find yourself. People are getting a chance to get on stage, to give their talk. We are trying to take the opportunity to get a little more intimate look at how people find themselves here at Liberty Forum. Because while there are some fantastic people here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to not only just, get more people to come and visit and see what's really up, but as we've said, and I think everybody who experiences the Free State Project, you can talk about it all you want, but to come and to really be a part of the community of people, even if it's for a day, for 2 days, 3 days, is something that you just have to experience for yourself. So tell us a little bit about how you find yourself here today amongst this motley group.
Yeah, well, I had a flight at, I think it was 7 a.m. this morning, so I'm just fresh off the boat here. I just got in, and then I just gave my talk in the ballroom at 10:45. So it's been a whirlwind so far. Everyone's been extremely nice, extremely helpful, and the biggest thing that stood out so far is the caliber of questions that people asked after my talk and after the talk I saw right beforehand. I thought that it represents a really thoughtful group of people who are sincere and honest, and that was something that was really nice to see.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're up to, what your talk was about.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Gret Glyer, and I am the CEO of DonorSee. And DonorSee is an organization that helps donors see where their money goes when they donate, specifically when it comes to extreme poverty alleviation. So an example would be if you donate to a girl in India who needs hearing aids, a few days later you'll get a video of her hearing for the first time. And so it's like this type of person-to-person charity that's all through our app and web platform, and you get video updates on all that stuff. I came here today as someone who's really passionate about resolving global poverty and seeing progress made on that front. One of the things that has been huge in resolving extreme poverty in particular has been the free market. And so the talk that I just gave, which I think might be available online at some point.
It will be, yes.
The talk was basically about how we can spread the ideas of the free market. I think that there's a lot that we're doing right, and then there's a handful of things that we could do just a little bit better that will prime people for persuasion, for mass adoption of these ideas.
Let's talk a little bit about DonorSee, because I think that this is a really great concept. My company just did a recent, so I have a cryptocurrency SMS wallet. We're in Bangladesh. We just recently are doing something with Give Crypto where we're getting money actually into refugee camps directly, which
That's awesome.
Finding out is actually, you almost have to be a little James Bondy to do that sometimes.
Yeah.
There's the blockage that the state has. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about, because I'm sure that you've encountered this as well. It seems to be a running theme of today, of what we're talking about. Could you talk a little bit about difficulties or impediments that you've seen for donors, for people who maybe want to give money? And I know that this direct sort of giving is becoming much easier and much more possible as technology moves. This sort of old wave with NGOs and sort of these established charities in concert with governments, can you talk a little bit about challenges that creates to the sort of direct giving that I know that you guys are promoting?
Yeah, I think some of the biggest challenges that exist right now almost entirely stem from myth. Like, it's people who have misconceptions about what's actually available and what's actually going on. So I think there's a lot of myths going around. I think one pervasive myth is that charity doesn't work. Another pervasive myth is that it's that all organizations are not doing a good job. And I think that all of these myths are based in some kind of kernel of truth, right? There are a lot of organizations that have extremely high overhead, and there's a lot of organizations that are insanely inefficient. And that is something I think people should be more outspoken about. In fact, I think that that's one of the reasons why people are afraid to give, is because there's so little scrutiny of charity. It's kind of similar to what you see in the government sector, is people are able to acquire, in the same way that governments are able to get money, charities are also able to get donor money that is tax refundable to them, and they can get it regardless of the merit of their organization. So regardless of how well they perform, regardless of how well they're actually helping the poor, if they have friends who are millionaires and who want their name on the building somewhere, then it's really easy for them to get more and more money. Whereas organizations that are smaller and doing authentic work but don't have the connections, they won't get as much donor money. And so there's a disconnect between the merit of how well an organization is performing and their access to resources and doing emboldening their work.
So do you, so in setting out with an idea of let's show people where their donation is going, have you found that or I'll say this, obviously it has an effect. Can you help people to understand what the difference is there in terms of continued donor participation?
Mm-hmm.
How much of a difference does it make for somebody to actually be able to see how their money is directly having an effect?
Yeah, so it's a night and day difference. I spent 3 years living in Malawi, Africa. So 2 of the 3 years I was living there, it was ranked as the poorest country on the planet. And when I was over there, I was first exposed to extreme poverty. I was first exposed to people who were living on $1 a day, and I was just amazed. I was so sheltered in such a bubble, protected from that. I had no idea that level of poverty existed. And so I started writing blog posts, and I started making videos, and I just wanted to get my friends back at home and my family back at home to understand and empathize with what was going on, and it was impossible. Like I made videos, I made blog posts, and there was just something that was like too hard. There was too much of a disconnect. It was like watching a movie, like a fictional movie or something like that for them. And then what I found was when I brought them into the process. So when I said, okay, here's this lady who she could really, she has a tough life. She's a single mother and she needs a bike so that she doesn't have to walk an hour to work every day. And then people would donate to her, and then they would get a video of her saying, hey, thank you for the bike. There was like this light bulb that went off because it was their money that was involved in the process. And so they were able to send their money. They were able to see the production, like what happened with that money, and they were able to see someone's life get better. And that was like this revelation to them that was almost impossible if they were just like watching a piece of content. It was like it was too removed at that point. But once it was them actually getting involved, that created a seismic difference.
Go ahead, Dave.
How did you end up in Malawi to begin with?
Well, I was right after I graduated from college. I was working at a corporate job, and that was going just fine. I was doing really well. I got promoted within the first 6 months, and I was being told if I stick with the job, I'll get a company car. We'll fast track you through the organization, and it was just like not for me. And so I started looking into different opportunities, and the opportunity that just I actually applied to several different like missions organizations and things like that, and none of them were quite the right fit. Sometimes they didn't want me, sometimes I didn't want them. There was just kind of like not exactly what I was looking for in many cases. And then finally this opportunity to go teach math at a private school in Malawi came up. So it's like an international school for like missionary kids and embassy kids and so forth. And so I went over for the first year to teach math, and then I just ended up staying and doing more intentional poverty alleviation work after that.
Wow. It's, again, a running theme. I love the way that these things sort of happen, and I guess whoever laid out this schedule of people to speak I think I see where their head is at, and I think it's a good thing. Especially now, in I think the last 2 years, the rap on the liberty movement, and certainly the rap on libertarians, and some of it is because certain people who are not libertarians are being associated with the word, is that, selfish, cold-hearted,
distanced.
And yet what I'm hearing today is about the things that people would traditionally say are charity, and I think that we're using the term charity, but using the private market and private financial sovereignty to be able to solve the problems of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you're here, you're at Liberty Forum, libertarians are interested in this idea. I think the sort of broader ideas that, oh no, this is an idea for people who might be considered more progressive or whatever. They're the ones who really want to alleviate this. When you look around and you look at sort of where people's heads are at, the people who are the most engaged with you and want to make a difference, What's the thing that unites them? What's that sort of personality trait that you find these are the people who seem to go towards you?
Yeah, well, I think that's like one of the reasons I ended up here and not at a progressive convention is because I think there's been this detachment where I think someone who's more from that end of the spectrum, they don't see it as their personal responsibility to help the poor. They see it as the paid government workers' responsibility to help the poor. And in their mind, generosity is taking money from the population and redistributing it. And I think what you see with people on this end of the spectrum is people want to give of their personal money. They want to use their money to help those around them. They want to help their neighbor. They want to help the single mother down the street. And you don't, if your mindset is it's the government's job to take care of these people, you don't see people taking that personal responsibility to help those in need. And so I think one of the reasons I ended up at a place like this is it's because there's these individualistic minded people who don't see it as the government's job to be involved in this. They see it as the individual's job. It's the family unit or the or greater society, but like it's individual people's lives who are going to help other individual people's lives. And I think that's traditionally always what charity has been. Charity is supposed, like when you pay someone to take care of a poor person, you totally extract compassion out of that transaction. So if you're able to help someone who's in need, and that comes from a place of true empathy and true compassion, that's a much more authentic transaction than just redistributing money in a way that isn't even effective.
So there seems to be a big technology component to what it is that you do as well. I mean, if you're talking about, a video of, coming from somebody halfway around the world saying thank you for a bike, I mean, we're obviously talking about that would not necessarily be as possible as it is now 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Seems like that naturally changes the power that we have charitably. Can you talk a little bit about, and certainly, yourself being a young guy, having done this in the digital age, how do you see the technological impact? What kind of impact is it having, and what are the technologies that you think are the most important for people to pay attention to when it comes to charity?
It's so interesting. The world is going to change just in unimaginable ways. I think when we think of how the world is going to change as Americans, we tend to think of how is America going to change? What's America going to look like in 10 years? The world is going to transform like you can't believe. When you bring people online for the first time who have spent their entire lives living in a remote village, and all of a sudden they have cell phone access and they're able to use Facebook and Wikipedia and all these other resources, we don't know what's going to happen with that. But these people who are living in these rural villages who are starting to get access to these things, there's 3 billion of them. I think it's the majority of the planet doesn't have internet access right now, but there's a lot of initiatives that are making that happen. And I've made the prediction a few times that I think that everyone on the planet will have internet access before everyone on the planet has clean water.
Wow.
I just think it's easier to get that technology out there. And so that will be interesting to see what happens. What is going to happen, I don't know. What the reality that I work with every day is that as people who are living in America, we've been blessed with a lot of resources in comparison to people living in the poorest half of the world, people who are living on $1 or $2 a day. And so with that, I see it as my responsibility, and I hope other Americans or other people in a similar position see it as their responsibility to do what they can for those people. I mean, it's just a tragedy that there's people living without clean water, without electricity, without internet. And so, I see that as my responsibility, and I hope that other people do too. But as far as what's going to happen, it's a great question. It's going to be big.
Now, is DonorSee mostly, are you global? Do you work everywhere, including the U.S.? Or
so we've done a few projects in the U.S. I would say in the last year, we've shifted almost exclusively to global poverty, or what I would call developing third world poverty, developing world. We do have people in Eastern Europe and stuff, special needs situations that we help out with, and we're not opposed to helping out in America at all. But as far as where my passion is and where we have the most number of partners, it's almost exclusively people living in these pretty destitute contexts.
Wow.
So, give people an idea of if they want to help out with your organization, what can they expect? What's the process? How does someone participate with DonorSee?
Yeah, well, I would say anyone who's listening, anyone who is interested in getting more involved, just go to DonorSee.com. There's a ton of information on our website. There's a lot of different things that you can do. But the main thing is I would say the first thing you should do is you should just go find a project on DonorSee, and you should give $5 to it and just experience what it's like to get that visual update. In fact, if you're a first-time user of the site, if you've never been to the site before and you visit it and we don't recognize your IP address or whatever, then you'll get a pop-up, and one of our donors will have donated a $5 gift card so that you can use it for free.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you don't even have to spend any money. You can actually just go use the site for free, see how it works. And then if you want to give more on top of that, once you're there, that's fine too, or later on after you get your video update. But yeah, just go to the website, check it out, see what it's all about, and lots of information on the website.
So this is donor, DONORCSEE.org?
.com.
DonorSee.com. That is actually a fantastic idea about the gift card for somebody to actually go and just try it out.
We have people who use that, and they give $5, they get a video update, and it's like the next day they come back and they donate $500 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's just like they realize, oh wow, this works. And I think we just want people to get to that moment where they it's hard to imagine getting a video update of someone in a rural village. That's like hard to conceptualize. And usually the person in the rural village is saying your name, like, thank you, Gret, for donating this mosquito net to me, you know? So it's very, very personal, and we want people to experience that, so that's why we do the $5 gift cards. And all of the gift cards are donated by other donors. So it's all from them.
It's kind of paying it forward in that way.
Yeah, wow. I mean, people who love the site enough that they want others to experience it.
That is absolutely awesome. Gret Glyer, thank you for coming on. Everybody go and check out DonorSee.org. We will see you.
.com.
.com.
There's too many .orgs. DonorSee.com. I love it. Thank you so much, Gret, for checking in with us. Dave, we are here at Liberty Forum.
We are.
Manchester, New Hampshire. This is only my second of these events. Yes.
You're a newbie.
I am a newbie, but you are a New Hampster, so you've done the thing here. We've
been here 7 years now. It's crazy.
Yeah. Does it feel like just yesterday?
It does in a lot of ways.
Really?
It really does. And, sometimes I'll get into a conversation with somebody and they'll be like, you ever think about, leaving New Hampshire? I'm like, what, are you crazy? No, this is the place to be. And not just from it's the latest fad or whatever. I've made some genuine friends here that I will literally have forever because of the type of people that you meet as part of this experience. It is, it's not just, we're going to go hang out with a bunch of libertarians.
Although that part is fun too.
It is fun, but I will say that the personal relationships that you build, just because of the types of people that come here, the relationships are just, they're so important. And literally, I feel more at home here than any place I've ever lived. And I've lived all over the eastern half of the U.S. I've lived, multiple states, long periods of time. But since coming here, I have a sense of home and belonging and genuine care, from all my friends. That is just, I've never experienced that before, and it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's again, it's something that just has to be experienced. There's something about I guess what would you call it? A planned community. It's an intentional community, right? Yes. Everybody that's here is here on purpose. Even if they were here before, the people who are a part of this community have made a decision to be here, and I am glad that we're doing this live broadcast so that people can actually see where the heads of the type of people who are into this are at. We're into solving the world's problems without violence, with involuntary action, and there's some very bright, very compassionate people involved in this movement. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. We'll be here today. We'll be here tomorrow. People can check it out on YouTube and also on Facebook. Check us out. To comment, question, will be here, but we will not be here for the next half hour because we are going to go and quickly have some lunch, and then we will, or is it an hour?
It's an hour and a half, brother.
It's an hour and a half. Okay, so that's good. So we are going to we're going to have some lunch. We'll come back at, when will we be back? 1:30.
We'll be back at 1:30.
We'll see you guys back here at 1:30 with some more great guests. So until then, bye-bye.
Much of the activism that goes on in the Granite State has set in motion the collaboration of hundreds of activists and artists in an effort to spread the philosophy of liberty and capture the imagination of the freedom culture around the world. One such example to mention is the protest and exposure of suspicionless search and seizures by police forces. Police justify searching every vehicle passing through a checkpoint. With the interest of the individual at heart, activists take to the streets, armed with a high-powered laser, to warn motorists of the impending checkpoints.
The state of New Hampshire conducts a series of sobriety checkpoints, and those are funded by federal grants, which they're suspicionless checkpoints, right? So vehicles traveling through are pulled over, stopped, and searched without any actual probable cause of suspicion of committing a crime. So, in order to combat this egregious threat, there's been a very concerted activist effort to warn motorists away from these checkpoints and to educate the public on these abuses of power that are being carried out right in front of them.
I can project pretty much any message I want on any flat surface up to maybe just under a quarter of a mile away. We took the green beam downtown for a police checkpoint and warned the motorists that the police were on the bridge by projecting giant text on the side of a building that says police ahead or avoid police, or turn now, that sort of thing.
Even though New Hampshire is one of the freest places on earth, it still has a bureaucracy that makes a business out of going after victimless offenders. Peacefully combating this issue, many activists in New Hampshire regularly greet and inform jurors of their nullification rights as they walk into the courthouse. Notably, the Granite State is the only state to pass a law with such strong supportive language as, in all criminal proceedings, the court shall permit the defense to inform the jury of its right to judge the facts and the application of the law in relation to the facts in controversy.
Jury nullification is when the jury disregards the facts of the case because they conclude that the law is wrong.
That's right.
And
that's right.
One of the most famous uses of jury nullification was the Fugitive Slave Act before the Civil War. Northerners were being prosecuted for being stops on the Underground Railroad.
Right.
And their neighbors, none of whom believed in slavery either, would, regardless of what proof the prosecutors would bring to court, the neighbors would give them this and refuse to, and that nullified an unjust law.
Right.
And same thing happened during Prohibition. A lot of times people would get acquitted of bootlegging because, and you know, they always play it like people were all afraid of them. Well, some of them they were afraid of, and some of them they were just saying, I drink. I can't in good conscience convict somebody of selling liquor.
There was a case in New Hampshire where an individual had been growing marijuana plants on his own property. He was a piano tuner. He had a family. He was an older guy who was well known in the community, and he happened to be a Rastafarian. And he tried to defend himself using the jury nullification argument, and his attorney, Mark Sisti, convinced the jury that he should not in fact be convicted, even though there was no question about the facts of the case. He was in fact growing marijuana.
He grew pot, it's true, and the people who were on the jury knew it. They may have believed that he was totally guilty of the crime, and yet they acquitted him anyway in a thing that is called jury nullification.
So, you know, there's always that kind of like activism news, but this is big news any way you slice it.
New Hampshire has to be the liberty media capital of the world. There are radio shows, there are television programs, there's even a newspaper that's produced here, and as more people come in, there's more talent, you know, people that are creating things. I think is exciting because we really are building our own media here in New Hampshire.
What media is about really is having a conversation that, okay, this part of freedom, or you know, this part of our lives is going well, this part is not going so well. What are the experiments we can run to try and make stuff better? What can we learn from each other, both in a good way and a bad way?
You know, alternative media is a really interesting thing because 5-10 years ago it didn't really exist, certainly not to the extent that it does today. I'd actually use the terms old media versus new media. And new media, I think, has become incredibly powerful, and it continues to grow exponentially. At some point, we're going to see old media either conforming to new media or disappearing altogether.
In addition to the abundance of independent media, the mainstream media has been very receptive of the Free State Project and its participants.
In my experience, New Hampshireites do agree with almost everything we believe. The mainstream of New Hampshire is fairly libertarian.
In New Hampshire, you've got an atmosphere where you can make of yourself whatever you want to make of yourself. There's a very live free or die attitude here. The people here are very, very self-sufficient. They're very independent, but on the other hand, they're pretty easygoing, they're pretty easy to live with, and in general, I have found them to be very congenial.
The lack of seatbelt and motorcycle helmet laws for adults is a testament to the character of the people living in New Hampshire. Even before the Free State Project chose the Granite State as its destination, many New Hampshireites already had a strong sense of self-ownership and a good understanding of why the right to choose is so important. Demonstrating a truly live and let live society, same-sex marriage is legal and accepted by the overwhelming majority of the population. And from opting out of federal programs like the Obamacare state exchange requirement and the Real ID Act, to allowing raw milk sales to flourish in a relatively unregulated market, the live free or die culture is embedded in the state's culture.
You folks are the vanguard. You folks are the people who are leading this state to prevent national ID from creeping across America and New Hampshire. You're not alone. The National Governors Association opposes Real ID. The conservatives oppose it. The Cato Institute, one of the more conservative think tanks, came up to New Hampshire and testified last week at the Senate hearing on this bill in opposition. And guess what? The liberals oppose this. The ACLU came up from Washington, testified again before the Senate and said no to a national ID.
The national ID was something that got buried. What people don't understand, and I hope people will learn, is the NDAA bill that everybody talks about. It's actually how they fund all of the veterans services, the military services, military pay. But what they use it for is a baby to attach things and hide things in. And what they did in 2005 was they hid the Real ID Act into that bill. There was about 7 of us and said, we have to fight this thing. How do we do this? See, New Hampshire was chosen to be a pilot state. So what we had to fight was a $3 million carrot that the federal government was dangling over the state's head. And when the local media saw the international media picking up on our story, that started the national conversation. When we finally got the money out of the picture, that's when we won the battle.
One of the things that's interesting to me about New Hampshire is, they ban technology that is ultimately only there for bad purposes, such as license plate readers, automatic ticketing and stuff like that. Automation is great for many aspects of human life. It helps us get on with our lives, be more productive, more efficient. When it comes to stuff like that, license plate, we know that these are phony things that are used to control people or to generate income and revenue for police departments and for towns. So I think it's actually kind of interesting that New Hampshire is saying, no, you know what, we don't need that kind of stuff for those types of purposes.
Just as personal preferences are respected, the culture and the laws are representative of a state that would honor the right of the individual to defend him or herself.
We have a very gun-friendly culture here, so most people I know have some sort of concealed carry license or else they open carry. Everybody hunts and shoots and fishes and camps, so that's wonderful.
A unique way to celebrate Mother's Day for a group of moms, all members of the Second Amendment Sisters. The women gather once a month at the Wilson Hills Pistol Club. They consider shooting both a sport and a passion and say they couldn't imagine a better way to spend this special day.
It's very important in New Hampshire that we have the right to defend ourselves, and in the Second Amendment Sisters, it's very important to me that the basic human right to self-defense is recognized. And that means that every one of us has a right to choose to live. And if a criminal is trying to hurt us, the fact that New Hampshire has great gun laws, great knife laws, we have preemptive laws that prevent municipalities from stopping people from being able to defend themselves, that we live in one of the safest states in the entire nation, shows that an armed society is truly a polite society.
The Second Amendment Sisters is a national organization that believes everyone has a human right to self-defense.
Now that the Free State Project has been active for over a decade, participants are beginning to see success in a wide range of political spheres. Recently, the nano-brew industry opened up to more producers at a much more affordable cost. At 170 to 162, the New Hampshire House became the first legislative body in the U.S. to pass a recreational marijuana legalization bill. Unfortunately, it wasn't passed by the Senate. However, shortly thereafter, both the House and the Senate passed a medical marijuana bill for patients seeking relief from terminal illnesses.
Tonight, we're hearing a powerful hospital bed plea from a former congressional candidate to Governor Maggie Hassan.
As New Hampshire lawmakers seem poised to legalize a restricted medical marijuana bill, Hardy Mesha, who has been battling cancer for months, says this is a bill that doesn't go far enough. So he's taken to YouTube, urging for changes to help cancer patients like himself.
The last time a lot of us remember seeing Hardy Mesha, he was a Libertarian candidate for Congress. Back in October, he also told us he was waging a different type of campaign.
I just came down with Hodgkin's lymphoma, so I started chemo a week ago.
That was 7 months ago. This is Hardy Mesha now.
Turns out it's a little bit more difficult than I had even planned, so...
Despite his weakened condition, Mesha posted this video from a hospital bed, speaking directly to Governor Maggie Hassan, urging her, if not begging her, to reconsider her position against legalizing homegrown marijuana for the terminally ill.
To get to sleep at night, sometimes it's the only thing that'll put me out versus some of the harder drugs that they give me, like the oxycodone.
Governor Hassan does support legalizing medical marijuana, but only prescribed from a controlled, licensed facility. Such dispensaries, though, could take 2 years to get up and running and would do nothing to help patients like Hardy Mesha.
He doesn't have 2 or more years to wait for state-regulated legal access through an alternative treatment center. Patients like him can't afford to wait. They need protection now. In 2008, we actually convinced the House to pass a bill that would simply reduce the penalty for marijuana possession, make it a violation and a fine, which several states around us had done, so we didn't think it was that radical of an idea, but definitely the governor at the time thought it was pretty radical and the Senate thought it was pretty radical, and the Police Chiefs Association reacted as if we'd just completely legalized marijuana when we were just trying to reduce the penalty a little bit. But that got the discussion going. The House has now passed similar legislation a total of 5 times since 2008, and the Senate is just now coming around to where they're willing to start considering it.
I started the 420 Foundation and the 420 Rally as a way to reach out to pot smokers in New Hampshire and also to reach out to libertarians elsewhere in America and, you know, let them know that we're doing stuff here. I just started going out on the square every day and smoking a joint with a couple of friends, and we started telling our friends, well, anytime you want to get high at 420, come on by the square, we'll smoke you out. As time went on, we got up to where we had 30 people in there, and a reporter from the union leader just happened to be wandering by the square while we're out there smoking, and she decided on the spot that she was going to write us into her article, which meant a couple of things. A, we were going to have a big police presence, and B, we were probably going to have an uptick in attendees, and that did happen. We had 150 people out the afternoon that the story broke, and this was in a town of 35,000. So basically the outcome of the 420 rally was that the Keenetown Square became basically a demilitarized zone for a couple of years in the war on drugs. We had very little police presence out there. We used to have nightcaps where we'd be out there drinking beer and smoking joints, waving at the cops as they drove by and say, "Come on, have a beer with us," and they wouldn't come. They just wouldn't come because they were so sick of going out there and having people not be afraid of them. It drives them crazy.
As you probably know, such a freedom-oriented culture is only sustainable if the population is well educated in the realm of economics, and New Hampshire leads the pack at #1. The people's economic understanding has led to the citizen legislature maintaining a freer market and more industries than most states in the Union. It's no wonder New Hampshire has the lowest poverty rate and one of the lowest tax burdens in the nation. New Hampshire also claims the #1 spot for the highest rate of disposable income per capita and the highest median household income at $71,322. The prosperity of the Granite State has afforded New Hampshireites the money and time to produce, buy, sell, and trade in a diverse market of natural food products and other local goods. New Hampshire has the third least subsidized farmers who join amateur growers, setting up farmers markets, home vegetable stands, and forming co-op groups and meetups. Along with all the varied economic activity, alternative currencies like gold, silver, and barter for goods and services are actively traded on a peer-to-peer market in New Hampshire. An even bigger impact, the Granite State has been taken by storm by the Bitcoin community.
Basically, any transaction I want to do, I can just do instantly from peer-to-peer, anytime, any place. I remember when Bitcoin was still just a tool for nerds. In the beginning, it was just part of this agorist underground market community. And if I wanted to use it outside, I'd have to just change it into what people call real money. And that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, even when I'm traveling, wherever I am, I can find places of using it.
I love the fact that we can just trade or barter and use whatever payment methods are happen to be convenient at the moment. If you are an entrepreneur and you're trying to do things on your own, make something, provide a product or service, whether it's big or small, you can find somebody in the Free State Project who is going to want it, and you can make a trade for it.
Alternative currencies are a very big topic here in New Hampshire among the activists. The big elephant in the room right now is Bitcoin, of course, but before that there was silver and gold. Because if something else comes along, I mean, silver and gold was the thing back then, and no one could conceive of anything better. Who knows? In a few years something might supplant Bitcoin.
New Hampshire is already one of, if not the Bitcoin capital of the world, is certainly one of them. We have many of the early Bitcoin entrepreneurs, and that's just a function of the fact that in our new mover community, there's a tremendous overlap with interest in Bitcoin and alternative currencies.
I believe they're used quite significantly in New Hampshire, especially in our community, and that allows us to create a network effect that the more people use alternative currencies, the more useful they become. If you want to have an appropriate amount of voice that you should be allotted in this world, I believe you can't be using a currency that siphons off your work, your wealth, to a central organization, whatever that central organization is. Usually today, most currencies siphon off that wealth to governments and central banks.
So I think these alternatives are going to present themselves, and I was glad to see that Dr. Paul popularized the idea that legal tender laws are what the problem is. There needs to be competition in everything, including the money. And by people just understanding that, once they got over that hurdle, then you showed them a technical way that they could do it, and they showed the market for it.
Offering 5 free trade zones, low taxes, and a political friendliness towards entrepreneurs and small businesses, the New Hampshire economy serves as a prime example to the rest of the nation on how to step back and allow markets to flourish, culminating in a diverse job market. This contributes to an unemployment level far below that of the national average, which includes Portsmouth having one of the lowest unemployment rates in the U.S.
I found New Hampshire's job market to be one of the more robust ones I've seen around. It seems people who move here tend to get the job really quickly. The second day, 2 days after I arrived, I got a job.
One thing that I've witnessed in this community in a very short amount of time is the amount of agorism that takes place. Gourmet delivery food, to taxi services, to handyman work, to you name it. There's people going into business without seeking permission to do so. And it's, to me, agorism is the fundamental tool used to build, our free society that we really want to build. We can always talk the talk as much as we want, but the agorists in the community, those are the ones really walking the walk.
The way new ideas come to the marketplace is not
with great big full-blown large businesses. They develop embryonically.
An Austrian economist named Joseph Schumpeter spoke of capitalism as creative destruction. It was like a garden that's getting turned over, and what's left out of that is the creation is really going on in this country at the level of the small business. That's where the innovation is. Big business and government are the destructive part of creative destruction. I mean that literally. Businesses grow either until they get big enough to be ossified and bureaucratic and frozen themselves, or they get acquired by big business. But eventually they become big business, and when they do, they're not adding new jobs. Look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics website. The majority of it is that the small is disproportionately small business.
I salute any environment that unshackles innovation and creativity from industrial scale compliance and protocols to allow a very fertile germination tray for the disturbance of lots of different kinds of seeds and plants and ideas to germinate. It's a great environment.
A fertile business climate is part of what's known by many New Englanders as the New Hampshire advantage, drawing attention to the Granite State's considerably low sin taxes and lack of sales and income taxes. And with Manchester being the second most tax-friendly city in the nation, residents from surrounding states pour into New Hampshire to take advantage of the savings.
The New Hampshire advantage is something that's viscerally known to all our neighbors. We've got people coming up from Massachusetts, down from Maine to do their shopping, to buy certain goods and services that are prohibited in their states. There's even been discussion from time to time of posting warning signs along the border that as you cross, you're going to be losing certain freedoms, you're going to be paying new taxes. So it's known. I think our neighbors sometimes just view it as a curiosity, but the takeaway for us is, yeah, you know, if you want this to be your place where you can sneak around and buy your cheap liquor and shoot your firearms and be a liberty tourism destination, we welcome it and we benefit from it. It brings jobs, it brings wealth into the state. New Hampshire chose freedom, and it is now the wealthy state among its neighbors, which is almost like a microcosm of what happened with America and people moving from Europe. We chose freedom, and this is where the opportunity was, where anyone could come here and make a life for yourself.
Because the Granite State is such a prosperous region, you may think that the cost of living would be unaffordable. But according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, New Hampshire ranks #1 in both affordable and available housing options. Without an auto insurance mandate, the market is open for competition, incentivizing insurance companies in the Granite State to offer some of the most affordable coverage plans in the nation. This is partly why Forbes called New Hampshire the most affordable state to own and operate a vehicle.
Let's set aside for a moment the economic opportunities, the independent voter-driven political sphere, and the small government. New Hampshire is absolutely gorgeous year-round, and it's perfectly placed for outreach, activism, social events, and outdoor activities with 18 miles of beaches and coastline, an international border with Canada, and even a close proximity to the major metropolitan city of Boston. Because of the state's location and geography, New Hampshire residents have historically experienced a very low risk for earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, and other natural disasters. And the distinctive seasonal changes draw in skiers and snowboarders in the winter, leaf peepers in the fall, and people from all over the world for New Hampshire's spring and summer festivals and outdoor venues.
The constant change is really awesome. I thought coming from a city to a place that was going to be so rural would be boring. People were joking back home that, you know, they were like, what are you going to take up bird watching? And yeah, I kind of did, and it's way more exciting than I thought the country would be, and I really feel a lot more satisfied here than I thought I would. And the winter's not that bad.
I moved from Florida, so it was an outdoor sauna every day that that I stepped out. I love the actual existence of seasons up here, and I take full advantage of it.
And it's gorgeous. Oh my God, it's beautiful. There is never an ugly moment at this. It's absolutely, I live on a postcard.
New Hampshire has it all, really. Where I live now in the Seacoast area, I'm like 15 minutes from the beach, and I can go and drive 40 minutes and be at a huge lake, and I can drive an hour and be right in the heart of the mountains. And we boat and we snowmobile and we ski, and I don't go to the beach that often, but it's there if I want to. There's something for everybody.
I love skiing and hiking and hunting. So we've got moose, deer, foxes, coyotes, all that good stuff.
The Granite State is a hiker's dream, featuring Mount Monadnock, the most hiked mountain in the Western Hemisphere, and Mount Washington, the highest peak in the northeastern United States. The lakes, rivers, and the fresh air, abundant potable water resources, and the seemingly endless views from New Hampshire's highest points have drawn visitors in from all over the world.
We do have a deep water port that opens us up to international trade. We have port facilities and a maritime history that give us certain advantages over other locales. It's really the pro-trade attitude combined with the geographic good fortune of the seacoast that has kept it being a fairly prosperous region since the colonial times.
Compared on a scale with the rest of the United States and also the rest of the world, New Hampshire is a small place, which is a good thing. The largest city is about 100,000 people. And it gives one the sense that they can be effective at whatever it is that they might do here. And I believe that that's important. It's important to feel that one is not overwhelmed by the trappings of a megalopolis like, you know, in New York, a Chicago, and LA. In New Hampshire, if you want to be effective at what you're doing, you can be.
You know, before the state vote, there was a big debate about, you know, which state should we come to, and Wyoming was kind of a leading contender among the western states. I liked Idaho, but one of the things about New Hampshire that was pointed out was it's kind of small. Some people saw that as a disadvantage, and now that I've lived here for 10 years, I can say with confidence it's actually a huge advantage because we see each other on a regular basis and you don't have to drive a long way to do that. Now there are, you know, cities in every state in America, so if you lived in one of those you might see each other, but the people way across the state are 6 or 8 or 10 hours driving time away, whereas here, for most of the state, it's an hour or 2. That's a big difference, and it enables us to get together on a much more regular basis.
Even before the Free State Project set its sights on the beautiful mountainscape of New Hampshire, there existed a unique and unmatchable quality of life. USA Today recognized this in an October 2014 article titled "The 10 States with the Best Quality of Life," rating the Granite State #1. Along with an extensive wireless infrastructure, New Hampshire ranks #1 for the highest percentage of households that have access to broadband internet. Traveling in the Granite State is a breeze, connecting family, friends, and colleagues. New Hampshire highways have the 3rd lowest fatality rates, which is complemented by 118 registered airports within its borders. Additionally, New Hampshire is a great place to raise a family, ranking 2nd in the nation for exceptional health care coverage and 5th overall for healthiest residents.
Right now we have local eggs, which is a pretty big seller. They almost always sell out. And so local chicken and duck eggs, goose, there's grass-fed ground beef. We have contracts, wholesale contracts with some local farms, and they are all beyond organic, no chemicals ever used, completely chemical-free.
I think this is powerful stuff. My family, we raise much of our own food. I have pigs at my house, and I find them, you know, fun and easy to raise. It's good for my kid. My wife has a large and productive garden.
Sporting numerous gun clubs and shooting ranges, New Hampshire is a shall-issue concealed carry state and requires no permit or fee to open carry. So, with high numbers in gun ownership, naturally the Granite State sets the bar for the rest of the country with the lowest homicide rate. As writer, activist, and mother Jen Coffey stated earlier in this presentation, an armed society is a polite society.
It was very important to me that New Hampshire was a very safe state before I moved. And it's still important to me today as I live in New Hampshire. One thing that really struck me is I did actually look at the numbers, and the murder rate here was 1/3 Indiana or Kentucky, the 2 places I've lived. Being a person that's not really a gun person, I don't really enjoy shooting. It was nice to know that the data was supporting the premise that if you have more firearms around, you generally have less murders and less crime.
New Hampshire's free spirit and friendliness toward the entrepreneur make it possible for consumers to find many small and unique family-owned enterprises, as well as most national chain stores, all within short driving distances. According to USA Today, the Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion at Meadowbrook, which hosts big-name musical acts from all over the world, has made it into the top 10 concert venues in the country, right alongside the Greek Theater, Fenway Park, and Madison Square Garden. There's no shortage of fun in New Hampshire, as the Free State boasts many fun attractions, including comedy clubs, Canopy Lake Amusement Park, indoor rock climbing, indoor surfing, indoor skydiving, NASCAR, many water parks, and Fun Spot, the largest arcade in the world. In addition to these family-friendly qualities, New Hampshire residents take pride in numerous available educational opportunities.
New Hampshire is very family-friendly, and that's important to me personally. I have 4 kids, so we got 2 that are technically school age, but actually they really all are. School starts at birth, or education really starts at birth. New Hampshire's homeschool laws have been deregulated since we've moved here, significantly because of Free State Project participants, actually.
My son has never been in the government indoctrination centers at all. He knows nothing of it, and I love it that way. So we educate him in the way that is best for him.
There's just a network built in of parents who are already doing that, so it's easier for you to get plugged in if you came here. And I think that's really important, because one of the chief ways that the state keeps the system up and running is just every time the next generation comes up, they go through their procedures and they learn all the state-approved history and so forth. And so it's our job now as people in the liberty movement to sort of deprogram everybody and say, no, this is really what the truth is. And so if you're starting with kids and they don't have to learn all that bogus history and the way they classify the world, and they're learning things correctly on the front end, that just makes it a lot easier. It's more spontaneous and natural for them. And also, learning is fun. It's an adventure, and the government-run schools really do a great job of making you think it's a chore.
My son got into a top echelon university coming out of actually a public school here, which was not bad. We don't have a lot of the public school problems you have in other parts of the country. We interacted with the teachers, and like they weren't kicked out of school for having a folder or a book cover that had a picture of a gun on it or something, evil things like that.
Education is highly valued in New Hampshire. According to the Cato Institute, the state grants tax credits to corporations worth 85% of their donations to nonprofit scholarship organizations that help low and middle income parents send their children to the schools of their choice.
Well, I was trying to find scholarship opportunities for my twins. This was their senior year, and wanted to be able to keep them in the school that they were currently attending. As a result of some financial setbacks, that was not going to be possible.
Families make choices every day, right? From the food that they buy at the grocery store, to the car that they buy, to their children's preschool and college. I think families should have that same choice in K through 12 education as well. A family can use the scholarship at a public school outside of their district, or a private school, or for homeschooling. And really, ultimately, that's to empower them so that they're making the choices in their children's education and not constrained or trapped by their zip code.
As reported by the Annie E. Casey Foundation, the Granite State ranks #1 overall for child well-being. After a decade of growth, Free State Project participants and local communities are stronger and better connected than ever. Along with conventional communication methods, a set of rapid message distribution networks known as Porcupine 411, or Pork 411 for short, is widely used to notify subscribers of events, social gatherings, and urgent news. Mutual aid is very important to Free Staters. Hundreds of nonprofit organizations, like the highly successful Free Stater-founded Shire Sharing, offer a helping hand to those in need, without resorting to government redistribution of wealth programs.
So I moved to New Hampshire in 2009, and a little more than a year later, my dad, Kent Bolden, living in Texas, so my dad was diagnosed with cancer, and I don't know why I'm crying. Sorry. When he was alive, he was a hardworking, entrepreneurial, capitalist, opportunist man, and gained a lot in his life. And he always wanted to give something back to other people who didn't have as much as he had. About 10 years before he died, he started doing an annual, what he called the Basket Brigade. And he would rope all his friends and co-workers and employees into helping him deliver bags full of food to the doors of people who didn't have their own Thanksgiving dinners. He started out only delivering one basket. His first year, he and my stepmom made the delivery themselves, and then by the time he passed away, the last Thanksgiving that he organized, they delivered food to about 200 families in Dallas. They just knock on doors and leave the food, and if people didn't answer, they just leave the food outside. They never needed a thank you or to explain who they were. They just said Happy Thanksgiving and walked away. And after he passed away, I was really searching for a way to stay connected to him, because it was very unexpected. He was only 60. So it got close to Thanksgiving. I realized that no one would be doing the basket brigade in his absence in Dallas. I started pondering maybe doing it in New Hampshire, and I wasn't sure how much support it would get. And I talked to a couple of close friends about it and got a huge response. Everyone thought it was a great idea. We put a little money together, and in the first year, I think we fed 52 families, and that was a rush. We rented a small bus, packed all the food into the back, and went to the homes of some people that I was connected to through a couple of private charities in New Hampshire. The Sunday before Thanksgiving, which is the day my dad always did it, so people have time to defrost their turkeys. There were maybe 15 volunteers there, and we loaded the food into the bus and went out, and it was messy, but we did it. We've done more than my dad ever did, and he built that up over 10 years and only reached out to maybe 200 families toward the end of it on an annual basis. And in our third year, we're over 300 families. I don't know what we're going to do next year, because there's just so many people willing to volunteer their time, so many people willing to donate money and help me get this accomplished. I think it's grown so big that it's going to take an army to get all that food delivered. When I help someone, it's a selfish act because it makes me feel good, and I feel good that they feel better. I'm proud of myself when I do it, so I receive something when I help someone else out, and that's, I think, why charity can still be part of a free society, a society that doesn't involve coercion, because it's so rewarding. And I think that's because it's purely emotional for everyone.
Every year, the Free State Project officially hosts 2 major Liberty-themed events, inviting Liberty lovers from all over the globe to attend DIY classes, live musical acts, panel discussions, and keynote speeches from prominent figures and celebritarians like Ron Paul, Tom Woods, Judge Napolitano, and John Stossel, just to name a few. During the summer months, the Porcupine Freedom Festival, a week-long family-friendly outdoor festival, is held in the northern White Mountain region. And for the winter months, Liberty Forum is a formal conference scene hosted in downtown Manchester, the state's largest and most active city. Newly added to the long list of Liberty events are the 2 annual fall conferences, the Free Coast Festival and Keenvention.
Pork Fest is the short nickname for the Porcupine Freedom Festival. It's an annual event held in New Hampshire. I've been to a lot of libertarian conferences where we academically discuss what a free society would look like down the road in the future. Hypothetically, at Pork Fest, you see it.
I brought my son with me when I went to Pork Fest. It was very family friendly. He enjoyed it thoroughly.
There's so many things that I really loved about Pork Fest. The beat vibe, the fact that it's rural, the discovery, much to my delight, of a genuine anarcho-hippie crunchy community.
This is my first Pork Fest, and I am totally knocked out. I mean, it's an incredible vibe that is simultaneously laid back and high energy, a raft of interesting people. Everybody is polite and engaged, and there's just fantastic conversation going on. And I know just wandering around, talking to people, looking at stuff that they're selling, and listening to the speakers, I've learned more in the last 3 days than I probably have in the last 3 years about what freedom means in an applied format.
So I wasn't sure what to expect with Liberty Forum. This is my first Liberty Forum. I've been telling people over the past, because I get messages from people all the time, like, I'm thinking about making the move, how do I do this and that? And I'm always telling them, I think that the best advice I can give you is just to come here and meet people, because I can try to point you in the direction of like job boards and message boards or whatever, but you could just come here and like meet your next employer, or come here and meet your next, landlord or whatever.
The idea is to show off New Hampshire, but we want people to come here and see
New Hampshire during the winter and realized that, hey, it's not so bad. A little snow, we can plow it out of the way. And if you keep the fires of liberty burning, it'll keep you warm.
So I went to Liberty Forum this last February, and it was fantastic. I got to hang out with people like Jeffrey Tucker and Davi Barker of ShinyBadges.com. These are these people that are creating the free world, and I'm rubbing elbows with them.
I am so much in support of the Free State Project. I'm so much in support of what is happening here in New Hampshire, because it's not just about New Hampshire. It's about demonstrating to the entire country the power of bringing these ideas into not just the marketplace, but into state houses, into local communities and county commissions, and they are fighting to restore their own liberty. They're not waiting for a savior. They're not waiting for some messiah to come along and be their answer. They are the answer. What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is, right? Physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of pontificating. There's a lot of people thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it, and that's why it's so exciting.
These people, along with thousands of others just like them, have signed the Free State Project's Statement of Intent. They made the move, have gotten active, and joined the existing Live Free or Die community. Of course, the Granite State is not perfect, and we have a long way to go in recovering certain liberties, but we invite you to join us in making history, showing the world the universal benefits of freedom.
I moved from California, Orange County, California, and while there is a liberty movement there, I felt like I was the only person planning liberty events, and I was working so hard for so little payoff. And I moved here, and I've only been here about 2 weeks, but I've been to an event every day that I've been here.
It was really something else to land and be instantly plugged into a community that in other places I'd lived, I had taken years to build up that kind of network of friends and colleagues. And here I was, I just showed up, and within days I was already plugged into a huge network of people who to this day remain some of my best friends and business colleagues.
One of the things in life is you have to take risk to get results, and fear is a very paralyzing force. Unless you actually try things, you're not going to have results in your life. So I think that people should take a risk on something, and the Free State Project is still a project. It's not a proven thing. Even if we don't achieve more freedom in my lifetime, I mean, it's still awesome to be around all these great, positive people. That's the reason I'm here, is for the people.
That's the thing. That's the key to all of this. Everything we have here that's great and wonderful can be even better. All it's going to take is for more people to show up.
Working alongside our many New Hampshire native friends, we are consolidating the efforts of 20,000 liberty-minded activists in a small, low-populated state with an active pro-freedom culture. We've built an amazingly energetic and supportive community that enjoys having fun in many different ways. So of course, porcupines love a good move-in party. We'll help you get settled in and familiar with the region so you can hit the ground running.
When I first moved here, I did it alone. I wasn't involved in Facebook yet, so I didn't have the FSP welcome wagon, I didn't have the job boards or anything. But I found the environment of New Hampshire very welcoming. I was able to get a place to live the day I got here, easily, and it's been a wonderful experience helping other people to move in and making them feel welcome, because I know how it feels to move 1,000 miles and be someplace completely new. And they really appreciate it.
We're on our way up to West Lebanon to welcome Jason and Mary Sorens. They're finally moving to New Hampshire.
We moved to New Hampshire in August 2013. We had about 60 people show up to our move and moved everything out of the moving truck and into our apartment over the space of about 20 minutes. Then they held a party. There was a guy doing balloon animals for the kids, and people brought food, and it was great. I couldn't even meet everyone who came to the party, but it was fantastic.
We invite you to be part of this historic movement. Please visit freestateproject.org/join, sign up, and ask your friends and family to be an active participant in achieving liberty in our lifetime. Thank you for watching.
right, so I'm going to turn it over to Nick Gillespie of Reason TV, who has also graciously agreed to act as interlocutor. Here you go, Nick.
Can we show solidarity, please? Put your mask up. Put your mask up, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
So to get right into it, as Matt, I want to thank Matt and Carla in particular, but all of you for everything you're doing with the Free State Project to create liberty in our lifetime. Edward Snowden, thank you so much for joining us. We're talking from the Liberty Forum of the Free State Project, which in 2003 created a project where they said we're going to get 20,000 people to agree to move to New Hampshire and make the state a freer and more interesting, more innovative and fun place. Recently passed the 20,000 mark, so the Great Migration has started. And at some point, I've been asked to welcome you to come to New Hampshire, to a free state, when you have time. And I've been told that, among other things, it will be a free and independent New Hampshire. They're even getting rid of the state liquor stores. And they're not going to have extradition with the rest of the United States. So hopefully you can join us. So let's talk about the story that's very much in the news now, the issue of Apple being requested by court order to unlock the cell phone of one of the San Bernardino shooters. You recently tweeted, "This is the most important tech case in a decade. Silence means that Google picked a side, but it's not the public's." Can you elaborate on that? And is Apple really on the public side? And how does strong encryption of personal communication, even when utilized by terrorists, strengthen freedom and liberty?
Right. So this is an incredibly complex sort of topic. When you think about the whole Google-Apple thing, first off, Google did come forward. Their CEO made some comments in sort of the defense of the ability of private enterprises not to be conscripted by government to sort of do software work at their direction rather than at the direction of their customers. Now, it was very tentative, but hey, it's a start. And when we think about sort of Apple, you know, are they the big champions of liberty of individual rights? It's not really about that. We're not looking for the perfect heroes here, right? It's don't love the actor, love the act. And what we see is that what the FBI is asking for here, right, is in the wake of the San Bernardino shootings, which are, you know, of course, legitimate crimes. This is an act of terrorism, as it's been described. And they said, all right, we've got this private product out there that was designed to protect the security of all customers, not a particular individual customer, but it's a binary choice. Either all of us have security or none of us have security. And so the FBI went, well, yeah, that's great. But we want you to strip out some essential protections that you built into this program so that we can attack the program in a certain way. And as a technologist, this is deeply disturbing to me because I know that we've had laboratory techniques since the 1990s that allow us, I apologize, laboratory techniques since the 1990s that allow the FBI and other organizations that have incredible resources to unilaterally mount hardware attacks on the security of these devices, to re-engineer their software without compelling private actors, private enterprises, private individuals to work contrary to their will. Now, prior to this, there are important court precedents that have equated code to speech. It's an act of creation, an act of expression when you're programming something, which is no different than sort of writing a paper or building a house. These are things that are guided by your intention. And if the government can show up at any time to any house of any individual and say, regardless of your intention, regardless of your ideas, regardless of your plan, you don't work for you, you work for us, that's a radically different thing. And whether it's Apple or Google or anybody else, somebody else who at least challenges that assertion of authority and allows us to litigate that both in the courts and in the public domain. This is critical because prior to this moment, these things were being litigated in secret in front of a secret court called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, that in 33 years was asked by the government 33,900 times to authorize surveillance or reinterpretations of statutory law that are more favorable to the government that we never knew about because all of these decisions are classified. And in those 33,900 times in 33 years, the government got a no from this court only 11 times in 33 years. That's why it matters.
Well,
that's why I think this is important.
Can I ask a follow-up question? And part of this is legal, but part of it is also kind of technological. I mean, is any communication really secure anymore? David Brin, 20 years ago, talked about the Transparent Society, about your privacy is done, get over it. And if no communication is really secure anymore, is it a problem? Or is there a way to actually hold the government accountable or to restrain it, or corporations for that matter? I mean, is this beyond a question of government acting and corporate acting and individual acting? Because certainly Brin was writing long before Facebook and social media where people are giving away, just oodles of information again and again. So, is any communication private anymore? And if it isn't, then what next?
So this is again, a really complex question that we could talk for a lot longer than the time we have on. But the idea here is there are different kinds of surveillance, right? There's mass surveillance, which is typically done of communications in transit, right, as they cross the internet over lines that you don't own, but you don't have a choice not to use because of the nature of the modern communications grid. You can't say, I want my communications to only route over this network. Once they leave your home, once they leave your handset for your cell phone or whatever device you're using, it's out of your control and it gets routed invisibly across borders, across systems, across enterprises. The danger of this is that any one of these actors, whether they're corporate actors, whether they're governments, and we know for a fact that governments particularly are abusing this sort of capability, as they transit, if they're transiting electronically naked, that is unencrypted, anybody can read these. They can capture these, they can store these, they can do whatever they want with them, and there's no indication that it happened. So this is the property, of course, that spies like, whether they're corporate or state.
It's that people don't even know that they're being spied on.
Does this mean that they're right? Does this mean that there's nothing that works? No. There are ways to shelter the content of the communication, which is basically, if you think about what's in the email, what's in the order that you register with Amazon.com, or the call that you made on a voice over IP system, or the text message that you send through a certain app, they can no longer read that. All they can see, what you're doing is those communications that were electronically naked have now been closed. They've been armored in a kind of thing that means, they can't just kind of look under your skirt and see what's happening there. All they can see is that now there's a covered wagon sort of moving down the trail. That cover allows you to have some measure of privacy, but there's still a danger here, which is they can monitor the movements of the wagons. And this is what the government refers to as metadata. Right. How non-experts should think about it is me data. It's data about you. They're perfect records of private lives in the activities sense. They can't see what you're saying, but they can see who you're saying it to, when you're saying it, with what frequency. Intelligence agencies use this information to derive what we call the pattern of life of individuals. And it's very much the same as what a private eye would develop and create and store if they were following you around all day. They can't sit beside you at every cafe you go into because you'll notice, hey, that's the same guy that was there all the time, or why is this guy leaning over at my table to hear my conversation? But they'll be near enough to see who you're meeting with, when you got there, what the license plate of your car was, when you left, where you traveled to, where you slept at night. Now, this stuff is being done on a mass, indiscriminate scale to all of us, even today, in sort of after these reforms. The government stopped holding these repositories of data for a particular phone collection program, who everybody in the country calls. But they said the phone companies can still hold this information, and we'll just ask them for it. But for the internet, they haven't made any changes to those programs as a result. Now, when we talk about the direct factual challenges there are 2 points. One is armoring the in-transit communications. This is a principle called end-to-end encryption. Now, the founding fathers in the United States used encryption to protect their communications. Benjamin Franklin created a number of enciphering systems himself because he recognized that when great power has intensely detailed private information about the political activities of groups that are acting in manners that they would find inconvenient or burdensome, it's going to be a very short revolution and we would have lost. So they've sort of asserted means of defense. That is what is happening today for the internet as a standard. It's not targeted against the United States government. It's targeted against all actors who seek to subvert the intention of the users. We're trying to protect everyone everywhere across borders. We're not just fighting the NSA, right? This is about China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. Whoever you're afraid of, we can protect everyone from all of them by working together. Now, there is still that further measure of metadata, sort of me data, again, the private activity records, where how do we conceal the fact that a communication occurred as opposed to the details that occurred within it. And that's still an area of active research. There are programs that are developed that do help with this, but this is still actively a topic of research.
People like William Binney and Kurt Wiebe, Thomas Drake, you're not against the government actually acting to ensure or to help the safety of citizens. Can you talk a little bit about what would a government surveillance program that is legal and effective look like for you? How would they play that out without inevitably, at some point you talked about, or you've written about what the government can do and what it should do, or what it will do, are merging. There's no sense of morality, but how do we put that kind of stopping point where we have a government that can help protect us, but not ultimately, surveil us constantly?
Well, the first point here is to recognize that the nature of open societies, free societies, right, nations at liberty, is that life does entail some measure of risk. You're only going to be perfectly protected if you sort of bury yourself under the ground or you live in a prison. And then you'll still be at risk from the inmates who sort of are walking the asylum with you. Life involves risk, it involves choice, it involves contest. That's where it derives its value from. That's where we progress from. We are tested every day by our environment. Now, that doesn't mean we sort of open the vest and assume that we should be vulnerable to any actor anywhere who wants to do us harm. No, of course, we should take reasonable measures, and we should work to create capabilities and measures that allow us to identify wrongdoers and punish the wicked, as things have always worked throughout sort of human history. Now, the method of law enforcement that we know works has been the model for thousands of years that has done so. And that is that we use what's called a particularity requirement, which is really what the Fourth Amendment is about in legal terms. The idea is we don't have a general warrant where the court says that anybody you think might be related to some class of activity, whether that's political or you want to call it radicalism or anything like that. You just go, well, we think they're like that, so we're going to look at them. Instead, you need some probable cause that you can demonstrate to a court, right? This isn't just a gut feeling. You have to be able to lay out the evidence that this individual is engaged in some kind of wrongdoing, that they are a criminal. And it meets a threshold that allows the court and the public sort of by proxy to go, the interest in sort of limiting these rights for this particular period of investigation for the public outweighs that of the natural right that we all enjoy to be left alone without reasonable cause. Now, this is what has changed in the wake of 9/11 and particularly what 2013 revealed. If the government is targeting a particular device of an individual, or they're trying to tap a phone at an office that they know is involved in mob activity, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we've always done. We've done this for hundreds of years. We have to have those methods of investigation, but at the same time, pre-criminal investigation that is watching all of us all of the time, because we might someday become interesting, right? They want to go back in time and look at all the records that they collected in advance. The government calls this bulk collection. Everyone else calls it mass surveillance. And say, well, you know, you've come to our attention today, but we know what you did on, you know, June 5th, 1992, and we don't like that. That's a problem because it radically reorders the balance of power in society. It is preemptively restricting our rights without any cause to do so, to create a sort of surveillance time machine that allows them to go back and say, no matter what you've done, we know what that was. We can analyze you, we can assess you. And why this matters is it's no longer justice, it's only order. And these are very different things.
You know, 6 years ago, this month in 2010, in an Ars Technica forum under your unfortunate pseudonym, The True Hoo-Ha, you asked, did we get to where we are today via a slippery slope that was entirely within our control to stop? And I'm quoting you, or was it a relatively instantaneous sea change that sneaked in undetected because of pervasive government secrecy? You know, with what you were just talking about, how would you answer that question now? Was it, you know, are we frogs in a pot of water that's getting warmer and warmer, or was there a switch that was turned on, and that's how this happened?
So first off, let me caveat as a privacy advocate. I've never publicly owned these posts. And this is not to say, you know, oh, these aren't me or anything like that. The individual in question who authored these posts seems to have a suspiciously large amount of correlating events in their life that match mine. But the point here is that when individuals write under pseudonyms, right, there's a reason for that. So individuals can be judged on the basis of their ideas, their engagement in a particular conversation, rather than their personalities. And this has been a concept that has moved forward public discussion in the public commons, you know, not necessarily on
and certainly in American history, the Federalist Papers. I mean, we are a country that was founded on anonymous speech in many ways. So you're you or whoever it was participating in a grand tradition.
For the sake of argument, let's presume that individual was me. The idea here is, could we have arrested this slide? And at the time, contemporaneous to that, I think it was circa 2009, 2010, I was still working for the CIA, had just moved to the NSA, I believe. And I didn't have the same kind of comprehensive insights as to how the system had arisen. And of course, if I would have been in this position writing as this individual, the idea would be, well, we should have seen this coming, right? It would have been incremental. There would have been some public indications. But when you look at the public record of how sort of the institutions of mass surveillance occurred in the United States, they occurred under a veil of secrecy. And when officials were challenged by them, even under oath, even on camera, they lied about them. And this is something important. If we sort of rewind to that post-2013 moment, there were stories published in 2006 revealing warrantless wiretapping more, James Bamford in 2012. And when you look at sort of statements in front of Congress, they looked a lot like this between Representative Hank Johnson and former director of former director Keith Alexander of the NSA.
Does the NSA routinely intercept American citizens' emails?
No.
Does the NSA intercept Americans' cell phone conversations?
No.
Google searches?
No.
Text messages?
No.
Amazon.com orders? No. Bank records? No.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir.
It does not.
Not wittingly. There are cases where they could inadvertently, perhaps, collect, but not wittingly.
So this is sort of the challenge. Can we stop policies? Can we arrest them? Can we have a voice in them? Can we have a vote on them if they're intentionally and wittingly concealed from us?
Talk about how does the government, by all indications, if you look at Gallup or Pew or other surveys, trust and confidence in government to either be effective or to do the right thing. These are at or near historic lows. How does government win back the trust? Because again, and I'm going to ask the libertarian question in a second, but most of us here are libertarians, not anarchists, and the anarchist is crying in the background there. But how does government gain back the trust and the confidence of the American people? Because we saw this in the 70s with the Church Commission hearings and a general hollowing out of belief in government. And, we want a government that is smaller than it is perhaps, but is effective and is legitimate. How does government win back the people's trust?
Accountability. I mean, the whole idea behind the divide and the simple language of a private citizen and a public official is that we know everything about them and they know nothing about us because they are invested with powers and privileges that we don't have. They have the ability to sort of direct the future of society, and as a result, it is incumbent upon them to assume a level of responsibility and accountability to the public for the exercise and abuse of those authorities that simply does not exist today. And that's the problem. They know more about us than they ever have in the history of the United States, and some would argue in any society that has sort of existed before. At the same time, that thanks to aggressive expansions of the state secrecy authorities and use of classification and so on and so forth, and even simple management of the press, where they play leaking games and they don't give comment on this, that, or the other, or more directly aggressive things like we just saw with the Director of National Intelligence, who's the most senior intelligence official in the United States. They're excusing themselves from accountability to us. At the same time, they're trying to exert greater power over us. And that, I think, leads to an inevitable result over time, whether through good intentions or bad, that the public is no longer partner to government, but merely subject to it.
You clearly from your Twitter feed, you are following the presidential nomination process in the United States. Answer this, because this goes to that question of accountability. You've talked about how there's really no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, the two major parties on these issues. How does a country that offers up, something like 36 varieties of Pop-Tarts in every supermarket, how are we reduced to a non-choice in the political process? And not just despair, but how do we change that so that there are voices that are saying, you know what, maybe surveillance state needs to be talked about more?
I should caveat this with the fact that I'm an engineer, not a politician. So my opinions being what they are, I look at systems in terms of incentives. Where are the incentives, and how does human behavior emerge in response to those incentives? We've approached what in game theory terms is called a Nash equilibrium, which is where you've got a limited set of choices that each player in the game can make. And they've identified what is the most optimal move that they can make within the context of that game. And so they play the same move every time, hoping that in some rounds they'll win, even if over time it means they'll lose, because they'll have the maximized score possible for the given set of constraints that exist. Now, what this means is that people go, well, I dislike this side, I dislike this individual, I dislike this tribe more than I dislike the other, therefore I'll pick this one. So they start voting against. And it's important to have the principle of understanding who I will vote for, but also who I won't vote for. But we need to disentangle this from parties. One of the reasons that I haven't endorsed anyone in the election is that I don't believe there's anyone in the race that represents my values at the current set in time. Now, this isn't to say this won't develop, this won't change, but it's not about who you hate the most, right? It's about who represents you. And not voting is also a powerful action, right? You're revoking a mandate. Now, this can't work forever. It works in a tactical sense. But we need to think more broadly, back in the kind of Samuel Adams sense, right? That small groups of people who are politically passionate can sort of light brush fires of liberty in the minds of men.
That, by the way, is the ethos behind the Free State Project. So, very much so, yes. So, can I ask on a technical question then, can you vote in the election? I mean, where do you, can you send in an absentee ballot? This would be, and if you do, will you make your vote public? It's a secret ballot, but it would be kind of an interesting observation to see who you voted for.
This is still a topic of active research.
Okay, yes. You know, as I mentioned before, this is an overwhelmingly libertarian crowd, and one of the things that libertarians talk about, besides reducing the size, scope, and spending of government and maximizing individual freedom, is recognizing that economic liberty and civil liberties are conjoined and inseparable. In some of the shots that you showed, people were saying, like, you know, are you tracking Amazon purchases? Are you tracking cell phones? And we see the surveillance covers economic activity as well as civil or personal communication. How do you define your politics or ideology, and where did it come from? Do you consider yourself a libertarian or a classical liberal? Are these terms that are meaningful to you? Or how do you think about ideology, I guess?
Well, you know, there's a whole field of political theory that I don't really subscribe to in terms of classifying people on the basis of their beliefs, because what it's trying to do is it's trying to establish tribes. It's trying to establish common identities. And while I do think that is valuable and important for the sense of collective action, for me, it's not really the right fit. I do see sort of a clear distinction between people who have a larger faith in liberties and rights than they do in states and institutions. And this would be sort of the authoritarian-libertarian axis in the traditional sense. And I do think it's clear that if you believe in the progressive liberal tradition, which is that people should have greater capability to act freely, to make their own choices, to enjoy a better and freer life, over the progression of sort of human evolution, you're going to be pushing away from that authoritarian axis at all times, because authoritarianism is necessarily about the ordering and control of society. Now, they can argue that that'll produce a better quality of life, but it cannot be argued that it will provide a freer life. And for me, I'm on the side of freedom.
Thank you. You have written in the past or said, our rights are not granted by governments, they are inherent to our nature. It's entirely the opposite for government. Their privileges are precisely equal to only those which we suffer them to enjoy. That's coming out of a classical liberal tradition of the birth of American founding. You're an autodidact in many ways. You don't have fancy degrees, and I don't see diplomas on the wall behind you. Talk a little bit about the process of how did you educate yourself, and how does that play into larger roles of the types of education that governments or societies give people? Is it to liberate them? Is it to kind of subjugate them? And talk about where you came from in terms of your ideas and your self-learning.
I don't want to necessarily say that the modern education system is intended to subjugate people, but we do know clearly that it's overlaying a certain set of values upon everybody who's engaged in that system. Now, those values don't fit everyone, and one might say they're not even appropriate values for a broad and diverse sort of liberal body, particularly one which has to go to cast votes in a self-informed, critically thinking way, rather than one where, you know, the majority of education is, this is the history of this party and that party. For me, yes, I did not graduate from high school. Instead, I got a GED. And I don't have the formal education. Now, that's held me back in a lot of ways, in terms of just wanting to have some kind of formal education. It's difficult to go back and get later on, like chemistry, right? I'm really interested in chemistry, but lacking the formal education, it's just kind of a pain to go back and read the textbooks later on. At the same time, I have a very broad and diverse education on a number of different topics, and this has helped me in my professional career because I was much more conversant and fluent on a number of topics that ended up being very highly valued in the national security space that really aren't taught in school, particularly when it comes to sort of system security and anonymity online, in certain ways, how to combat that. This illustrates a key point, which has been reflected by other thinkers before. It's not original to myself, which is there is a very strong difference, a bright line difference between your schooling and your education. And we should all be careful not to let the one influence the other.
Talk about, I mean, because you were working with people, and you've talked about this, who had similar backgrounds and technical skills, but then you brought a moral dimension to what you were seeing when you were working for the government or as a subcontractor. Did your education, I mean, is it a moral education that was lacking in the people around you, or was there something in the way that you learned that triggered that sense of saying, you know what, we all know this is unconstitutional or this is wrong, but it was you who decided to actually bring it to the public's attention?
Well, I represented a different generation in many ways than the majority of sort of the institutional structure at the NSA and CIA because, of course, I was the new group in. But I was also sort of the first generation of children of the internet, right? When you think about where my biggest influence are in that context, my reading, my writing, while of course, yeah, we read the history, of course, yeah, we read the books and the traditions and the classics as well. Which classics do you get directed to, which come to your attention? That becomes part of sort of a zeitgeist debate that occurs all around the world. You have a much larger mixing of perspectives. And because of that, nationalism is, blind nationalism is less effective in many ways, because there's a very real difference between allegiance to country, allegiance to people, and allegiance to state, which is what nationalism today is really more about. The institution can come and go, but the people remain. And this kind of context is what differed. I brought a constitution in and put it on my desk because I had a personal interest in it and I thought it was relevant to the work. And there were a number of people that I worked with, coworkers and colleagues, particularly when I started raising sort of the alarm internally about these programs and saying something doesn't smell right here, who agreed with me, who were interested, who had different interpretations, who challenged back and forth, but who cared. And then there were others who didn't, who said the Constitution doesn't really matter, and who would literally say, you know, who cares about the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and so on and so forth, the First Amendment. It doesn't really matter. This thing's from hundreds of years ago. It's no longer relevant. And look, we've got a job to do. There's bad guys out there, and we're going to decide who they are and what we're going to do about them. The problem with that I would argue, is how designations of national security are made in the first place. There's a real-life case here that I think is relevant to a lot of people, where the FBI had a lead on an individual. They were a religious leader, sort of a community leader, that the government, the state, believed was in contact with or under the sway of sort of agents of foreign power. And this is common with all people who are involved in any kind of radical politics. If you challenge the prerogatives of state, they presume it's at the direction of another state, because that's simply how the thinking works. The Attorney General was briefed on the case. They said, yeah, let's wiretap this guy. even though he's a U.S. citizen, son of a popular cleric, fairly well known. And they put him on a watch list, said, in the event of a national emergency, martial law, FEMA and so on and so forth, we're going to detain this person because they're dangerous. They're a destabilizer. They are a radicalizer in modern vernacular. And the FBI eventually made a determination that of all of the similar radicals in the United States, this individual was the most dangerous from the standpoint of national security. Does anybody in the room know this case? Do you recognize it?
Yeah.
And the determination was made 2 days after he gave the I Have a Dream speech. That is what a threat to national security looks like. There's a very real difference between the public interest and the national interest. When you hear national interest, when you hear national security, think state interest, think state security, and you'll be on the right track.
Let me finish with 3 quick questions, if I might. First, in the case of Ross Ulbricht, who was prosecuted for founding the Silk Road website and is now effectively, he's appealing it, but a life sentence, do you assume, or should we assume, that the NSA was involved in corroborating or gathering evidence which they might have denied in the actual trial?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that was easy enough. 2 questions.
I mean, just to elaborate on that, I apologize, because I don't mean to be pat there.
Yep.
But the NSA in the United States is a member of a larger group called the Five Eyes Network, right? This is the United States, the UK, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. And these 5 countries, they sort of mix everything together in a common pot, and they share and share alike. They're not allowed to ask a partner to violate their laws, but partners can share information that would have been in violation of their laws if they didn't ask for it. Now, not to say that particular strategy applied in this context, but the difference between the National Security Agency's authorities, and particularly the British equivalent of the NSA called the GCHQ, their authorities, is the UK is allowed to use NSA systems, right, that we built that work in the United States and everything else, against or under the mandate of what's called a serious crimes authority that's completely unrelated to national intelligence prerogatives. And this includes drug trafficking. They are literally mandated for this. They use our systems for this. And then the fruits of their investigations, they can share freely with us. So I would say yes, of course. And it was foolish in the court case. I understand why they did it. He didn't want to own the server at the time. He didn't want to say, yes, this is mine. Therefore, the judge wouldn't allow him to make sort of a Fourth Amendment argument here that investigatory restrictions had been violated. But it seems unthinkable to me that there was not an intelligence angle internationally that was involved in that case.
Do we've talked about governments will do what they can do. Is there, with something like Silk Road, and you could throw in something like some of the activities of people like Kim.com and whatnot, will the government at a certain point, or will governments at a certain point, when they realize, the minute that Silk Road was closed, other sites crept up that were dealing in larger numbers and more traffic, will they give up? I mean, will they come up with a different way of either regulating or minimizing harm that might arise from this? Or will they always be perpetually chasing after and kind of trying to, and I mean this in the broadest terms possible, always going after kind of nickel and dime dealers in activities that they don't want? Or will they finally say, we can't really surveil everything, nor should we, and so we'll come up with a different way of dealing with technological innovation and human commerce?
I'm not sure. Again, this is something that's quite beyond my expertise, but I would say there are models in history to look at, to sort of draw from. Look at the prohibition on alcohol. Eventually, crime groups gained influence, they gained power, and they were difficult to combat as a result. Therefore, the government reevaluated the policy and found that it would be more in line with their interests, not public interests, but their interests, if they ended that prohibition. And we see similar things happening with the prohibition of marijuana today. Now, that's not to say that I think there will be necessarily a global free-for-all, but technology is providing new means to enforce human rights and traditional concepts of human interaction through technology rather than through law across borders, regardless of jurisdictions, which allow people to communicate privately, associate privately, care about one another privately, without, for example, in Russia, there are prohibitions on who and how you can love one another, as there were in the United States quite recently. And this kind of thing is being challenged in ways that I think will be difficult to subvert. Does this mean that sort of great powers are just going to, throw their hands up, give up, and walk away? I think that's unlikely. However, the individual is more powerful today than they ever have been in the past. And this is why you see governments that feel threatened by an individual like Julian Assange, who's trapped in an embassy, because despite the fact that they can control the physical location of someone, the power of the reliable sort of old bad tools of political repression are increasingly losing their weight.
And the irony is not lost, where you're sitting in an authoritarian, an authoritarian regime, talking about how people are freer and more empowered than ever. So, that is an irony that I hope that people will cogitate on for a long time. Talk about, when we talked about the presidential election, what would a candidate have to do in order for you to say, you know what, that is the type of thinking on surveillance or on individual freedom and liberty from surveillance that I could get behind? What would they have to do?
I mean, again, this sort of political direction gets beyond my expertise, so I don't like to talk too much about that. But, you brought up an interesting point there about Russia that I think is actually important to contextualize. There's a lot of fair criticism, reasonable criticism that's like, hey, this guy's in Russia. It's important to understand that I never intended to end up in Russia. Originally, I was hoping to get to Iceland. After that, Latin America, when Iceland fell through. But the State Department canceled my passport, trapping me in Russia when I was initially en route, as soon as they heard I was in the air. And despite the fact that I've asked several times, they've refused to reinstate it, which is quite interesting. The United States, of course, criticizes me for being in Russia. At the same time, they won't let me leave. But be that as it may, there's a deeper point here, a philosophical point here about hypocrisy. Is it hypocritical to be somewhere else and not be concerned or as concerned with that locality as you are with your home? And I would argue that it's not. I owe my first duty, my first allegiance, my first loyalty to fixing my country before I try to solve the problems of the rest of the world, right? We've got to get our house in order first. That's not to say that I haven't criticized the policies of the Russian government, which I think in many cases are clearly indefensible, particularly when it comes to how they reach into the internet, how they reach into private lives, private homes, in ways that are not okay in Russia, they're not okay in the United States, and they're not okay anywhere. And this is something that I expect to continue, but the thing that I hope for the most, the thing that I care about the most, is let's set the standard in the United States that it has embodied traditionally. That is, we are the example for the rest of the world to emulate. We don't want people to hold us up as an example, as in today and recently this week, in this Apple versus FBI case, where Apple, by the way, just yesterday had a call with the press where they said no country in the world has asked us to provide the authorities that the FBI is doing today. We don't want Russia or China or North Korea or Iran or France or Germany or Brazil or any other country in the world to hold us up as an example for why we should be narrowing the boundaries of liberty around the world rather than expanding them.
Thank you. Sadly,
So, you were just checking out Edward Snowden's appearance here at Liberty Forum. I believe that was Liberty Forum 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So that was great there. Nick Gillespie from Reason Magazine hosting and sort of asking questions of Ed Snowden coming in from Russia. this is the sort of thing that you get when you're in the Liberty community of New Hampshire that you don't get elsewhere. I mean, this is really, you're getting to see the cream of the crop, as it were, and we've got some examples of that throughout these 3 days. We're here at Liberty Forum. Myself, Vin Armani, also David Butler. I'm looking outside. People are coming back from lunch, and yeah, it's a real who's who. Seeing some celebritarians out there walking in, and we're going to be speaking to quite a few of them during this event. We were here yesterday. We're here today until 5?
Till 5. Yeah.
Till 5. We're here tomorrow, 10 to 5. You can check out the live stream and then, of course, the archives on both the YouTube for the Free State Project as well as the Facebook of the Free State Project.
Actually, I misspoke. We're here till 6:30.
Oh, good God. And then we might do Destination Unknown for those who are Destination Unknown fans. If it happens, it will occur in this room, in these chairs.
Yes, hopefully with a participatory audience who can ask really interesting questions. You know, maybe talk a little bit about conspiracies or strange esoteric things.
Oh, good Lord.
Like just last night, we were talking about the simulation theory. And
simulation theory, AI, we were talking about. So speaking of audience here, we've got some people asking questions in the chat. If you want to join us and join our guests, I'm trying. I'm going to do my best, folks, to look at both the YouTube and the Facebook little chat there. So we've got some people currently in there checking it out. They just got done watching that clip from Snowden. Someone is asking, talking about Snowden, asking what he would think of Trump. That's a pretty good question. I have not heard anything about that, and what his thoughts are on the social credit system China has in place now. I hope that we get a chance. I think tomorrow's a little more of a tech day. Talking about the social credit system, it's a very interesting concept. Maybe that's something we'll cover tonight in Destination Unknown because it feeds right into the whole AI situation. Someone asked, what did you have for lunch?
Oh, so I had a very keto version of a burger. They have a great burger here in the hotel that has both pork belly and a sunny side up egg. So what I did was I just had them leave off the bun, leave off the cheese, no fries.
It was very funny listening to him order because he was that guy. He was like, I would like this burger. And then, you know, on the bottom there are 8 things, and he's like, without that. Okay, actually, I just want meat and an egg on top.
Yeah. Just bring me the 2 meats and put an egg on it. I'm good to go.
I had fish tacos. So yeah, they were not bad. They were not bad. I come from the Southwest, so you're going to really have to impress me with a fish taco. They weren't bad. They were definitely not bad. If you want to join us and join the rest of us libertarians, we actually have a bit of a studio audience that's sort of free-flowing in and out throughout the day, which is fun. So if you're watching this and you're going to be at Liberty Forum, you can drop in and say hi to us and check out and be in here live with the guests.
Our audience is as unpredictable as we are.
That's very, very true. That's very, very true. But we're open to that. If you want to join us online, do that on the YouTube stream. Of course, just jump into the chat. Let's see, Facebook, you can jump into the chat there. I'm monitoring both of those. So we're in the afternoon session now. People coming back from lunch. What should the people be expecting?
So, actually, I wanted to touch on the point you brought up earlier about the types of people that we bring to this conference. And if you just look at the people that we've had on the show, and this is not everybody who's speaking. We have a ton of speakers. The lucky few get to come on this show.
Right.
And, just the list of, we have CEOs, we have nationally, worldwide known activists, we have state representatives, we have representatives from other states, we have CEOs, we've got founders of, various organizations. I mean, these are the top people in their particular, liberty field.
Thought leaders. They're thought leaders.
They are thought leaders,
yeah,
every one of them.
Sure.
So, talking about today specifically, we are going to be talking to Mark Warden in a few minutes.
Who I actually see here. Mark, if you want to sit down at any time, put on a pair of headphones, and just... get the mic close to you. Do your as soon as you're ready. Go ahead and sit on down, and we'll talk to you. But yeah, throw on those headphones. So who else are we talking to? Welcome, Mark.
So after Mark, we're going to be talking to Pete Raymond, and then we're going to talk to Lou Perez, followed by Tate Fegley. And that is going to take us through the majority of the afternoon. Hopefully get to talk to Stefan Kinsella again. He was great yesterday. TJ Kokorin, Lee McGrath, Nathan Fatal. It is a packed afternoon of thought leaders.
Love it. So Mark Warden, welcome. Mark is somebody who, if you end up being a mover, you will very likely run into this gentleman early on. Was someone who reached out very early on in my process and said, hey, if you need anything, here I am. So you were on the new movers panel, but obviously you're not a new mover. And we see the Porcupine Real Estate shirt. Tell us about what the new mover experience is like and how you have sort of helped the many new movers that you have.
Yeah, thanks, Vin. The great thing about it is that everybody has his own personal story about moving here. Some came on a whim on very short notice. Others have planned for years to make the move, and finally the time is right. A lot depends on if you have kids in school. A lot of people wait till they're out of high school before they move. Others are just waiting for the right job opportunity. So everyone has a unique story, but they all have the same vision, which is to move here for liberty in our lifetime.
So you have a very sort of interesting real estate business that you're into. People are always worried, moving. People are always worried about, okay, where am I going to live, right? That's obviously the two big concerns that I always hear. Where am I going to live? How am I going to earn an income?
Occupying Freedom Festival in June of every year. And there you're going to have about 1,000 people, half of whom already live in New Hampshire. And again, do the networking, talk to them, pick their brains on what they like and don't like, ask them their experience. All this really helps you make the decision and make the move a lot easier. So we're always encouraging people to meet as many early movers as they possibly can, get as much advice as possible. And this is going to make it a lot easier because we've all been through it. We've all had the same problems, same challenges, finding moving companies, finding jobs, finding housing, deciding where to live. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's talk to people who have that experience and gain from their knowledge.
I think the point you brought up earlier about figuring out where to live is super important because New Hampshire is not a monolithic state. We have regions that are very distinct from each other. Could you talk a little bit about the different regions and why people might choose one over the other?
Absolutely. A lot of it has to do with your job situation and your family situation. What I'm finding that we're here in Manchester is the largest city in New Hampshire, and a lot of people gravitate towards the Manchester, Nashua area when they first move here. And I think it's not a bad idea because it's the most activity. It's where you have the most other free staters and most job opportunities and the most social life, frankly. You have nice downtowns, a lot of restaurants, bars, things to do. And so it's a great place to land while you explore the state. Single people, I think, tend to come to Manchester just because of these reasons, the social activities, the nightlife and that sort of thing. And because we have the most other free staters here, so automatically you're plugging into a social network, people to hang out with, people to have lunch with, people to play Frisbee golf, whatever you like to do, cryptocurrency, whatever you like to do, you're going to find others in this area. So you can immediately plug into your own group of friends. What I'm seeing is that a lot of families with young children now are starting to gravitate towards what we call the seacoast area. This would be basically the hub is Portsmouth, but anywhere from 15, 20-mile radius of Portsmouth and Rye and the coast area is what we call the seacoast or the free coast area. And that's a little bit different vibe. It's closer to Boston, so you have a lot of people that will commute into Massachusetts from that area. And they have a lot more family activities with some of the social groups they have out there. And you have the North Country for people who just want to be left the hell alone. Yep. I mean, we all have that instinct, but we're not quite ready to cut the cord, cut our cable or our cell service or our nice piped-in heating to your house. But some people do. Some people are hermits, and they'd rather see more moose than people, and they'll move up to what's called the North Country or north of the Notches. Berlin, Lancaster, Littleton, and places closer to the Canadian border than the Massachusetts border, is a great place for those.
And Lancaster is where PorcFest is, so people who are going to PorcFest, you're going to get a little view of that. And if you want to see what the city's like, definitely come to Liberty Forum. What about some of the other regions?
Yeah, we have the Monadnock region, which is based around Keene, southwest corner of the state, easy to get to from New York State. It's next to Vermont and Massachusetts, and it's kind of a college town. Keene is a college town with Keene State College there. So it's a very youthful and energetic population. It's a little bit leftist, too liberal for my taste, which you'll find in a lot of college towns. But it's a great area, and the weather is pretty good down there. Typically, the farther north you go, the more snow you get in the winter. But Monadnock region has a very nice weather, and it's spread out. It's easy to live in a rural area, but still not be far from the city. Then you have what's called the Upper Valley. Upper Valley is where Dartmouth College is, and the town of Hanover, and the town of West Lebanon. It's on the border with Vermont, and it's called Upper Valley because it's the upper Connecticut River Valley area. And there are a lot of great jobs there, a lot of high-tech firms there, and a huge medical complex called Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center. Fantastic opportunities for people in the medical field, as well as science and research there.
Nice.
It's awesome. So people who are looking to purchase, let's talk about the difference between, I know a lot of people come up here, I think when we first met, you had said, yeah, it's probably a good idea to maybe rent the first 6 months to a year, but some people do decide that they want to go ahead and look for a place to buy straight away. What do you advise to people in terms of making that decision?
Even though I'm in the business of selling houses, I really want people to have a good feel for what they're getting into, and I think it's important to rent 6 months to 12 months here, get a feel for how far the grocery store is, where you spend a lot of your free time. Are you hanging out with other porcupines at the Praxium or at the Quill? Are you hiking a lot? Maybe you want to be really close to mountain trails or snowmobile trails, or maybe the commute to work is super important. Those of you who come from West Coast are used to ridiculous hour or hour and a half commutes to go 10 miles. Well, here you can almost cross the state in an hour and a half east to west. Right. So you want to get a feel for that, and I think it's just easier if you rent first. I know moving twice sucks, but it gives you a better feel for really what your day-to-day life is going to be like. And then, if you don't like it, it's hard to just pull up roots and sell your house after 1 year.
And what can people expect in terms of real estate prices as compared to, let's say, other places in the country, if we wanted to compare it to Boston, which is nearby, or to New York, or to someplace on the it's much more affordable than, let's say, San Francisco or Los Angeles. But how does it lay out as opposed to other places in the U.S. that people might be moving from?
It's more expensive than the Midwest and less expensive than the coasts. We're in that sweet spot there. One thing you've heard about is that the property taxes are relatively high in New Hampshire compared to out west, compared to Nevada, compared to California. But they're not bad compared to Illinois or New Jersey. So it really depends on where you're coming from. I moved from Las Vegas, as you've been.
Me too.
And it's totally different out west because most of the housing stock is new.
Right.
In Las Vegas, I mean, nothing's older than 1950.
Right.
And most was built since 1980. California, Southern California, built from 1940s and on. But here you have a lot of stuff that's 100, 150, 200 years old and still standing. So there's a bit of a shift there in what you're looking for when you're talking about housing stock. And that's one of the things we help people analyze and get used to when they move here.
Nice. And can you also purchase houses with crypto?
It can be done.
It can be done.
As a matter of fact, I'm the first real estate broker in New Hampshire to transact the sale of a house for crypto. In this case, it was Bitcoin, and I found a willing seller and a willing buyer. And the tricky part was to find a title company. Out west, it's called escrow. Escrow title, same thing. Title company who would work with us because I wanted them to hold a deposit in Bitcoin. So I sat down with the owner of the title company, explained him. He didn't really understand it all, but he said, okay, well, let's try it. What do? I said, well, you have to open a wallet. So, he got his credit card and opened a Coinbase wallet. And he was able to hold the deposit in Bitcoin. And let's say it's the equivalent of $5,000. I think it was a half a Bitcoin at the time. This was about a year ago. And that sat in there, and then we wrote up the purchase and sale agreement in Bitcoin. Now, we did give the buyer an out, so that if the value, we give both parties an out. So if the value between the time of purchase and the time of closing, if the value went up or down more than a certain number, then either party could back out or renegotiate the number in Bitcoin. But it was roughly $270,000 equivalent in BTC, and it went very smoothly. It closed in two weeks. All they needed was the title search, get good title, and it went very smoothly. In fact, the title company rep said that it happened faster than a cash transaction, the way we did it.
Wow.
Yeah, because we sat there at the closing table, signed the documents, the buyer hit send, and we just waited, the seller waited to see so many
six confirmations.
Yeah. And that all happened pretty fast. But if you wire funds, or if you do wire funds between banks, that sometimes takes hours or even the next day. So this was instantaneous, and the title company guy was blown away.
It's so interesting that that's the sort of thing that people don't really think about, but one of the advantages of being in a community with so many sort of forward-thinking, liberty-minded people is that these sorts of experiments are the types of things that are constantly going on, that people are constantly willing to do here. If people want to get in touch with you, if they want to speak a little more with you, how can they do that?
We have a couple places. Best is on Facebook at Team Porcupine Real Estate, or visit our website, which is porcupinerealestate.com.
And they can also search for properties from your website?
Sure. Search for properties and give us a call or a text or a message, and we're happy to talk about some of these other issues. Even though I'm a real estate broker and that's my day job, really my main goal is to help people move to New Hampshire, to be liberty activists, to achieve liberty in our lifetime. So I consider myself an ambassador for the movement, and I look forward to speaking with people online and in person about moving here and having a great transition to the Free State.
On that note, you were one of the people who showed up for my move-in, my new mover party. That's something that is that is touted as something that is, and it was a very special experience. I was actually shocked at how many people came out. It was raining the day of my move-in. Can you talk a little bit about that experience? Because I think it was just such a unique experience, especially when it's almost a cliche that it's like you can't get your friends to help you move, right? Well, you're like, hey, can you help me move? Oh, I'm actually I'm gonna be in Guatemala that day. I don't know if I can. Talk to us a little bit about that experience. I know that that's something that as an ambassador you participate in quite regularly. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's a fun porcupine tradition. We've been doing it for years, and the idea is to when people move, they show up to their new place with the moving truck. We'll get a bunch of friends from the community to help them unload the truck. You can imagine it may take all day or 2 days to load up a truck back home, but when you get here with 6 or 8 or 10 people helping, you're unloading the truck in record time. In fact, it takes longer to place the furniture inside and unpack the bed and move things around than it does to unload the truck.
A lot of times it takes longer for the pizza to be delivered than the truck to be unloaded.
This is something, if people are going to help you, they do expect to be fed. We say in exchange for pizza and beer or pizza and soda, we'll be happy to help you out as volunteers and help you unload and welcome you. It's just a beautiful way to welcome people to New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's like nothing else. Nothing that I've experienced. It's definitely the community here that is the key that I think brings people, keeps people. So thank you for everything that you do. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll run into you. But people, if you could just give the website one more time for Porcupine Real Estate.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Got it.
Or on Facebook.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mark.
You got to run, but we have a new mover who's going to be coming to that chair next.
Excellent.
Is that correct?
Yes. I'll keep it warm for him.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So, yes, new moving. That was
definitely my experience when I moved. Was we had a crew of people show up, unload the truck, and then because we had initially moved into a rental condo, and then we moved out of that rental condo into a rental house. Same thing. I mean, they showed up again and helped with the move. Just phenomenal.
You don't see that. That's a very unexpected situation. So new mover? Do we have a new mover?
We have a new mover.
Oh, excellent, excellent. So did you get a move-in party?
I did, and Mark was there. It was awesome.
So who are you? Tell us where you came from. And since you're a new mover, you're brand new here, but who are you and where did you come from?
Yeah, so my name is Gabby Maylock, and I moved from Athens, Ohio. I finished grad school in Athens at Ohio University, but I'm originally from Pennsylvania, so I grew up near State College, Pennsylvania. That's where Penn State is. Yep. And I knew about the Free State Project since I was in high school when I learned about libertarianism, and I decided to move in July because I finished my graduate degree and I did my academic research in unschooling and anarchist pedagogy.
Interesting.
So a lot of that research, I was like, ooh, I love unschooling, and I don't have any children, and I don't know if I want to raise a family at some point, but I wanted to be a part of a community where like unschooling was known and people know
not
what
only
that
known
is.
but practiced.
It's
I mean,
huge,
we have a lot
it's huge
of
here. It's big.
It's crazy.
Would you say that this is, as somebody who has studied this, I mean, you've made the move here. Would you say that this is the biggest concentration in terms of a population that is actually practicing unschooling?
Yeah. I really don't know the numbers to be specific, but the fact that I can talk about it, like I can say unschooling and people know what it is very telling, versus before, even when I was in grad school, talking to my roommate who's also in school for education, she's like, what's that? What's unschooling? So I have to like start somewhere else.
It's funny because you could probably pick literally anybody in attendance at this conference and say the word unschooling, and they at least have an idea of what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Well, for those people who are checking out the live stream who don't know what you're talking about, since you are somebody who could speak about it at an academic level, what exactly is unschooling?
Yeah, so unschooling is a very broad umbrella term. It could mean a whole bunch of different things to different people, but the way I like to break it down, it's a freedom-based education. So you're focused on not schooling your children or the children, but unschooling them. So taking them away from the traditional ways of education. So teacher does this, you do that as student. No, not in unschooling. Unschooling is where you focus on the children's interest and their passions, and as a teacher or as a parent, it's mostly a form of homeschooling. So unschooling fits under homeschooling. But I thought about, trying to be an unschooling facilitator, where maybe if parents couldn't unschool, that maybe I could help facilitate some of that. I thought about doing that. But long term, like the short term, it's just freedom-based education. You can't break it down shorter than that.
Yeah, this is something I've been thinking. There's obviously a huge community of people who have young children here. It was one of the reasons why I decided to make the move here, is because, I have a young daughter. She's 3. One of the most interesting things that I noticed that I was not actually expecting, and I wonder your thoughts on this as a young yourself, and the way that things are changing is, she's been around screens and technology, and she's been self-guided for a long time in terms of her own interests. We've never really sat her down and made her do anything. And I think she was maybe 2 years old and was she said, that's an A, B, C. She couldn't do like A, B, C, D, which I always thought, you got to do that first. She saw that. She knew numbers. She's knowing all that. And I'm like, we didn't even sit down and talk with her about any of these things. And it seems like, when we're talking about unschooling, that it's almost going to become mandatory for this to happen if we have this generation of kids where they're already going to be so far ahead of where school is at. What do you, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I think children naturally want to learn, and so they're going to learn on their own, and it might not be the traditional way that we have taught them. Like, it might not be A, B, C, but they'll find a way to read and understand language. It might take a little bit longer, or there might be different paths, but as humans, we talk, and children pick up on that.
So your experience of moving, had you attended any events beforehand here? Did you come? And what was your, what was your path for the people who are wondering maybe what a good path is?
Yeah, so for me, I never showed up to Liberty Forum or Pork Fest before. It was one of those things where it was on the back of my mind. Like, I knew about the Free State Project for years now, and it just hit me. It was actually around my birthday last year, as I was just like, I'm getting older. Like, I really need to think about my life long term, even though, I'm young and I want to live it up. But I was like, where can I settle down and lay some roots and actually make a difference? Because I've always had this fire for activism. And I just was like, you know what? I'm moving to New Hampshire. And I found a job within like 3 weeks, and then I moved here sooner than I thought I would, and it just all came together, and I wasn't fighting against it. It was kind of, I don't want to bring spirituality into it at all, but it was kind of like just meant to be, and that's super cliche, and I don't even know if I believe in that, but it just was all coming together, and I know I'm supposed to be here.
I think that's true for a lot of people. I think you're going to hear that echoed by many, many people, that it just sort of falls in line, and then you just know, like, this is where I'm supposed to be, these are the people that I'm supposed to be around, and what I'm supposed to do. So
yeah, that was definitely my experience, because
mine too.
When we decided to move, from the day we decided to move until the day we got here, was like, 6 weeks? I mean, it was super fast. Once we actually locked in on the decision, everything, it was like the entire universe just realigned, and it was like boom, 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 boom. Unbelievable.
Exactly. I think the hardest part was just making the decision, and then once I made the decision, it all came together.
Yep.
Incredible. So what region did you decide to come to and settle in?
So I decided on Merrimack Valley.
Okay. Yep. So nearby.
Yeah, so I actually live down the street. I live near downtown Manchester.
Awesome.
And so I picked that spot because I know it's a great place to get settled in. There's more people here. It's a city, but it's not a large city. Like, I'm not a city person, so I was afraid that this would be too much for me, but it's really good. And I love how if I want to go out in nature, it's like a 30-40-minute drive to a national park or something like that. So yeah, and I picked here just to meet people. And
so did you start out with a rental?
No, I'm renting an apartment. So yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
No, that's the right move.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely start with the rental and then pick out, go to all the different parts of the state, because it is very, very different.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. And so I'm sure that we will be seeing you for years to come. So
specifically next year as an education speaker. So,
yes, there you go. There you go.
Thanks for having me. I
Great.
really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's always great to see the new movers. I was very inspired in my first trips out here to sort of visit at Pork Fest, and then coming here to Liberty Forum. It's everybody's excited.
Yeah.
And
super excited.
It's like you walk into a family, like a pre-built and ready family that's just like, hey, come on in. And I mean, in addition to the move-in party, of course, you and your family were super welcoming from the start. But there are, in each of the regions, you're going to be just welcomed into a group. And I see people in here that we see on a regular basis. Hey, guys. And, it's like, it's almost like you're just surrounded by support.
Yeah.
Immediate from the jump.
Right away.
And that's so difficult to find anywhere. And then to find it with people that you're aligned with on ideological or spiritual or political or whatever kind of level you want to say is very, very refreshing. Very
Absolutely.
refreshing. So yes, more guests. Let me see if we have any questions. Let's see. Questions from, if you want to join us in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook, you can go ahead and do so. Let's see, people saying of our last guest, she seems cool, hope to see her around. Yes, us too. Who else do we got? We have Nolan Griffin says, I'm learning glass blowing at the moment, and once I finish my classes, I'm seriously considering moving to New Hampshire to get my first job. Well, that's really interesting, Dave, in terms of the people working with their hands here, art, craftsmanship. This
Huge
is a
opportunities.
long history. Hundreds of centuries of history of that in this region.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of different guilds, right? A lot of different organizations for craftsmen of various types, craftspeople, craftspersons of various types. And it is a rich and vibrant community all into itself, even outside of, the Liberty community. So even, within the Liberty community, we have artisans, we have people that do various things. We have glassblowers, and outside the Liberty community, it's same thing. I mean, just so many artists tend to come to this area of the country for some reason. I don't know, but it's fantastic. I dabble in art myself, but for glassblowing, depending on what kind of glassblowing you want to do, you can find a lot of work. There are, I personally, a friend of mine owns a cigar bar and accessories shop, I guess we could call it, and features a lot of
head shop, I think they call it.
A lot of hand blown glass. Somebody's got to make that stuff, and
it is a very let's say accepting community.
Absolutely.
Of those that sort of artisanship. Yes,
we do appreciate it.
Funny that you mentioned that, because right after Nolan said that, another comment. Please join us in the comment section on YouTube. Another comment. Kevin says, I have friends in Brookline, New Hampshire that do this, the glass blowing, and run a small business. They live as homesteaders and supplement it with that. Which small business? New Hampshire is ranked. If it's not number one, it's within the top 3. But I think, if I recall, it is ranked number 1 in terms of entrepreneurial opportunity.
Wow.
In terms of the ease of starting a business as compared to the other states. So people, I came here and, we had just founded a business. I've found it very, very friendly. Very business friendly. So if you're an entrepreneur, small business person, or even if you just enjoy your side hustles, this is definitely the community to kind of going to be very supportive.
We are very, very supportive, especially of any entrepreneurial type pursuit. But then also, just if you're looking just to have a job, a normal 9-to-5 job, whatever, we have something like 3% unemployment. It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's like if you want a job, you have a job.
Yeah.
You got to try hard not to work here.
Absolutely. So let's go. Let's have some more guests. We've got Matthew sitting down. Welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing
Great.
very, very well. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us how you find yourself here at Liberty Forum?
So my name is Matthew Hurt. I am the director. I jokingly say I'm the director of happy hours for the Grassroots Leadership Academy. I work with external groups for our sister organization, Americans for Prosperity Foundation. So we're in 36 states, including right here in New Hampshire. We've got a great team here in New Hampshire that's working to advance free societies, working hand in hand with many of the activists here at the Free State Project and across the state who are engaged in public policy conversations. But even in the broader conversation, you guys have been talking about the importance of community. And one of the cool things that the Free State Project does is brings people from all over the country to an established community. So if you're looking to move here from Pennsylvania, or we've got a great activist from Pennsylvania who's moving here, or from anywhere across the country or across the world, there is an established community that can help you orient yourself here in New Hampshire. And the level of small d direct democracy and the ability to go out and make change in your community. And that's one of the things that we encourage and teach people to do. So we provide training programs for activists who embrace freedom and free societies. In our network, our mission is to break down barriers that prevent people from achieving their goal. And whatever that looks like. It could be internal barriers, like I'm not comfortable speaking in front of audiences, so let's teach you how to testify. Or external barriers, which are quite frequently government barriers that that they throw up to keep us out of keep us from achieving our dream.
So yeah, this is something that we have not yet. I'm sure that we will get into it, but I think that now is a time to talk about it. It's something that we haven't spoken about yet in the day and a half that we've been here, but it's something so important. And one of the reasons why New Hampshire was chosen for the Free State Project. A little bit about you know, especially now in this day and age, people coming from a New York or a California or a Florida or a Texas, where it's like, I can't have really any impact on the public policy around me, the governments around me. There's nothing that I can really do. I'm just a little guy. It's different in New Hampshire. Talk a little bit about, you know, the power that an individual actually has, and then talk a little bit about, you know, how the community magnifies that here.
One of the really cool things about New Hampshire is it's got one of the largest legislative bodies in the world. So the House has 400 members.
The world,
Craig. The constituencies are about 3,500 residents, and so you could win an election with 1,100 or 1,500 of your closest friends. And so some of the programming that we provide is teaching people how to get their name out there, how to build the community, so that when someone says, look, I live in Bedford, or I live in Manchester, or I'm out in the Seacoast area, who are the leaders in that community? We teach people not only how to identify those leaders, but then how to become those leaders. The other really cool, one of the other really cool things in New Hampshire is the way the school system is set up. It's hyper local, and so if you want to get involved in the school board, if you've got children in the school system, it is so easy to do. And really, the government goes to those who show up. And so if you organize your friends and your family and your community, the entrepreneurs in your community, you can make significant change at the local and especially at the state level here in New Hampshire.
We've got people who obviously come here and run for office. There's certainly a lot of those within the Free State Project. But in terms of activism, I mean, it's so broad here. We use the term activism, and maybe people already have an idea in their head of what that means. But I think it's very different here in New Hampshire, and what that means for the Free State Project is very different. Can you give us sort of a broad overview of sort of the spectrum of things that people can do that fit inside when we say sort of liberty activism, or the activism that your organization is part of? What does that spectrum look like?
The big thing that people frequently think about is getting involved in local office. And I can tell you last year, at least 11 people who were elected to the State House went through our Grassroots Leadership Academy programming, including the folks who run the Liberty Caucus in the State House. But it isn't just that. And in fact, the theme of this Free State Project event, this Liberty Forum, is actionable alternatives beyond and outside of the state. And so it looks like, just organizing in your community through civic associations. A lot of times we see government really encroach on what we call the three other key institutions of society, which is community, that could be the family unit, or civic organizations like the Free State Project, education, and even in business. And so if you were a business leader, if you're a community leader, teaching you how to use the tools at your disposal, not only to impact and engage in public policy, but also to impact and engage in those circles that allow you to be more effective, to break down whatever those barriers are that prevent you from achieving your potential.
And so what are some of the things that your organization does if somebody's like, oh, I kind of want to be a part of this? What's the process that you guys go through?
We've got a really great state chapter here. It's one of my favorites. I'm not from New Hampshire, but I've been encouraged all weekend to finally make the move.
Absolutely.
But Greg Moore is runs the state chapter here at Americans for Prosperity Foundation. He has been involved in the process for a long time, well respected. Ross Connolly, fantastic deputy state director. Sarah Scott in the field, and that team can get you engaged in however you want to be engaged. And though we're nonpartisan, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, we work with anybody who wants to come to the table. So there are Libertarian Party activists who want to be involved. There are Republican Committee activists who want to be involved. On some policies, like criminal justice reform and occupational licensure, we see Democrats come to the table. And so really, we take the quote from abolitionist Frederick Douglass: "We'll unite with anyone to do what is good and with no one to do harm." And so we're looking for those opportunities to build broad-based policy coalitions to advance liberty and opportunity in communities like Manchester and states like New Hampshire and across the country.
Yeah, it is interesting being here, and there are Free Staters who are elected officials who are from the Republican Party, Democrat Party, Libertarian Party, and it seems like it's finding those things that we agree on. And we agree on a lot more than we disagree on, I think most people do.
Yeah.
And, coming here and finding those, making those coalitions. So if people are already here or they want to get involved wherever they are, how can they do that?
So you can find the Grassroots Leadership Academy at grassrootsleadershipacademy.org, or if you just search Americans for Prosperity Foundation New Hampshire, you can find it online. We are right here. The office is just down the street here in Manchester, but we have a very strong presence online. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, and we're here all weekend. So if you are here at the conference, we want to meet with you. We've got a table in the Armory, and we're having a great time with the folks who are out here.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matthew, for sitting down and joining us. Yeah, I think, Dave, getting in and conversation about the differences that people can make. I think there's certainly one of the difficult things when, it's obviously we're libertarians, and so that carries the political bent, although I think that it's, for most libertarians, it starts out as a more of almost a spiritual, ideological, a social idea about how you might want the world to be, and then the politics follows. But it's certainly, especially the sort of online sphere of people talking back and forth and political debates, it's interesting how much of that vanishes when it's actually on the ground, people together in a community trying to work for something. People can put so much of that doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And, I would, I'm going to put you on the spot, brother.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say, before you moved here to New Hampshire, you would have probably described yourself as a Bitcoin Cash maximalist, where you were all about the Bitcoin Cash, and you were like, it's the only coin that matters. I am all about Bitcoin Cash, and that's all I'm going to use. And then you visited here in New Hampshire, and you're like, so, what crypto do you take? And we're like, anything. Literally anything, whatever you got. And you're like, wait a minute, you don't specialize on one particular coin? And we're like, why would we?
Well, I think it was coming here and seeing, look, for me, I have been dedicated to separation of money and state. I think that cryptocurrency is one of those paths. It's an important path. It's one of the things that attracted me to New Hampshire. But what I was surprised by when I got here was that actually there was activism and certainly use of other things, particularly Dash, and I think that there's a kind of a broader idea that people are using whatever tool works.
Yeah, exactly.
And whether that's in the terms of cryptocurrency, whether that's from a political standpoint, we've got friends who ran for office who are not necessarily dyed-in-the-wool Republicans who probably would identify more from a party platform with libertarians, but they're like, well, we need to get into office, and Democrats can't get elected in the region that I'm in, so boom, I'll go as a Republican, and there's enough there that works, and it seems like people are willing to, because they're on the ground, because it's real. It's not just like some chatter back and forth on Facebook, that it's like, this is the real thing. We really want to get it done. And it's not that they're compromising, but that they're finding coalitions and they're using whichever tools work.
Absolutely. And I think that, the crypto example speaks to the broader point, which is, where you went with it, which is exactly where I wanted to go with it, which is that applies to everything. That, when you are actually boots on the ground and you're interacting with real people and you want to go buy eggs at the farmer's market and, it's like, hey, I'm going to buy eggs. It's like, what do you take? It's like, I'll take anything. We're like that with everything, not just crypto, not just, political stances. But like you said, we have people that are running for office as Republicans who are, mostly Republican, but there are a lot of libertarian in there too. And the same on the Democrat side. And there are some, governmental hurdles as far as, which parties can actually run. So, for some people, it's, a Democrat or a Republican can't get elected in my area. For others, it's that, we don't allow libertarians on the ballot because they haven't gotten so many percentage of the vote, whatever. Right. But that is actually a thing that is changing all the time. It varies from year to year. In fact, this past election, we did have libertarians on the ballot, which was nice.
So we've got somebody here asking in the chat, are there any Meetups after the event in the area. Well, what I would say is you can still come to the event. You don't need to go to a meetup afterwards. You can still show up. There are still tickets available. And actually, the gentleman who probably could tell us, and we would like to talk to more about the event and also whether or not people can still show up, which they can. BJ Mumford is here. Now, you're organizing the event. What is your? Did you have a title for this event?
I am the producer of Liberty Forum 2019.
The producer.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, the producer.
Official title.
Yes, official title. And by the way, excellent job. It's going very, very well.
Thank you.
I'm enjoying it. Tell us a little bit about. So we had a gentleman asking online, are there any meetups afterwards? But people can still come, right?
Yeah, we still got tickets for sale, and actually on Saturday we're doing a special day pass for Saturday only. Is only $80.
Oh, there you go.
So if you don't want to pay for $149 for Friday and Saturday, you can come in for $80 for just for the day Saturday. And we also have a gun show going on the other side of the building for Saturday, and they've promised to give us half price off the admission to the gun show if you're wearing your Liberty Forum badge. So you can get 2 for 1 for that.
Now keep in mind that is not just Vin flexing. That's not what they were talking about. It's an actual gun show.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Tell us about the process, because this is something that I found very interesting when I got here. People involved with the Free State Project, the organizing of events, which are very, especially these 2 events of Liberty Forum and Porcupine Freedom Fest,
right,
are obviously the bread and butter of getting people here. It helps to give people a glimpse. But the way that they're organized, how sort of the leadership of that moves around through the community. Talk to us a little bit about how you ended up as a producer of this event and what that experience is like.
Sure. Yeah, it's very loosely organized, as you would say, as you would expect for libertarians. Right. So there's a lot of networking and some voluntolding that happens to try and recruit people for the next year.
Voluntolding?
Voluntolding. So most people say that they have been voluntold that they need to help out with different events. But my wife and I kind of co-produced this year. She's actually expecting our first child, so she faded out with the responsibilities toward the end. But yeah, we both bought a house last year, really got settled into the community and started to look, how can we help? And Rachel Goldsmith reached out to us and said, hey, come to Liberty Forum in 2018 and kind of meet the producers for this year and kind of see what it looks like from behind the scenes and see if this is something you guys would be willing to take on. And, we went through that process, and over the weekend they started introducing us. So these guys are thinking about, and then by the end of the weekend, they are next year's Liberty Forum producers. And, by the end of the event, really seeing how everything came together in 2018, and we got pretty excited about it and started to think about what theme would we want to have and how could we really make it our own and have an impact on getting people to move to the Free State.
Had you done any event production before? No,
we hadn't.
So yeah, talk to us a little bit about that, because I mean, this is obviously it's going off swimmingly. I mean, it takes a village. How many people are involved in putting something on like this? How long does it take? How much help did you get in doing this? Just in case somebody's like, oh, maybe that's something I want to do, is to come along and be able to produce a show at some point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the biggest benefit we had was all of the past producers and past team members, are always around being supportive. And then we have a really great core of our team that seems to repeat every year and come back and do a similar role as a coordinator. So we had a team of 25 people total involved in producing the event. And I want to say about 18 of those have been involved in the past in some capacity. So they have a really good grasp of what needs to be done. And, they're able to tell us, hey, we need this, this, and this by this time period to make it run the way it's supposed to. And so that's been a huge help. And then having people like Christine Butler, who's been the hotel liaison for the past 3, 5, 7, I don't even know how many years she's been doing that, but she has a great relationship with the hotel. She's able to facilitate everything on that side. And then having people like Samantha Lean and Gordon Kemp that run our registration. They've been around for many years and really know that process. And then Herschel Nunnitz, who's done the exhibitor hall in the past, he was a great resource for us, just telling us, how things should run, how to reach out to our scattered cats herd of libertarians that went to exhibit at Liberty Forum, trying to tie all those pieces together. So we really felt very well supported and made our job a lot easier by having a great team.
So obviously people who are watching know that at least this year we've got a live stream, but next to us is a ballroom where people are speaking and people have come in. You mentioned a little bit about the exhibit hall. Can you give us a view of all of the things that are associated or that people who come will be able to experience?
Yeah, I can try and list off. We have 33 tables in there. So first two big ones you probably guys already talked about. PorcFest is selling tickets there. They've got a big booth. They're interviewing some people, asking them, why they love PorcFest, which is a lot of fun. We have the Free Coast Fest and the Free Coast region. They're selling tickets for the Free Coast Fest that's coming up in September. And then we have all the regions of New Hampshire. There's 6 regions from the North Country to Merrimack Valley, where we are here, Free Coast. And they're all there to just represent the region where they live and talk to people that are coming from out of state, tell them why their region is great and why they should move. It's just something we've done every year, and I think really adds a lot of value. And then we have a variety of organizations. We have some big sponsors, Grassroots Leadership Academy, who brought Daniel Garza, was in our debate last night. They're sponsoring. They have a booth there. They do a lot of training, trying to recruit people and train them on how to be activists, how to develop leadership skills really for activism in New Hampshire and wherever people have to live. And then we have a couple other organizations that also brought speakers. We Do Better. Dan Johnson was on here earlier with you guys. I think his organization's pretty awesome.
I agree.
He's doing some great work. We have Herschel Nunnitz, who I just talked about. He's a sponsor this year with Shire Soaps. They make some great soaps, lip balm, salad dressing, actually. It's another product they do.
Great salad dressing.
So that's some great stuff.
I love it.
We have the Granite State Book Exchange, which is a pretty cool project. It's a nonprofit organization, and they're setting up stations with free books that people can take one out, read it, donate one to the box. Just trying to encourage people to read, libertarian-oriented literature. Pretty cool. And who else do we have? The Freedom Foundation. They brought some literature. They're talking to people about how their organization runs, trying to spread the message of freedom through economic-based literature. And we have the Reason Foundation as another sponsor, really just promoting reason.org and all the content that they produce.
Tons of content.
Trying to educate people.
Tons of content.
Yeah.
We were playing in the break, we were playing Nick Gillespie sort of doing a live interview of Ed Snowden at a previous Liberty Forum. So, yeah, I know Reason has always been a big supporter of these events and of the movement. So, BJ, thank you for joining us. I see that something happened with our Facebook stream, so we're going to take a little break. I'm going to get that figured out. But as you said, people can still come.
Absolutely.
Just walk on in, go up to the registration table, and they'll get you handled, right?
Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you so much, BJ. Yeah, let's take a little break, Dave. I'm just going to check on this Facebook stream. You guys who are there on YouTube, go ahead and hold tight. We'll be right back. I think, do we have Pete Raymond coming up? Because I see him sitting here. Then, we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. We will see you then.
So that's another way of saying you definitely won't be voting in this election, I think. A final question, and this goes to, part of what the Free State Project is about, because it is a brush fire for freedom and for liberty, and it's 20,000 people, and even already with less than 2,000 people who have moved here, they've changed various types of laws and culture, which is as important of New Hampshire, which is already a pretty free-willing place. You talked about being kind of a child of the internet. Many of us are parents. Our children should read the internet in its entirety, but what are the places? No, and it is true, because it decentralizes knowledge, and you come across the serendipity of all sorts of perspectives, which is incredibly empowering and important. But how should children, what are the texts that they should read, or what are the practices that are good that would give them an independent, critical ability to kind of move into a world which is both nationalistic in a good sense. You're an American and you seem to be still proud of being an American, and there's something there worth preserving, but there, so we can be nationalists but not statists. Where do we go on the internet? Where should we be asking our children to spend some time?
I think it's less important to go to specific texts as to demonstrate how specific texts are written. If I were a parent trying to help my child understand the internet, the key exercise that I would do is I would go look at cases that are super partisan today, right? Extraordinarily charged. And I would get two radically different rewritings of the same story, and I'd make them read both. And I do this on a number of different things to show, because this is something that a lot of older people fall prey to who aren't so familiar with the internet, and they just get their news from their single landing page portal or whatever. And also young people who get super filter bubbled because they sort of opt into communities that create sort of a groupthink where it's always people who are agreeing with what they say, which was not available in the same way 20 years ago on the internet and 10 years ago on the internet, really, where there weren't walls that were quite so high separating communities. And the idea here is to show that the truth lies spread across the abundance of sources. The beauty of the internet is that you no longer have to rely on a single source. You no longer are vulnerable to the broadcast. That is, this is sort of the voice of truth, this is the voice of facts. But it's important to understand that the sources that you prefer can still be wrong, even if they've got the right principles, the right ideas, the right values. Getting the facts right matters more than anything else.
So this, I mean, you're talking about the internet really as the fulfillment of the Enlightenment project of kind of competing versions of truth in a marketplace of ideas, and an understanding about the construction of knowledge and truth rather than its self-evident presentation without argument following. You can just nod. Yeah. So, okay, well, let me, for a final question, what would be the conditions under which you would voluntarily return to the United States? Are there concerns, or rather, are there terms that you would be happy for? And this is something, again, not to harp on politics, because all of us, I think, are living our lives beyond politics, but that's one of the things you hear, like, well, you should come back and, have your day in court, et cetera. But what would be the conditions under which you might return?
Right, so this is interesting. It's actually evolved quite a bit. Originally, I volunteered myself for prison, but I said that I wouldn't allow myself to be held up as a deterrent to other people who were trying to do the right thing. And that was fundamentally contrary to what the government wanted to do. Of course, they wanted to sort of nail a scalp on the wall as a warning to the others. And even though I was quite flexible here, it was Daniel Ellsberg who leaked the Pentagon Papers, the secret classified history of the war in Vietnam, in 1971, that showed that the government had not only lied us into the war, but they kept lying to keep us in it, despite the fact that they knew there was no way to win. And he told me that this was a mistake, and eventually he convinced me of this, in the sense of, to what do we owe our first loyalty? To law or to justice? And to submit ourselves to sort of a government that is intentionally trying to deter the political beliefs and political acts of other people merely on the basis of law, as though that were a substitute for morality or superior to morality, is a very dangerous precedent to set. Now, I'm still, I think most people might be surprised by this, but fairly more trusting in the value of government and institutions than Daniel Ellsberg, who since his initial work has just, he's been an extraordinary crusader and a true radical in the best way for more than a generation now. But when it comes to what's the current context, what's the current state of play that we've been at, I've told the government that I would return if they guarantee a fair trial where I can make a public interest defense of why this was done and allow the jury to decide if it was right or wrong in the context of both legality and morality. And the United States government responded with a letter from the Attorney General saying they promised they would not torture me. I'm not kidding. I have that letter. So it's still kind of a work in progress, but we'll see where it goes.
Well, thank you so very much for your time, and from again beaming from an incredibly or a more free state project in New Hampshire. Thank you for your time and for your comments so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we're back. You were just checking out Nick Gillespie of Reason doing a live interview of Ed Snowden from Liberty Forum right here. Same hotel, Manchester. That was 2015's Liberty Forum. Here we are in Liberty Forum 2019. And the names and faces change, but the story of liberty stays the same. I'm sitting here with, not with Dave Butler, but that's perfectly fine because I've got on-air talent to fill in and pinch hit. Pete Raymond, the artist formerly known as Mance Raider, is here with me. Welcome to New Hampshire, sir.
Great to finally meet you, Vin.
I know we've. I feel like we know each other, but we have not yet had an in-person meeting. I think that's very true of the Liberty movement in general, right? We know a lot of each other by face and by name, and we communicate. We've got each other's personal cell phone numbers, and we text back and forth. And what's going on with this? And I think that's it's interesting that there is this really global group of people, and then to have the opportunity to come together and to sort of commune in person in this digital age is very, very important. You just got off stage here. Is this your first time in New Hampshire?
This is the first time I have been to New Hampshire that I can remember. Maybe as a kid, but this is the first time.
And how are you finding Free Staters? How are you finding? You came with the best weather you could possibly ask for in February in New Hampshire. There's not even any really snow on the ground except for what's been plowed up. How are you finding it? How are you finding your time here?
Well, it's been rainy since I've been here, but I would much rather have the rain than be in the mid-20s and snow falling everywhere. Right. I mean, I live in Atlanta. Before that, I lived in Fort Lauderdale. I've driven in the snow once in the last 20 years, so it's like I'm pretty happy. And then tomorrow it's supposed to be cold, but no snow. I'll take this, man. I couldn't have asked for a better trip.
So you came in. You just as we said, got off stage. Tomorrow night, you are doing a very important event, a fundraiser for Ross Ulbricht. We talked to Lynn Ulbricht yesterday. We spoke with her here on the show. Of course, one of the most inspirational people in the movement. Tell us about your thoughts on that. Your thoughts on Ross. I know that it's a very important issue for you, as it is for me.
Well, I just got off stage talking about alternatives to policing and how we can have alternatives now. And I look at what happened to Ross, and I know that in a society that didn't have a prison industrial complex, didn't have a monopoly on force, a society where only the worst of the worst would be, put in a cage because they would you'd have to do something, or sent to an island or something like that, a Papillon kind of thing. The fact that Ross is his sentence. I mean, I don't think that Ted Kaczynski has the sentence that he does.
Right.
I think Ted Kaczynski is Ted Kaczynski, who sent bombs to
the
public
Unabomber
officials. We're talking about the Unabomber. His sentences, and it's egregious. What happened to Ross? 2 life sentences, kingpin for running code.
Right.
Right. It's insane, and it's just, and I was just looking at before we went live, there was footage of Edward Snowden from a couple years ago, and Edward Snowden said that he would come back to the United States if he was guaranteed a fair trial and he could make the argument, the public interest argument, that I did this in the public interest, and the only thing they guaranteed him is that they wouldn't torture him. That's not the price we pay to live in a civilized society.
Right.
That's not a civilized society.
Right.
It's absolute insanity. If somebody, if you brought somebody in who was raised in, in the jungle somewhere, and you explain to them exactly what we do, I mean, I doubt that somebody who grew up in a jungle with, in primitive conditions would really understand what we do. I think that
it wouldn't. I think it's this level of a layer of abstraction away from, away from not just the individual, not just the community, but you're abstracting it into like government, and it's like, what is this even thing? What is it? Like you say, it's not even. We have to be brainwashed into the lunacy of giving away our agency as individuals to what? To like a phantom concept. One of the things that people know you for certainly are your fantastic curation of memes, and I think one of the things that makes libertarian memes so powerful is that it just addresses that absurdity. That we I guess we view it as like it's very funny. But it's funny in a very kind of uncomfortable way, isn't it?
When you put a meme out there that has truth that's inarguable, the only argument that comes back is, an inarguable meme is going to be completely logical. There may be something there to elicit emotion, but it's not purely emotional. If you were to break it down, it's all going to come down to a very logical conclusion. And whenever you put something out there that people don't like because it assaults their cognitive dissonance, they go after it with, it's not, what they come back with isn't, there's no logic to it. It's all emotion, it's all fear. It's all fear. I mean, if there is one emotion that the world runs on right now, and that the powers that be use beautifully to control us, is fear. Is every time I see somebody argue against libertarianism, it is always from fear. It is always fear-based. And I don't live my life in fear. I protect myself. I carry a gun wherever I can.
Which, by the way, folks, you can carry a gun wherever you want in New Hampshire. Concealed, not concealed. Obviously, if it's private property and somebody doesn't want you doing that, they can certainly kick you off. But constitutional carry here. One nice thing about New Hampshire.
I was here last night because I heard there's a bar. And so,
surprise, surprise.
So there wasn't a lot going on last night. There was just, hanging out and talking and drinking. And somebody who was leaning against one of the bar tables out here had his pistol sticking out in a nice inside the waistband holster in his lower back, and it was exposed. I mean, everyone could see it. Sure. And even I live in Georgia. I live in Atlanta. I live where gun culture and everything like that. You would get looked at 10 times, and they may call the cops on you if you did that there. And so it was nice to come here last night and see that. Was the gentleman drinking? I don't know. Don't care. But I have to say that because we're in a bar. We're in the bar area. But not that I noticed. But it was like me when I go out in public, down in Georgia, and I have my gun on my hip, and I'm just going about my business, and most of the time I forget it's even there.
Sure.
But it's an emergency. I mean, I just did 45 minutes railing against state police.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't in my opinion, it's very hard for me to go out and do what I do when I talk about the police if I don't have the means to protect myself. I don't want to have to rely on them because they're not there to protect us anyway. But you know, at least when someone comes at me where if you ever get in trouble, call a crackhead thing, I could say no. I just call the Glock 19 that's sitting right here.
It's there's so much, I think, subtlety, but as you say, it is so. At least to me, and I think to people who delve in, I think that the libertarian point of view is so rational when you actually start digging down into it. I wanted to talk to you specifically. Yesterday, I put up the live stream of this, and there was a response. Somebody quoted the tweet, and they said, "This is the event that has turned the society alt-right." Speaking about this event. And I know that that this person's being hyperbolic. I know that this is probably a crazy person. I wanted to talk to you specifically about because I know that this is something we have spoken about in terms of our view on libertarianism. If people want to go, and so we had a long conversation about the idea that libertarianism may not actually be conservative. Mm-hmm. That may not actually be how we even view this, and the idea that there's anything alt-right. I know that this is something that you confront constantly, trying to break this myth down. Where is this disconnect that people are associating those who are against the use of violent coercion with fascists?
Well, I think that a couple of huge libertarian voices over the last decade, people that were popular, people who appeared on Free Talk Live, and people who have 50 million views on YouTube, have turned to this identitarian type of politics. Then you have something like, what always comes up, the Ron Paul newsletters from the early 90s.
Never mind that Ron Paul has thousands upon thousands of hours of talking and thousands of pages of writing, but you're going to pull up these things from the past.
Yeah, and stuff that he didn't even write. But I mean, his name is on them, and to his credit, he's always said, "Yeah, I have to take credit for this because my name is on it." But I didn't write it. But it seems like there have been more than a few people who came in through the Ron Paul revolution, and then and I would have to question their motives. And I think a lot of here's what I think happened. I think that you were coming in 2008. You had the Ron Paul in 2007, 2008. You had the first Ron Paul movement. 2012, it happened again, and a lot of people came in, and there was a Republican in the White House at the time, and there was most of that was anti-war, anti-Fed.
That's right, yes.
Okay? The person who won the election turned out to be a Democrat, and turned out to be a Democrat a person of color. That's a great term. Just turn it around and go back a few decades.
Exactly. A colored person.
Yeah. But if the left wants to use it. Right. So I think you saw this and then Obama's presidency seemed to embolden the left. And you saw, especially with stuff that started like Gamergate, things like that. Right. And I think a certain section of society who runs off of fear saw them as enemies, saw the left, these radical leftists, as enemies. And they look to the libertarians around them, and the libertarians around them are worried about the state. I'm worried about the state. I mean, right. I'm worried about these people too, because the state still exists, so that they can get power over the state.
Exactly.
They can exert power. I wrote a book about that. I wrote a book about the state, and I wrote a book about the culture, because they go hand in hand in many cases. But I think that they saw that they became fearful that that Obama gave these people power, and that they were emboldened under Obama. So we need to go fight against these people. And then Trump takes office, and Trump doesn't like these people either. Trump hated Obama, and he hates this political correctness, this whole political correctness nonsense, this whole, for lack of a better term, cultural Marxism, which is an interesting term that you could do hours on itself. And I think that they, using that fear, using their experience from the Obama years and things like Gamergate, they automatically decided that, well, I don't really feel like I have the courage to fight the state. So, but maybe I can fight these people over here. Maybe these people are the real enemy. You know, the whole time bending over to the state and allowing the state to grow and, you know, see things like, you know, I really want to know what these people feel about Trump, you know, doing stuff like, you know, letting Alice Johnson out of prison and doing this reform. This criminal justice reform, which he seems to really want to do, which is going to overwhelmingly benefit people of color.
Right,
Again,
right.
I wonder how they feel about their hero doing that, or, you know, because it just seems like it's a response. That whole alt-right movement just seemed like it was a response to Obama and these leftists having their time and them getting fearful that somehow they were going to be forced to dye their hair purple and, you know, do. It just seems really absurd to me, especially when the state is the most obvious enemy. The most obvious enemy out there. I mean, I just finished talking about how you're 8 times more likely to be killed by a police officer than a terrorist.
Yeah, clearly. Well, yeah, the police officers are actually around bothering people. I've never ran into a terrorist personally, but I've been scared to death by behaviors of certain police officers at certain times in my life. And literally, like, okay, I see where this situation could go. You know, especially in my younger years, you know, I mean, I grew up in a city that was for a long time the murder capital of the U.S. And, you know, I'm a person of color and all of my friends were as well. And you roll around at a certain time of night and, you know, Southern California in those years, cops were doing crazy shit. And, you know, we were almost more afraid of the police than we were of the gangbangers. You know what I mean? At least we knew the gangbangers. You know, they knew, okay, well, these guys aren't doing that, so they get a pass. You know, we're talking about, so we've been talking here. You've had criticism from the right, criticism for people on the left. I think this is very common for principled libertarians to have problems with people on both sides. You know, I see on a regular basis, and you know, I'm interested to get your thoughts on this because I think it will resonate with a lot of libertarians, but it's like you criticize the policies of someone on the right, and immediately you're called, you know, an SJW and this, and they throw a cuck. They're going to throw those things at you, right? And then you criticize somebody on the left, still within your principles, for the same reasons. You're a Nazi. What's been your? I know that this is a constant frustration for all of us. Strategy-wise, how do we approach this? How does that average libertarian who maybe doesn't have the tough skin or the, you know, the experience or the background to be able to talk about it, what are the strategies for them to take that on and sort of proudly wear liberty on their sleeve?
Everybody's different, you know. I'm naturally combative. You know, my whole strategy, especially when confronted by the left, is to ridicule the crap out of them. You know, to just absolutely show them where they're just not only where they're wrong, but just where their thinking is wrong and where their humanity may even be wrong. You know, Scott Horton has that thing: you attack the left from the left and the right from the right. So if you have, you know, if I'm going after the left, a good thing to do is to show them how they're acting like the right, because that pisses them off. And then my favorite thing, you know, you mentioned the term cuck. My favorite thing in the last, you know, 6 months has been to every one of these alt-right, you know, bordertarian, wallertarians come after me. I just call them a commie cuck. Because there's nothing more there's nothing more commie than stealing people's private property to build a wall.
Right.
Know? So yeah,
right.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is our country. Wow, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar.
The collectivism.
And then that same person who's saying our country and our land and our border will make a meme making fun of socialists, you know, saying, you know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you know, saying it's our, you know, your paycheck is our money. Yeah, so they use our very selectively, don't they? You know, when it suits them. I mean, very inconsistent. And that's why I love being a libertarian. Is I love to be consistent, but it's really one of the hardest. That's another reason why there aren't a lot of libertarians, because it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
You're constantly having to examine yourself, and you constantly be called out on the carpet by other libertarians, and I don't mind that. I mean, I've changed my thinking on a lot of things because other libertarians have come to me and said, no, I think you're messing up on this one. So.
Yeah, it's. I'm finding, you talk about consistency. It's not just ideological and moral consistency. In many ways, it's logical consistency. And we had somebody ask earlier about what we thought about AOC's Green New Deal. And actually anything that is coming. It seems like we talked about Elizabeth Warren's idea that she's going to now start taxing people's net worth. So people are going to have to. It seems like we're moving into this very absurd phase. It seems like the only thing that really it's that we're getting to a point where it's like it's what is that, Poe's law, where even memes that seem to be ridiculous are hitting the hardest because they're actually really just reflecting reality as just a mirror being held up to it.
I mean, that Green New Deal would basically eliminate planes and cars. It would eliminate the internal combustion engine, and it would eliminate the cleanest, safest power source we have, nuclear.
Nuclear, right?
I mean, and all these people love France. France has more nuclear power plants per capita than any country in the world. Take a hint. It's like, hey, you love the French. Look, see, they do it. It's real. I mean, I've known this for probably like 10 years. Is all of this climate change stuff is real? Is another redistribution of wealth thing?
Absolutely.
To make the most wealthy poor, to keep the poor, and to drag the middle class down into the. I mean, it's just basically to make people poor. And a lot of it, though, but there's also the part of it where you will have. If you look at the progressive era, the early 1900s, a lot of that was fascism more than anything, because you were putting the power of a lot of services into a small group of companies. You're basically consolidating. I think Rothbard said the progressive era was a right-wing plot because it was just pure fascism, and. But when you read that Green New Deal, it doesn't even seem like they want to do that anymore. And the left was always for that. I mean, that's what the Affordable Care Act was. People, to me, the only socialist part of the Affordable Care Act was the fact that you had to pay into it.
Right.
That you had to pay into it, get penalized, and all that. But what it did was it just consolidated power into a few different insurance companies, and that's pure fascism. It's pure 100%. Fascism. So, this Green New Deal thing, it's a joke. It is not. There's no way this thing is going to. It's Atlas Shrugged.
It is.
It's Atlas Shrugged. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think that it's interesting, seeing individuals as yourself, and I think me to some degree as well. Sort of as I was telling Dave the other night, coming out of the closet as a libertarian, I think that people are seeing this, thinking people are seeing what's going on, and there's a real sense of urgency. I felt a real sense of urgency in the last several years as like, we have to start. If we think this is crazy, we have to start speaking out. We have to start expressing ourselves. I just want to say thank you to you for constantly doing that, keeping things going. You've introduced, I know, a lot of people through your humor, through your debates, through your podcasts, to this type of thinking, and I really appreciate it. I hope to see you here in New Hampshire a lot more often.
I would like to. I just want to. I'll leave on this thought. Okay, we talked about the Green New Deal. Imagine what will happen if another 9/11 happens tomorrow. That's why it's urgent. The urgency you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's why it's urgent. If another 9/11 happens tomorrow, we're done. The wall's not only getting built on the southern border, the wall's getting built on the northern border.
Right.
And it is going to be to keep people in. If the Affordable Care Act can force people into paying into a system that the government says you have to, there is nothing stopping. I mean, right now you can't leave the country officially without paying out thousands and thousands of dollars, and they can tell you no.
Right.
It is urgent, and especially if you think if another terrorist attack happens tomorrow, man, we're really screwed.
It's important to think about. It's important to speak out, and so yeah, thank you, P. Raymond. Doing your thing tomorrow night with the fundraiser for Lynn Ulbrich. So break a leg on that. We will be there to support. Thank you so much for joining us on this podcast, and have a great Liberty Forum.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dave. We what time? Where are we at? 3:00. I am actually, sir. I'm holding up a lot better than I thought I was going to be holding up, but we still have quite a long time to go, and we've got a whole other day. And I've got this thing saying that the broadcast will resume shortly. That's crazy.
We have resumed.
Yes, the broadcast has already resumed, and we are joined by Lou Perez.
Hey guys,
welcome.
I like this setup here. This is nice.
Well,
right?
we're doing our thing.
Yeah.
We're doing our thing. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, we met last year.
Yeah. We shared the stage at least one time.
Yeah.
You're back again. How's it been for you this year?
This year, it's been a really quick trip so far. So I got in I think 3 hours ago, and then went from the airport, checked in, and then just talked a little bit about. I did a presentation on what we can do to speak across an ever dividing audience, especially as a content creator, as a comedian, and the videos that I produce. So if you guys have any ideas, please hit me up. I know I was giving a presentation, but I hope somebody learned something.
Well, this is actually something that we were just kind of speaking about with Pete. I mean, all of us and this is probably going to be, we've had these themes as we've sort of ran along. I'm interested to get your thoughts. We were just speaking to him about the fact that it does seem that the landscape is getting ever more fractured. But we also, with the previous guests that we've had on and previous speakers who have been here, it does seem like there are a lot of places, especially for libertarians, to bridge the gap. There always have been. How are you approaching that? It's something I guess that you were speaking about, but we were in here. What are some of the strategies that you think are effective for starting to bridge that gap and starting to start conversations where we can, make those connections?
I think definitely having a willingness to start conversations or to be part of conversations is so important. I live in New York, and I can't tell you how many people I know who my wife and I maybe have just met who will say, like, hey, I'm a Democrat, I'm liberal, and I still have the same beliefs I did 5 years ago, but now, today, I am afraid to say what's on my mind in fear of it coming back to haunt me, and being hurt for it. And I think, being a weirdo libertarian puts me in a good position where it's like, yeah, I'll talk to you. Cool. Yeah, tell me what's on your mind. I'll be your priest in a way, like confess your sins or something like that. So I think definitely being open-minded and people being in the liberty movement, we are minorities. I mean, we really believe what we believe, and we are looking for opportunities to reach across the aisle and to be like, hey, wow, we could actually agree on this, and oh, have you read this book, and all that. So I think just being open is a really important part of it. And when I create content, I want to create content that can possibly speak to all different kinds of people. Anytime I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, I know that I'm doing something wrong. I think. So.
Go ahead, Dick.
No, I was just going to say, I think one of the challenges with content creation is that if you are too astute and you're too ahead of the curve, people don't get it for a while, and then you end up looking back on some piece of work, maybe a piece of art or a play or whatever from 10, 20 years ago, and only now is it poignant, right? And so I think the challenge there is, communicating some idea to people that they can relate to, that's accessible, and they don't have to be a libertarian to get it, right? So you could literally do something like AOC gets elected president. What does that look like for the country? And people could relate to it, I think.
Yeah, I think also it's taking people seriously too, taking people's beliefs seriously. So, and I think a lot of times people will throw out words like whether it's socialism or something like that, and I'll ask them like, wait, do you mean you want to get rid of the private ownership of the means of production? And they're like, no, I don't. Well, who's talking about that? I'm talking about socialism, and it's not my way of saying like, ooh, you're an idiot or you didn't look up this word. It's like, no, like if this is the definition of the word that you're talking about, let's talk about what that means, And I think the more seriously you take people's beliefs and say like, hey, you know what, you're an intelligent person, let's talk this out. I think that's really important. That's really important too.
Yeah, I think that those definitions is so important. It seems like one of the things that's missing from out of the political discourse, or maybe one of the reasons why this conversation is so difficult to have, is that everybody's definitions are so varied.
Oh, yeah.
And I do think that is something very important, and maybe something for libertarians to learn, because we tend to be I think you don't stumble into libertarianism. You kind of reason your way in, and that usually means that people have spent some time thinking. We were just talking with Pete Raymond about, he's known for curating memes, and you've got the humor there. You as a comedian, if you could talk maybe a little bit about, how to utilize humor to bring. I don't know that libertarians are particularly known for being. We're funny around each other, but that we're not particularly thought of, I think, in the popular imagination as being funny people. Humor is a tool for teaching people about liberty and bringing them around to it. What do you think?
I think obviously I love humor. I've spent a long time trying to get good at it, and I think I'm still trying to get good at it. I think the number one aspect of that is, well, you got to be funny. If you're calling yourself a comedian, you got to be funny. And like a stand-up comedian like Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a libertarian. Dave Smith, from the right off the bat, is a funny dude.
Right.
It doesn't matter what he's talking about. He is a funny guy, and audiences want that. If they're looking for comedy, it's sort of like, oh well, I want to be a libertarian baker, but my bread is terrible. Right. And it's like no, take care of the bake first.
Right.
Get that right, and then all the other stuff will come. And while I'm a comedian who happens to be a libertarian, it's not like I was a libertarian before I became a comedian. And in a way, thankfully that is the case, because when I was doing sketch comedy or improv or starting out early in stand-up, it was all about, okay, what do I think is funny? What are stories that I think that the audience can relate to, and finding the humor in all these things. And then later on, when I transitioned into a libertarian, by moonlight or whatever, by every full moon, I just become Lou Rockwell or something like that. Then when that happened, it's like, well, what are aspects about libertarianism that I think is funny and that I can communicate? For me, that's been the goal. The goal is, how can I make this funny?
Mm. And in terms of you travel up here to New Hampshire. The difference is, when you're down in New York, as you say, there's a difficult time encountering others. I felt the same thing being in California, not so much in Nevada, because it seems like default a kind of a libertarian state, but I haven't spent a lot of time in New York as of late. But we see sort of what's coming out of New York politically. What is your feeling about? Have you seen a shift? I mean, are you encountering more sort of liberty-minded people, fewer liberty-minded people? Are the extremes polarizing? What are you seeing where you are?
Well, fortunately, what I've been finding is it doesn't even matter if someone is a libertarian or a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal, wherever they put themselves, on the spectrum. What I've been finding is that there are so many people out there that for them, free speech is paramount.
Mm-hmm.
Free speech is so important. They want to be having uncomfortable conversations. They want to be talking about things that you're not supposed to be talking about. They want to have, real critical dialogue with one another. And fortunately, I've been able to find like a group of those people in New York, and it keeps expanding. And a part of it comes down to, being the type of weirdo that people are like, oh, I could talk to Lou about this. And I know, and also trusting in one another of where it's like, hey, you know what? We probably disagree on a number of issues, but you know what? I know you're coming from a good place, and I know at the very least you're not the type of person that would try to get me fired for saying something that I have to say, or would call for a boycott of my goods and services because you don't agree with me. And I think when you're able to find people like that, it's like really just to understand just how good you have it if you're able to get together with a group of people and get some beers, have dinner, and talk about stuff that you disagree on. It's amazing to be able to do it.
I'm very much a free speech fundamentalist, and I think that as content creators, and I was talking with some friends last night that I got a YouTube channel banned for saying you can't rape a robot. Which I don't think is a very controversial saying. That you can't rape an inanimate object doesn't seem like a very controversial thing to say, but a YouTube channel with millions of views canceled. Wow. And not during this latest purge. This was early on for that. There are a lot of things. We recently saw the Sargon of Akkad thing happen. As someone who, doing comedy, particularly doing sketch stuff, as a content creator, seeing what's going on with the censorship regimes and seeing as they move forward, I'm interested to get your thoughts on, do you think that there should be a line with free speech? Do you think that it's important for every platform to allow everything to be said? Where do you stand on that as a content creator, as a comedian, as a writer?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting conversation to have because you start butting up against property rights, where YouTube is a private company and Facebook and that sort of thing. And there was a pretty good debate between Ken White, who is on Twitter as Popat, I believe, and Thaddeus Russell, who's a historian. He has the unregistered podcast, and I like them. I like that a lot because he's a guy who actually lives up to his ideals when it comes to being willing to talk to anybody about anything, and that's something that's really admirable about him. It's weird because I've been making content for so long, and when YouTube first came out, I was like, we had no idea it was going to get as big as it did. Right. I guess you have there are all these issues when it comes to does a sponsor want an ad being played over this specific thing? If it was up to me, I mean, I would basically keep it as, hey, put your content up. If you have fans, they can see your content. And now it's getting to even like a weirder part where, I've subscribed to so many YouTube channels, and they're not showing up in my inbox. I'm like, well, push the bell, and then they'll show up, and I'm like, I did, and they're not showing up. So I don't know what's happening on that front. I really don't have the answer as far as, what to do, because in a way I can understand why YouTube doesn't want to be like, Pornhub, or something like that. But
sure. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see you want to set some standards, and there are certainly some legal issues that someone wants to set. I don't know. I think it's a tough thing that we're going to have to grapple with. What I do know is I don't want a 1984 style. If you don't toe the party line, we're not going to do that. that's already happening in other countries. So, you know, it's not like it couldn't happen here.
Interestingly enough, though, a lot of the channels that have been banned from YouTube have migrated to Pornhub. So, to your point, you can now find a lot of, there's gun content. So, if you want the reviews of the latest weapons, you go to Pornhub. You don't go to YouTube.
Well, that's disappointing. I don't want to go to Pornhub for guns. Well, depends on the
kind of gunplay.
Right, exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, Luke, thank you for joining us. We will we'll see you around here. We'll let you get settled in because I know that, as you said, it's been kind of a whirlwind, and I'm sure there's plenty of people who want to spend some time interacting with you. So thank you for joining us, as always, Lou Perez.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Dave.
Yes, sir.
What do we got? What do we got on the schedule coming up here?
Consulting our official
by
schedule
the way,
document.
we got some people in the chat. What do we got? Yep. People saying yes. Dave Smith, thumbs up.
Nice.
Yes, they like Doug Stanhope as well. Comedy is very, very important for
Stanhope is. I have not seen Dave Smith. I would like to see him.
Very funny guy. Very funny guy.
I've seen Stanhope a couple times. That dude is hilarious.
Yes, he's one of my favorites. What do we got coming
Tate
up?
Fegley is coming up next at 4 o'clock.
We might take a break.
Wow.
We're gonna take a break.
Yeah. Time for a break.
We're going to take a little break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, and then you're going to have us for another 2 hours after that. In the meantime, what you are going to be watching, I've got Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. I saw Derek J here, Derek J. Freeman, recently.
Yes, he is in the building.
He is in the building.
Apparently interested in spending a little time at our microphones. So
we will definitely. What's that? You're looking for Derek J? No, it's fine. We're gonna take a break, but we may get Derek later. I know that he's also as one of the founders of AnyPay. Their point of sale system is how people are purchasing alcoholic beverages with crypto just right outside these doors. So, I love that. And we'll be enjoying our beverages and just taking a little bit of a break. So we'll go ahead and throw up Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree, and we will see you guys back shortly.
Is freedom necessary?
As far as I'm concerned, it is, yes.
Is it necessary for a productive society?
Yes, I should say it is. I mean, a genuinely productive society. I mean, I think you could produce plenty of goods without much freedom, but I think the whole sort of creative life of man is ultimately impossible without a considerable measure of individual freedom.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I'm an activist originally from Philadelphia. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict, or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Mr. Huxley, in your new essay, you state that these various enemies of freedom are pushing us toward a real-life, brave new world, and you say that it's awaiting us just around the corner. First of all, can you detail for us what light in this brave new world which you fear so much of what life might be like?
Well, to start with, I think this kind of the dictatorship of the future, I think will be very unlike the dictatorships which we've been familiar with in the immediate past. I mean, take another book prophesying the future, which was a very remarkable book, George Orwell's 1984. Well, this book was written at the height of the Stalinist regime and just after the Hitler regime. And there he foresaw a dictatorship using entirely the methods of terror, the methods of physical violence. Now, I think what is going to happen in the future is the dictators will find, as the old saying goes, that you can do everything with bayonets except sit on them. But if you want to preserve your power indefinitely, you have to get the consent of the ruled. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery.
While living in Philadelphia, I had some unwanted interactions with law enforcers. I was detained while walking home with a sign that read, "Legalize freedom." I was told that even though others could walk down the street, I had to take a detour by myself down an alley.
That way, sir.
Why can't I go this way?
I give you an order and you're gonna obey it. Do you hear what I say? You're going back, sir.
The police were thuggish and put their hands on me. I don't like strangers putting their hands on me.
This is my street. This is where I live.
Go back.
I'm going home to my house.
Well, you have to go around. Go down that way and make a left, okay?
Thank you very much. Can I ask what's going on?
It's for your safety, sir. So that's why we're here.
Why is there a camera on me?
Hello?
Why is there a camera on me?
I don't have anything to say to you, sir.
Who told you can go this way?
The missus in the officer's uniform over there.
She said he can go this way? Did she tell him he can go this way?
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. I keep telling him.
You told him he can go this way?
She told me he could go down there.
You told him he can go this way? Okay, let's go.
Thank you, miss. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Obama held a rally in Philadelphia on November 10th, 2010, which I was determined to attend with a group of friends holding signs. We were denied access to the event because of our signs. I asked if we were on public property, but my question about property rights was answered by a command.
Is this public property?
You cannot bring signs into the rally. You can stand right there. You can stand right there and perfectly.
But I'm talking about over there. Is that public property?
No, you cannot do it.
I'm
sorry, we cannot let you bring signs. No signs are allowed. I'm sorry,
is it public property?
You're holding the line up.
That's fine with me. You're really holding us up here, actually.
I had always been told that the government exists to protect my rights. Now I was seeing that these men, who have no higher claim to the earth than I do, were willing to steal my property to enforce an edict, which conflicted with my right to free speech. Lysander Spooner wrote, "Whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist." I realized that the problem wasn't those on high, it was people like me down low. The problem wasn't the chain of command, but the chain of obedience. To create the kind of change I wanted to see in the world, I stopped looking outward upon politicians and law enforcers, and started looking within. I thought that if I can achieve personal freedom, then I can give others a path to follow or inspire others to make their own path, and then we can all live free from at least institutionalized coercion. During my time in Philadelphia, I was working as a fundraiser for Greenpeace International and the American Civil Liberties Union. I'm passionate about the issues of overfishing and secret prisons, so I was able to raise about $250,000 for the organizations collectively over 2 years, but I didn't feel satisfied. After stumbling across some YouTube videos, I learned of a group of freedom lovers moving to the same geographic area to get active for the cause of liberty. Their zany videos of average people challenging authority while promoting the concept of non-aggression captivated me. I had to be a part of it. After about a year of watching YouTube videos of people in New Hampshire living free and taking the consequences, I started preparing to move in January 2011.
Derek said he was calling from Keene, New Hampshire, but I don't think any of us here have met Derek yet, and we're doing the show from Keene, New Hampshire. Are you a Free State Project mover?
Yeah, I just moved here a week ago.
Oh, no. Wow. And so what are your initial impressions?
I love Keene. I was really scared that I wouldn't be able to find a job, but I already scored one at JCPenney. So
Sweet. Congrats. So cool, man. Well, I'm sure you've been to freekeene.com. You know, there's a calendar of things that go on there, and I'm sure we'll end up seeing you at some point.
I couldn't believe that in just about 2 weeks of moving to Keene, I had connected with a community of activists who I had idolized on YouTube. I had watched these people being arrested and committing acts of civil disobedience that made my heart leap out of my chest, and I wanted to be like them and inspire others to get active in the cause of advancing freedom. We all came from different places, but I felt I had more in common with them than even my closest friends elsewhere because of the shared value of the non-aggression principle. One of my first videography attempts in Keene was covering the weekly Peace Vigil at Central Square, which occurs every Saturday at 10 a.m. This particular day, the vigil was followed by a Tea Party rally, and I had the opportunity to check the political pulse of the area. What's on the top of your personal list for taxes that need to be cut immediately?
Actually, I don't think we should cut taxes. I think the whole
While Tea Partiers are considered radical by many, I was not impressed with their mainstream views. On 4/20, I went to the rally in Concord, started by another inspiring Free Stater activist named Rich Paul. A group of about 400 activists smoked cannabis on the lawn of the State House and then walked inside, en masse, toward the governor's office. This was my introduction to the Shire Choir, a group of individuals who sing songs of peace, freedom, and justice. So I'm here with Rich, who was just playing guitar for the hymns that we were singing inside the State House.
Right. The plan was to sing out in front like happened last year. And one thing led to another. Actually, I didn't have the guitar when I should have had it because we were going to sing right out here then. And then next thing you know, everybody's inside and we decided why not just do it inside.
That's a great idea.
Hands off, Sweet Claus, there's no criminal here. Even some possible, but it's not as unsafe even as beer. And your farming isn't harming anyone noticeably. Good folks live and that's why Sweet Claus must be free. Hands off, Sweet Claus, there's no criminal here. Well, the basic message is to end prohibition.
Awesome.
That's what it all boils down to.
The next day, April 21st, 2011, I went to my first Keene City Council meeting, armed with my Walther, my flip cam, and a Keene High School baseball hat. I interviewed then Mayor Dale Pregent to let him know that I was new in town, revealing that I had seen a YouTube video of super activist Pete Eyre being arrested for wearing a hat in court. Pregent blew me off as soon as he heard the word arrest. Citizen who was wearing a hat. I would later take my first ride in MARV, the Mobile Authority Resistance Vehicle, to join Shire activists in holding signs outside the Cheshire County House of Corrections, also known as the Keene Spiritual Retreat. There, an activist named Emperor Evan was being caged for the crime of wearing a hat, which is considered contempt of court. Who doesn't have contempt for court? For recreation and practice, I joined some of the gays for a monthly target practice event called Firearms Church. We're about to shoot these targets. In mid-June, I moved into a room at the Keene Activism Center. It brought me closer to the community. It's a hub of activism where people meet to eat, socialize, strategize, and produce media. Living so close to a media studio helped me develop my skills filming and editing video. Bo Davis was arrested on Monday, June 27th, 2011. I met Bo while being interviewed for a French TV news channel about public 420s in the square. He settled in Keene after a stint with Liberty on Tour. Bo was sentenced to 5 days in the Cheshire County House of Corrections for contempt of court. The next day, I was there at District Court doing Don't Take the Plea Deal outreach with Rapture. When Rapture returned from handing out flyers to people in the court lobby, he told me that a demo of copblock.org was being arrested upstairs.
Just as I'm about to walk out, a demo's like, "Hey, Jason. Man, I'm like, hold on. I look, a demo's on the floor, handcuffed. You know, and at that point, a demo filled me in on what had happened. He's like, dude, he's like, you aren't going to believe this. I got arrested for nothing.
I handed off my camera to Rapture, and he filmed the arresting bailiffs in the lobby.
Can anybody tell me what's happening with my friend?
Recorded.
Is that a policy that I can't record you?
I am saying under federal law, I have the right not to be recorded.
Okay, if you show me that policy, I'll be more than happy to shut this off.
I just told you what the federal law is. Now you got 2 minutes to shut it off, or I'm going to arrest you. Violation of my privacy.
Okay.
What you want to do?
A demo was arrested for asking Judge Burke questions about wearing a hat in court and how that constitutes contempt.
Judge Burke, can I ask you a few questions about a hat and how that constitutes contempt? You think people want to pay for someone to be in jail for 5 days for wearing a hat? It's kind of ridiculous to waste taxpayer money on something like that, isn't it? Sir, I just want to have a conversation.
Bailiff, this person is threatening me about a decision that I just made.
I'm not threatening you. I'm asking him questions. Did I threaten you?
He's threatening as a criminal offense.
What was my threat?
Come on, sir, you're in custody.
What was my threat?
You come in custody, sir.
I went to investigate myself and was arrested for video recording.
So, apparently Jason was just threatened if he didn't turn off his camera. I want to go see what this is about up here.
There is no video and audio allowed in this lobby.
There isn't?
Now shut it off, you go and get arrested.
Where's the statute?
It's right on the wall.
Oh. Can you show me?
I said.
Can you show me where it is on the wall?
You're under arrest.
No, sir.
Okay.
I just want to see where the law is.
You're under arrest.
No. I have work today.
Well, you ain't gonna make it. You got your.
What? No. Wait.
Put it on the counter. Now.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Let's just be friends here.
He was dealing with a couple thuggish security agents that one of them, decided, I don't know if they're homophobes or whatever their deal is, but they arrested Derek, I think because he was skinny and easy to pick on compared to Rapture, who was much larger in that particular case.
Although Ademo was originally charged with improper influence and the charges were eventually dropped, he still spent 2.5 days in jail. My charges were dropped the day before court. In late July, Dale Everett of Anarchy in Your Head comic fame asked me to join his new GLBT talk radio show, Prometheus Unchained, which later became Flaming Freedom. I was nervous and pretty silent at first, but after listening to a few episodes I got comfortable and found my voice for radio, and discovered the chemistry of the group to produce an entertaining broadcast. This first radio gig introduced me to the most active of the Shire's gay communities, such as co-host Neil Connor, Jay Denonville of the activist website mail-2-jail.com, Andre Rosa of notesforrobots.com, and Buzz of Buzz's Big Gay Dance Party. Having come from the neighborhood of Philadelphia, my perception is that the Shire is overwhelmingly straight by population, but very accepting of gays. My time on Flaming Freedom also led to a guest appearance on the podcast Puke in the Gang, and it wasn't long before I was discovered by Free Talk Live's Mark Edge.
I wish I could take credit for Derek being on Free Talk Live, but I was in jail at the time that he was added to the show. So it was a pleasant surprise when I got out to discover that Derek had been added to the cast of characters, which I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, co-host we ever had. I mean, he's so exuberant. He
You know, he's got a real, the guy's got talent. He's great, but I deserve no credit. Mark, my co-host, made the decision to bring Derek on while I was in jail, because when I was in jail, he needed more help here in the studio, and so it was a really good move on his part.
Ian Freeman of FreeKeen.com was caged August 24, 2011, after a jury trial in Superior Court for the crime of standing in front of a police car. Ian was non-verbally expressing his displeasure with the actions of Keene police when they kidnapped a peaceful local woman, Heike Corser, for enjoying an alcoholic beverage in the park.
I was at the trial of Ian Freeman today with about 30 other folks from the community, and I was to video record the entire thing. There was a lot of restrictions, but there's a 3-page order that the judge gave me in response to my motion, so I wasn't even allowed to move the camera at all pan.
Well, we are back here at Liberty Forum, and we are actually joined by, luckily enough, we are joined by the star of Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree, Derek J. Freeman.
Hey, Vin.
Welcome.
Hey, Dave.
How's it going?
Welcome. A lover of liberty, a fellow crypto savage.
Yeah,
is here joining us,
and liver of liberty,
lover, and liver.
Yeah.
Love it, and live it.
That's what we do here in New Hampshire. Once you get here, you live liberty every day.
Yeah. Before I was just loving it from afar, but now I feel it's my sweet Valentine.
I love
there
that.
You go. There
I
you
love
go.
that. So, the Victimless Crime Spree.
Mm-hmm.
This was quite the adventure for you. So the people who are watching the stream have seen a little bit of your past history. They can go and absolutely watch the entire documentary, as I think that they should. In the time that we have with you, where I hope that we can cover some of the things that you're doing now, especially. But just on that note, if you could just give people a sense of what that experience was like for you, what you pulled out of it. It's because it seems pretty traumatic and pretty harrowing.
Well, everyone comes to New Hampshire for the Free State Project in a different way, and I was attracted because I saw videos on YouTube of people doing civil disobedience. And this is not everyone's path, but this was mine. And so when I came here, I had the experience of being arrested for standing up for nonviolent crimes like having pot out in the park or videotaping inside of a courtroom. And just saying no when they told me you're not allowed to do that, just doing it anyway, because I knew I was in the right. You know, I wasn't doing any harm to anybody, and so I felt like if my conscience is clear, then I'll be okay in the end. And that's actually what happened. You know, I was facing like 10 years in jail.
Oh wow.
All total for the different crimes that I committed in just a span of 6 months, and that was such a huge wake-up call that like this can happen. Not everyone is going to have this experience when you move to New Hampshire. It's pretty rare.
Well, it was something that you chose.
You
chose to participate in this as a form of direct action and civil disobedience.
Yeah, and if I'm being totally honest, I was a little bit dumb too, because when I moved, I was like 21.
Right.
And we all do things when we're 21
Sure.
that like we should all have the support structure that I was lucky to have when I moved here. People, come to the jail and even went to like the judge's house in one case where they like sang Christmas carols out in front of his house. Just make it really personal, So it was personal in that level. Most people aren't going to have that kind of support where other people get you philosophically and want to go to the cop who arrested you's house and say like, hey, Mrs. Cop, did you know that your husband just beat up this kid today? Because, I mean, what if everyone did that? It is troubling, but it's not wrong to do.
Right.
It's uncomfortable to face that reality. Like, oh, the bread on your table came from beating someone up today.
Right.
Now, did you have a history with civil disobedient actions before you came to New Hampshire, or was that something that you started after you got to New Hampshire?
Yeah, I always loved it. One of my first jobs out of college was working for Greenpeace.
Okay.
And so I was so inspired by these people who would just climb up to the top of a massive statue and drop down a banner that's like, recycle your computer parts or whatever their message is, but it gets attention and it's not wrong. It's like it causes a little bit of a nuisance, but you're not doing anything immoral. It may be a crime, and in most cases it was like a property crime of trespassing. But with the state, I think it's I don't know. I've changed my position on this. I used to think it was immoral for the state to ban you from their property, but really, if a cartel owns a piece of property, that's legitimately theirs.
Sure.
They're going to protect it with their guns. That's legit to a degree.
So you have, and this was something we were talking about beforehand, and I love it, and I want to get into this. You've, in your time here in New Hampshire, have been able to sort of make your way and make your mark in the way that you wanted to sort of craft your own reality. One of the so we just had Pete Raymond on here, and he told me that the highlight so far of the event was being able to buy alcohol with Bitcoin just right outside here, right? He said that was the absolute highlight for him so far, which is being done with AnyPay point of sale, which is, your company. Talk to us a little bit about your path from the victimless crime spree,
respected
criminal,
business owner.
yes, to a respected businessman.
Respected by some. So the path is that I believe that for me, I have to live in accordance with my conscience, and I know that when I use Federal Reserve notes or money that's backed by guns, I'm helping to perpetuate and literally empower the wars that are fought in my name, and I'm against that. I don't want wars against innocent people and bombs blowing up children overseas. I don't want to be responsible for that, but I am if I use their money, because that's how that's funded. And so when I heard about Bitcoin, first of all, I used silver, like back before I moved to New Hampshire, to trade with friends and buy pot and stuff. You could actually use silver if they'll take it. So I was like, great, cool, let's do that. Or I bought pizza. It was something more, I don't know, respectable. And
I don't know, pot's pretty respectable nowadays.
Sure. So I wanted an alternative to state money, and when Bitcoin came along, I was like, this is it. This is so good. You can transfer it person to person, pretty much anonymously like cash. It can go long distance, it's divisible, it's got all the great qualities of money that I would want. So I thought everyone was going to use this. Like, oh, great, come on, libertarians, we've got this alternative. Tomorrow, the state ends.
Right.
But it didn't happen fast enough. There were, I would ask businesses if they would take it, and it was not legitimate. So, my friend and my partner, Steven, we made this app, and it helps make it easy for businesses to take cryptocurrency. Because, not everyone has the time or the interest to figure out how to use wallets and store private keys. Owners do. Owners are like, we'll take your money. Right. Yeah, give us the money any way you can.
Sure.
But cashiers, they don't want to be bothered with that. Even, managerial levels, it's a headache. So if I can make it easy for them to take cryptocurrency just from the same point of sale that they're using in their store already, and all they have to do is install an app and they get more customers and they make everyone's day, then great. We're ending the state every time someone buys a latte or a gin and tonic at the bar here.
It's great, and the impact that you have had in Portsmouth, where you're based, I mean, Portsmouth is now, on the radar of certainly the Bitcoin world as, one of those hot spots for crypto. And you guys, I mean, a lot of that we can just chalk up to you two.
Well, I can't take all the credit. There was a strong Bitcoin community in New Hampshire and in Portsmouth before we moved. And that was a huge reason why we wanted to move. We were in San Francisco trying to use Bitcoin. It's pathetic. Right. There's nowhere, and even the places that did, there's a sushi place that has a QR code, on a piece of paper. And you're like, really? This is the tech center of the world? Right. Get over it. So to be able to go to 24 different businesses in Portsmouth with several different kinds of cryptocurrency and buy real goods, theater tickets, concert venue, meals, yoga. I bought a car with cryptocurrency.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, recently, car with the cryptocurrency Dash.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that process. I mean, you were saying beforehand, that there's an openness here that people have where they just want to say yes. Talk to us about what that's been like.
Sure. Well, in stark contrast, if you've moved to a couple of different states or lived different places in your life, you'll notice that the environment is different. In each one, they've got their own vibe. And the New Hampshire vibe is very like, yes, we'll try new things. We're open to independence. It's always had this spirit of independence for hundreds of years. It's attracted the independent-minded person. And that's still true today. So when a person approached a car dealership, it wasn't even me, approached the car dealership to say, hey, what if we took Bitcoin? The manager was like, okay, how do we do that? Sure, let's try it. And they like made this sketch, and they made it work, and I was able to buy a car. I used Dash. That was the coin they settled on. They got, I think, more publicity for using a lesser known coin than just being a Me Too, we'll take Bitcoin.
Sure.
And so it worked out great for them, great for me. Everybody won. And it's very much the same situation as it was with the bar today. I walked in the morning, I had an iPad. I was like, hey, you've done this event before. You know that people are going to ask you, can we pay with Bitcoin? He's like, yeah, they do all the time. It's like, wouldn't it be great to say yes and make those people happy and get more drink sales and get more tips for yourself? And he's like, yeah, that would be great. So I was like, I got this iPad. It's already preloaded. It can take all the coins. What do you say? Let's do it. And so he's like, all right, well, yeah. Well, I got to ask my manager. Okay, hold on. So he asked, and he said, yeah, and they've been doing it every day, and they love it.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
It's fantastic. I mean, it was one of the reasons that I wanted to move here. Obviously, being involved as an entrepreneur in Bitcoin and in the crypto space, and I moved here, and it's actually, I would say, anybody who's got a cryptocurrency business, move here. I mean, just the connections. Now Cointext My Business is integrated with AnyPay. You know, it's been a great thing for us. And just to be able to have that sort of, to be ideologically aligned, especially in the space where sort of Bitcoin is now, where Wall Street's now moving in, to still have that vein where the innovators are still the people who are ideologically aligned with the vision, what I would say the real vision of Satoshi, is something amazing that's here. Well, it's fun. It's just fun. It's having fun using this stuff. Like you said, it was the highlight of Mance's experience so far. And that's a small one. He'll have more great experiences.
Of course.
It's just having fun.
I think it's just so foreign to people from outside the state who are hodlers, right? They just, they've got their amount of crypto and they hold on to it. And they're not only do they not want to spend it, but there is no place to spend it. They have no options whatsoever. And then you come here and it's like you can literally walk down the street in Portsmouth from place to place to place, and they will take your crypto and you can... Your offices. You have a fantastic space in Portsmouth. Did an event with myself, Daniel Krawitz, and Chris DeRose, and both of whom are very well-known sort of Bitcoin individuals. Chris, in particular, kind of a well-known troll around Bitcoin, and we went next door. To
Fezziwigs,
to Fezziwigs, because I said that I wanted some coffee, and walked up and I said I want to pay in Bitcoin, and then I pretended as though my wallet did not work.
What?
And made Chris DeRose, and Chris was like, "Oh no, I got it," and paid, and it was interesting to see the look on his face, because I got the realization that this is somebody who actually doesn't get an opportunity to even use the money that he's dedicated his life to on a day-to-day basis. And he was like, I got to take a picture and post this up and say, I actually bought coffee with Bitcoin right here. This is what... And I really saw it... And even for, I saw his podcast after, and he was talking about it for weeks, the experience of being able to really do it, to really get a vision of what could this look like.
Yeah, isn't that weird that there's all these people in the cryptocurrency space who've never used this stuff?
Yeah, it's crazy.
To buy anything in real life. I mean, it's cool buying things on a website, and that totally counts. I'm totally for using it's internet money. It makes sense to use it on the internet. But to use it in person is also a really unique experience. I'm glad that Chris got to have that. And Portsmouth is the home of the world famous Bitcoin tour. I should mention we just landed our first hotel, so now there's a hotel that you can stay at and pay with Bitcoin.
So tell us about the world famous Bitcoin tour. What is this?
It's a self-guided tour. There's a map of different places that you can go. There's about 24 and things to do it all in one. need a hotel room while you stay for the whole weekend. You can do yoga, and there's different things that you can get at each one. You get a potion made at Deadwick's Ethereal Emporium.
Okay.
So if you've got some a love of your life that you want to hit with Cupid's arrow, you can get a potion made specifically for that. Or if you've got some problems, it doesn't matter. There's Bitcoin.
I just heard I can buy magic with Sky Money. So this is awesome. I'm going to go buy some magic.
Yes, that is definitely up Dave's alley.
Surprisingly, one of the popular stores on the world famous tour.
Sure, yeah.
And what made it real? We jokingly called it the world famous Bitcoin tour when we started because it was like just a little thing in little old Portsmouth, New Hampshire. But then Chinese guys from Vice magazine or Vice News in China came to Portsmouth, took the world famous Bitcoin tour. We had no idea, and then we saw an article on Chinese Vice that someone sent to us. It was like, hey, someone from China took the world famous tour, which, by the way, it's like super banned in China. You can't go around and spend Bitcoin in stores or their Neo or whatever they got.
But didn't one of your videos about the hash war get translated into Chinese?
Oh, yeah. Well, they're mining.
Yeah, they're big into cryptocurrency.
But you can't really spend it. That's the weird thing. So they're even in a weirder sort of scenario. But it's so interesting to me, the idea that, and I think it's one of the powerful things about New Hampshire, is that here is this little, what would you call it? It's a little crucible. It's like this, it's this small but intensely burning hot sort of community of people, right? Everybody is just so incredibly fired up that it has a real impact on the world. Maybe in some ways that being here you kind of forget because it's just normal, but people are aching for all over the world, are aching for the type of liberty that you can get coming here and being here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, we just had an event over a few blocks from here where everyone paid in crypto at the bar. They had lunch, and there were like 10 or 20 different sales all in cryptocurrency, and that just doesn't happen other places. If you're listening to this and you yearn for that, come and visit, experience that for yourself, because it's real and it's within your grasp.
So earlier we mentioned Portsmouth as kind of a leader in the crypto space as far as retail crypto, and I in my opinion, is there any place else in the country that is as integrated with crypto as Portsmouth?
Keene, New Hampshire.
Okay. So we got Portsmouth and we got Keene.
Yeah.
They're positioned pretty far apart. So, but I mean, that's awesome.
There really aren't.
That's awesome.
And if you go and audit the maps, there's a dozen different maps that tell you where you can spend cryptocurrency. Oh yeah, sure. New York has 124. Go and audit some of those places. I dare you.
Go and try.
I dare you. You will be so embarrassed as you go from store to store to store, and they look at you with a blank stare, and maybe even disgust that you are asking them to accept your cryptocurrency.
Wow.
Whereas here, they're like, yeah, it's a normal thing. They're like, oh yeah, cash, credit, crypto. Of course.
Yeah, that was walking around Portsmouth and doing the thing now in many of the places. I've sampled many. Every time I go up, I try a different place and sample it. I think that's maybe the most surprising, is not being looked at crazy and people knowing people being like, oh, okay, you want to pay in crypto? Okay, which one did you want to pay in? You know what I mean?
Which coin?
Yeah, which coin did you want to do? Okay, boop, 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 flip it around, and I'm like, whoa, you actually knew what you were doing. The person, checking me out or at the bar or whatever, they knew what they were doing. It's unbelievable.
It's awesome. Instead of it being weird and different, they're actually excited to do it. They're like, oh, great, another Bitcoin one.
Yeah.
They know it's good for their business.
Sure. It's amazing.
So if you're a business and you want to take advantage of AnyPay, how would somebody do that?
Oh, great question. Thank you. Yeah, AnyPay.global is the website, and there's 2 links right on the main page, one to a web app and the other to an Android app. iOS app soon coming. So
Awesome. It's a super easy point-of-sale application to get started with. Minutes. I mean, you onboarded me at PorkFest this last year, and I think I hadn't used it yet, and I think it took 30 seconds before I had a wallet open.
Yeah, I say budget about 5 minutes.
Right, 5 minutes. A big commitment. Big commitment, folks.
But you should have a wallet to start, any wallet you like, because that's where the money goes, and AnyPay just
makes it go ding, makes a green screen appear, makes it easy for your cashiers or your business to accept.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a fantastic product done for real passionate reasons, and that always shows, and it's something that I love about being here. And I really appreciate what you've done and what you continue to do, I gotta say.
Thanks so much. It's really a pleasure. I appreciate what you've done.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, until we have our next person, maybe we'll even do a little more Derek J's victimless crime spree.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Derek J. Freeman.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Or Zoom is ridiculous.
Before sentencing, Ian had explained that he would be appealing the decision, and so I expected he would be free for at least another 30 days. However, when the judge's gavel fell, Ian was taken into custody and began serving a 90-day sentence for obstructing government administration. He spent 59 days in jail for his victimless crime. With Ian unexpectedly caged, Free Talk Live's Mark Edge scrambled to fill in the gaps. Mark asked me to fill in on Tuesday nights, which was previously covered by Dale Everett of Anarchy in Your Head and Flaming Freedom. I was excited to join the cast of characters on FTL, improve my skills on radio, and help bring the message of personal freedom to an expansive audience. At the same time, I rebranded my YouTube presence by creating a new channel called Freeman TV, where I would specifically cover stories of peaceful resistance. Bo Davis made a killer intro and an outro graphic which became the signature of Freeman TV videos. Over time, the videos produced on this channel would be used frequently for featured and guest segments on Free Keen TV. The infamous Live Free or Dance arrest happened Friday night, September 9th, 2011. Free Speech Friday had been shut down earlier in the day. I missed the gay clubs of Philadelphia, and rather than complain, I decided to have a dance party in the center of town.
What?
Who complained?
City complained about the use of power, and a citizen complained about the lights.
What do you mean the city? They kept probing by asking questions of the crowd, such as, whose property is this?
Why you guys are here?
So if it's...
Ed's right. And just take care of it. Both bars. And just take care of it and don't use the power and you're all set.
What's with the threats, guys? Don't appreciate it. People are having a good time.
Okay. Who's making the threat?
You guys are making threats.
Okay, that's good. So...
All right, welcome back, everybody, to this is New Hampshire Liberty Forum. We are at the winter event of the Free State Project, and our guest at this time, the Honorable Keith Hammond.
I guess that applies. I only let my wife call me that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to spill the beans on that sort of thing, but.
Good
How's
to
it
see
going,
you guys.
Man? Good to see you.
Yeah, you asked me to come on, so I'm getting over my nerves to talk on the radio.
It's okay. Just be at peace. All is well.
Namaste.
Yeah. Namaste.
We're easy. We're easy going, folks. So tell us a little bit about how you find yourself here, both in New Hampshire and at Liberty Forum.
Cool. I've been to almost every Liberty Forum. The first one was in Concord, and I moved to New Hampshire in 2009.
Nice.
So I've been here almost 9 years.
So how did you pursue your own personal vision of liberty after coming here?
After coming here? So it took me several years to decide to move.
Okay. Well, let's talk about before you came here then.
Yeah. So it was kind of a journey. And, I've seen the project evolve. And I have some strong opinions about it.
Well, share away. Let's hear them.
Just like every other libertarian person. Well, I'll get to that. I'll play it nice. But I listened. This is how I came about being aware of the Free State Project. I actually typed in libertarian. Actually, I heard about it on, I think it was NPR, listening at work, years and years ago, and it just in the back of my mind, like, oh, that's an interesting idea. And then I typed in libertarian into iTunes, and Free Talk Live came up, and they were talking all about what was going on here. And at the time, there was some activism stunts, like civil disobedience things that they were doing, and it was kind of interesting. I saw you're playing Derek J's
Victimless Crime Spree. Yeah,
that's a hilarious.
Yeah,
I enjoy watching that. It's hilarious. But I started thinking about it, and then visiting, going to other Pork Fests and going to Liberty Forums, and getting to meet people. I mean, that's really the groundwork, right? And then it was convincing my wife to move, who's not really political, and also how to find a place to live and a job.
Yep.
And so that's kind of the groundwork. And I would say like the first 2 years that we were here, it was just getting settled in. I was working remotely at the time, and that was like my settle in period.
I think that's fairly common for new movers. They come in, and some people want to immerse themselves right away in all the activities and all the different events and all the meetups, and other people just want to kind of ease into it over time. And that's either way is fine.
Yeah, I mean, so we bought a house. We bought a house before we moved, and through Mark Warden. And so, it was a significant move, and we had to sell a house down in Pennsylvania. And then after I was here for a little while, I started to think, what was the point of moving here if I'm not going to be an activist?
Yep.
And so what's the best way to do it? One of the things that attracted me to the whole idea was hearing about the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance and listening to the work that they were doing, and through the legislature, through the political process. And in my mind, I know we're a big, diverse group with lots of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Some people talk about the idea of seceding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in that camp. But I'm a big believer in the 10th Amendment, that states have rights. Conceptually they have rights. And to me, that made sense. The Free State Project made sense to me on the basis of state sovereignty. That if you could influence a state government to stand up for liberty, even if the rest of the country goes the other way, if we as a state could push back when it's appropriate, say no thank you when it's appropriate, that seems to me the ultimate goal.
And that really seemed to be kind of the point of the search for the right state, right? Looking for a state where people could come in and have a positive influence on the state legislature, and New Hampshire having the largest state legislature, or the largest legislature or state legislature, I think.
It's the third largest body in the English-speaking world.
Wow.
And I think it's U.S. Congress and Indian Parliament, I think, are the...
Wow.
Double-check my facts, but I think that's right.
Incredible. I mean, and it's accessible. Like, it does not take... you don't have to be a millionaire to get elected here.
Right.
Most of the people that are elected are not millionaires. They're not high-powered people. They are just average Joes that want to be elected.
Right.
And they want to serve the people.
It's a broad representation of the state. If you spend time in the State House, and I served as a legislator for 2 terms, so if you spend time in the State House, you will get a pretty good representation of what the state, what people around the state think, because it's pretty granular. It's one rep for every 3,200 voters,
which is incredible.
Yeah. So, democratic process is really about how do a bunch of people live together and make decisions, right? Like that's really it's aggregating all the opinions and all the expertise up to a singular vote.
Yeah.
And that's really what is so in our legislature, instead of having just a couple dozen state reps, having 400 is a more granular representation of the state, right? Those people's neighbors voted them into office.
Oh, and it's a small state. I mean, it's what, 1.something million people, 1.4 million people, and there's how many in the
400.
body? 400, over 400. So do the math. I mean, there's nowhere that's like that.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I was just going to ask, it has to be a daunting job. As a former legislator and leading into your new role, it has to be a daunting task to actually read and understand and come to a decision on the various bills that are presented. And, you know, let's talk about how you assist with that.
Again, going back to before I moved, nhliberty.org, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance has been in existence for 15 years. And so it was active, you know, however many years ago, 13, 14 years ago, when I was, paying attention. And one of the things that it is known for doing is reviewing all the bills that come through the State House and keeping track of the really good bills and the really bad bills. The bills in between, if we had the resources, maybe we'd pay attention, but we really want to promote the good ones and stop the bad ones. So you had Derek J on earlier, and he's a big proponent of cryptocurrency, and that's one of the things that we try to pay attention to in the State House.
So what makes a bill a good bill or a bad bill?
Well, so you start with first principles of liberty, right? So you own yourself, I own myself, and we should voluntarily exchange ideas and resources. That's really the foundation of it. So is it more state control over your life, or is it less state control? Is it giving you more personal responsibility, or is it taking that away from you? That's the general gist of it. We're seeing a push towards socialism. I mean, that's becoming kind of a meme, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's really true. You can see people want to protect the environment, and so they want to ban this and that, and spend money on this program and that program, and engineer society to fit someone's vision of how people should behave. And liberty is the left talks about collective action, and they say the statist side of things. They talk about collective action and how important it is for civilization and how important it is for society that we must pull together and we must pay our fair share and we must do all these things together, because together is how we make progress. That's their. So the side of liberty says collective action is important, but it emerges from voluntary interaction between individuals, and that's a much more dynamic sense of the collective action that emerges from that process in a free society is much more powerful than a few bureaucrats or experts demanding people to do things or pay for things.
Yeah, and so it's faster too.
It's faster, it's more dynamic, and it solves problems much quicker. So we're not against collective action. We're trying to preserve the true collective action by allowing people to make choices for themselves. So that's kind of the gist of trying to frame the argument. We have this American history where we were taught that America is the land of the free and the home of the brave, but people going through the public school systems, they might learn a little civics, they might learn a little bit of history, but they're not really taught to think critically about voluntary action. And the fact that if you have 4 children at home and you send 4 of them to public school, you're asking your neighbor to supplement the growth of your family unit, right? And maybe we need that to some degree, but people don't really think about it. There's always other people's money. It was Bastiat that said, "Government is the great fiction by which everyone attempts to live at the expense of everyone else." Great quote, but that's what people do. They're not thinking about who's paying and where it's coming from, and how they're pushing, how they're kind of leeching off of other people to get what they want. And it seems to be a fight over the cookie jar.
Now, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance has a history of fine critical thinking and applying those critical thinking skills to the various bills that are presented to the legislature and publishing the gold standard.
The gold standard is one thing we do. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm assuming people already know what the Angela does, but you're right, Dave. Maybe I should talk about it.
We have a whole lot of listeners that have no idea what they do.
Our research director, Jeff Cream, is in the room, and
literally one of the smartest people I know.
I think he's like an AI.
The smartest person in the room?
He is probably an AI. Yeah. I think he was sent here from the future, honestly.
What did you say? No, I concur. Okay, so New Hampshire Liberty Alliance is one of the things that attracted me because, and here's where I'll get a little stern. Political action in the Free State Project is important. It's not the only thing, but it's important. If you want to own a business, if you want to start a company, if you want to own property, if you want to put down roots and raise a family, you need to care about what the government's trying to make you do. Because you can only live as a refugee or as a on the run from the law for so long. When I first got here, about inside the system versus outside the system. Like, I'm inside the system. No, I'm outside the system, right? There is no such thing as outside the system. Ask anybody. Ask Derek J. You get a court summons, and you imagine that the law doesn't exist. Try not going to your court summons, right? So that's why I think the focus on political action as part of the comprehensive approach. Everybody's doing different things, but it's important. The NHLA, going back to what it does. So every year since we have so many legislators, we have almost 1,000 bills every year comes through the legislature. And some of them are kind of crackpotty and they have no chance of passing, but some of them are real, some of them are trying to turn, especially this term, they're trying to turn New Hampshire into Massachusetts. And a lot of people move here from different states and they say, well, back where I came from, we did this, so let's put in a bill to make it do that, right? And if we don't do anything, it's going to be chipped away. So by reading and ranking all the bills and then compiling it into what's called the gold standard, which is it's a legislative cheat sheet. It's a big gold piece of paper. It's got the most important bills. We have volunteers in the hallways at the State House. Whenever the legislators go in to the chamber to vote, there's volunteers handing out the gold standard, and the gold standard it's basically a bullet point speech that you could give about that bill from the well. And so, we have many friendly legislators who are Free State Project members and many who are not. There's many people here that understand liberty. In the State House, there's a coalition of liberty-minded representatives and some senators, and they pay attention to the gold standard. And so we're actually somewhat influencing, as best we can, a little bit, the debate that goes on inside the chamber with the gold standard.
That's awesome. And the public is also invited. So you mentioned the well, right? And that is where all of the legislators actually sit, right? And
yeah, it's like the stage where they get to the microphone and talk to everyone.
Yeah, and the public is also invited in for public comments on some of the bills.
That's right. So a bill goes through a process. It gets a little nerdy, right? Like, people can tune out if I start talking about this stuff, but this is...
That's what people are tuning in for. So
yes.
All right, go right on ahead.
Okay.
There's one thing about our audience, they are nerdy.
All right. Hey fellow nerds. Nanu. So a bill goes through a process. This is basic civics. It works a similar way in the State House as it does the U.S. House. And, the bills originate in the House or the Senate. They get assigned to a committee. There's about 20 standing committees, and each committee has a subject area of expertise. So education, health and human services, federal relations. There's 20 different topics, 20 different categories. So a bill will get assigned to the appropriate committee, and then the committee kind of processes the bill. And so it's a room full of 20 representatives. They're tasked to develop an opinion about the bill and tell their opinion to the rest of the House. That's their recommendation. And so during that process, they have the first, there's 2 hearings that are pretty much mandatory, and then there's others in between, which I won't get into. But the first one is a public hearing, and that's where the public's invited to come and comment, pros and cons. That you can hand out information sheets to the committee members, and it's to help bring in the public's opinion about the bill and help the committee members sort of form their opinion about it, right? And at least gather all the facts. It's like a fact-gathering hearing. And then the committee, maybe a week or 2 later, will have something. The second mandatory hearing is called the executive session, and that's when they vote as a committee on their recommendation based on everything they've heard. And so, so that's how the bill works its way through committee, and then it goes to the full House for a vote, and that's when it actually dies or becomes a law.
And a lot of the Free State Project community activism, some of it takes the form of those public discourses, right? Where they will come in as what do you call them? Public. There's a word that I'm missing here.
Testimony.
Testimony.
Yeah, like a expert testimony, whatever it is. But the public will actually come in, and a lot of these people
Public
that come
comment?
in,
What are you talking about?
That's a good word.
Yeah, they're Free Staters, and they come in specifically just to, provide the libertarian perspective on whatever bill is up for.
That's right. Can I take a little aside?
Please, go ahead.
All right. So being an activist takes making it a habit. So you need to have, in my opinion, you need to have a long-term view of what you're doing. And there is a technique to testifying before a committee. Your job is to influence people. Mm-hmm. You're really trying to just change the mind of one or two committee members who might be on the fence. That can change the outcome of that bill drastically. Because in the State House, 90% of the time, so if a committee, it's called ITL for inexpedient to legislate, OTP for ought to pass, but it's basically thumbs up and thumbs down. That's the recommendation. That goes to the full House to vote. They vote on the recommendation. The main point is whatever the committee decides, 90% of the time, some astronomically high number, is what the full House does. Mm-hmm. So if you can influence a bill when it's in committee, then you're pretty much set for most bills, right? And so that's what you're there when you give testimony or public comment during a hearing. You're there to influence the committee, and it takes practice, a little bit of practice of public speaking. It's not, you can jump right in and do it. It's not something to be intimidated by, but just realize that your audience is the committee. Mm-hmm. And you want to, when you're done giving testimony, you want to have furthered the purpose of you being there, right? So, like, here's how not to do it, right? Show up in sweatpants,
right?
Right. Unkempt everything, and then tell the committee members that you don't believe in government and government shouldn't exist. Okay, I've seen a bunch of those.
It's not going to be a very good outcome.
It's just you might as well not have come because you're going to turn people off, right? So influencing people, the art of influence, is the key to public testimony. All right, that's a little aside, but wanted to get that point out.
No, it's a great point. Now, if somebody did want to get better at that, right? Yeah. Other than just coming in and watching other people do it, is there some way to actually gain the experience outside of the actual?
That's a great question. So going back to, and not that I'm good at any of this stuff, but one day maybe I will be if I keep trying, right? If when I first got here, it was a much smaller group of movers. Like there weren't as many people to, become friends with in your inner circle. It was a lot of the really early movers, and a lot of them were very politically active. So they had kind of blazed the trail. Like Joel Winters was, I think, the first Free State rep that was elected. He was elected as a Democrat. But they were the craziest of the crazy, and went first, right? So I sort of attached myself to people like Joel or Cal Pratt, and there's a bunch of others who had kind of blazed the trail and tried to figure out how to improve on what they did, right? So to me, that's the best approach, because then you're not just throwing yourself against the unknown. You're improving on the process that came before. So one of the programs the NHLA has, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, is testimony training. Our political director is Dan McGuire, and he's a former state rep. His current wife, Carol McGuire, is a current state rep. She's a longtime state. If you want to see how to get things done, follow Carol around. She's really good at, they say politics is the art of the possible. So you can have a really big idea for a bill with no chance of passing, and so you're not influencing the future. But if you can figure out how to ask for enough so that you get what you want, and then the next time you can come back and ask for a little more, right? That's the way it works, unfortunately. So Carol's really good at that. But back to Dan. Dan's the political director, and he will meet you at the State House and give you a briefing before a public hearing, and you can just watch him give hearings, or you can watch. Probably the most effective people at giving public hearings are the lobbyists up there, because they're paid to do it and they're practiced at it. If you watch how a lobbyist gives testimony and just copy their approach, that's one technique. But Dan will hold you by the hand if you need it, and you don't have to even give testimony the first couple times if you don't want to. You can sign a piece of paper saying I support the bill or I don't, and that's all you do. That's more than enough, because they'll read that paper at the end of the hearing. But yeah, so that's part of the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance training program.
Nice. So if people want to find out more, if they want to get involved, if they want to just check it out, where would they go?
It's nhliberty.org. nhliberty.org. We just launched a merchandise store.
Great.
We're trying to come up with cool designs for shirts and stuff. So some of them are okay. You can order some merchandise. There's hats and mugs and so forth.
Awesome.
Nice.
Can I give one last point?
Well, sure. Absolutely. Yes. Go ahead.
So, movers, we can't just talk to each other. We can't. We get into our comfortable little circles of friends, and that's great, but it's not influencing the wider culture and the direction of the state so much, right? Podcasting is a good example. There's things that we're doing that influence it, but get outside your comfort zone. Meet your neighbors. Find out how your local community operates. What meetings are there? Who's influential in your neighborhood that you should know? Who's like-minded that you should know? I mean, you'll find people within a few blocks of your house that are on the same page, but you have to find them. And so it involves getting outside your comfort zone. No libertarian macho flashes. It's listen first, and then try to influence people in the direction of liberty. New Hampshire is the lifeboat. That's what we're trying to build here. So let's do it. And anybody thinking about moving, plenty of opportunities to plug in, lots of great people to meet. And so encourage to move.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Excellent point. And, we do have this built-in community, but it is absolutely important for people to reach outside of that immediate community and, just make friends with people. Be nice to people. People will organically take on, viewpoints, just through organic interaction. So I think it's a fantastic point. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Keith.
A lot of fun.
All right, where are we at? For some people were asking, what time does this broadcast end? And
it never ends.
We are going till 6:30 with this, and then we'll see. I'm fading a little bit, but we'll see how I do after dinner.
Put some coffee in you.
Right. We may come back with Destination Unknown, which will not be on this channel, but you can go and probably tweet out the link if we decide to do it at my Twitter at Vin Armani, which is me, for those who don't know, for those who have tuned in. I am Vin Armani. This is Dave Butler, and we are
Wonder
here.
Twin Powers activate.
Wonder Twin Powers activate. We need a ring or something like that. There you go. Doom. We are here in Manchester, New Hampshire, at the Free State Project's Winter Conference, Liberty Forum. So I hope that people are enjoying it. We've got some, we've had some nice interaction on the chat, the YouTube chat. If you want to join us, if you've got questions that you would like to pose to our guests or to pose to us, you can go ahead and jump on in on YouTube. You can also do that on Facebook if you're checking this out on Facebook, because we've got the live stream going on Facebook, and we have been joined by so many great guests.
Incredible.
So many great guests. And still more, many more to come. And now, maybe if we could get you to scoot over just a tiny bit. Yes, there you go. And just pull the mic up to you. Perfect. Just want to make sure that you're in the.
It'll bend.
You can.
Yeah, bend it. There we
you go. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Tate Fagley is joining us. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hi. So, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you find yourself here in New Hampshire at Liberty Forum this afternoon.
Sure. So I'm a PhD student in economics at George Mason University, and one of my main research interests is about criminal justice and I guess specifically the private provision of policing. And a few months ago I was invited to be a guest on the Tom Woods Show and to talk about this subject, and soon after that BJ Mumford invited me to come here to talk about that same subject, so that's why I find myself here today.
So how did you get interested in this topic?
Well, it's kind of a strange story. When I started undergrad at Boise State about 10 years ago, I had majored in criminal justice, thinking maybe I'd be interested in a career in policing. But then
Or Batman.
Yeah, or Batman, yeah. Could do that. But then I read Rothbard and decided I couldn't do that.
Read Rothbard.
See, that messes everybody up. They're just like, they read that and they're never the same afterwards.
Oh, yeah, it's a real road to Damascus moment.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So that was pretty much what brought you to the study of the criminal justice system, the economics of the criminal justice system, and tell us a little bit about your findings there. Like, what would people not realize about that topic?
Well, so I think one thing I've been interested in doing is applying what I've learned about Austrian economics to the provision of different public services. So one argument that Ludwig von Mises is famous for is his argument about socialist calculation, that a socialist, the problem with a socialist economy isn't, of course incentives are a problem, but the more fundamental problem is that you can't calculate. Because if the government owns all the productive resources, there's no private property in them. And if there's no private property, then there's no selling between buyers and sellers, and so you don't have prices. So if you don't have prices for these inputs, capital goods, things we use to produce goods and services, you could have prices for outputs. You could still have a market for final goods. But if you don't have a market for the productive factors, then you can't calculate profit and loss. And so you might, like in the Soviet economy, have huge amounts of one thing that goes unsold because you just have no idea whether resources are allocated towards more highly valued uses. And so this was a problem for socialist economies, and even for economies that we'd call non-socialist, you still have this same problem with public bureaucracies. So applying this to police, it's kind of the inverse issue, where they buy their inputs in the market. The cars and labor, their biggest expense is labor. They have to compete with private hires, so they have market prices for the costs of their inputs. But they don't have any prices for their outputs, because they don't sell anything.
They don't sell anything, right?
Yeah, it's just, you pay your tax revenue, they spend that. And so they have no way of telling whether they're allocating resources to more highly valued uses than the alternative uses of those resources. And so they have to find some other way of deciding to allocate resources. And so what I've been looking into in that is, well, how do they make that decision? And I don't know if this is too simple of a story, but as a bureaucracy, just like with any nonprofit, if you don't have a measure of profit, you have to find some other measure. So you see with nonprofits, if they're like educational, we had this many students, or we had this many outputs. For police, one of the main measures they have are things like arrests, and also, say, revenue from things like civil asset forfeiture or tickets.
Yeah.
And so I think you can explain a lot in terms of how police officers are spending most of their time if you think about it in terms of what measurable outputs they're trying to maximize. So why do they spend so much time in patrol in cars?
Right.
I'd say with cars you kind of have a lower, or the Supreme Court has decided you have lower barriers of protection. And I guess I experienced this in my own case back in Idaho, where I had been stopped by the police, and they brought this drug-sniffing dog, eventually searched my car because the Supreme Court decided that in a car, from a long list of cases, that police don't have to get a warrant to search your car. I mean, they still have to have probable cause, but what can establish probable cause is different than for others. So a dog alerting on your car, well, this is probable cause to search your car. And I can't prove that this dog, I can't do anything with that. They can say, oh, this dog alerted. I can't say anything. So it's pretty much a license to search whatever they want. If they happen to find something, that's great. Then maybe they can take cash or seize the car. If they don't, then, well, let's on to the next one. So I think compared to, say, pedestrians on the street, so stop and frisk, for example. So famous case which established that, Terry v. Ohio, where in this case these guys were looking suspicious. The officer had reasonable articulable suspicion. So you don't have to have probable cause to engage in a stop and frisk.
Say reasonable articulatable suspicion. So meaning I could basically say I was suspicious. If I could articulate I was suspicious, then I can stop.
So yeah, the idea you have to have some articulable reason.
It was a black guy in a hoodie.
Right. Well, there you go. That's kind of what stop and frisk has been.
Yeah. So with that, it's might be slightly more difficult than saying, oh, there was a broken taillight. You can say there was a broken. One officer had this method of, pull someone over. He'd tap on the car as he's going by, and tell, oh, you had a broken taillight, or the taillight was out. Well, if the guy comes, looks, oh, this taillight's not. I was like, oh, it must have turned on when I tapped it. Or so the Supreme Court has pretty much admitted that. There's so many possible traffic violations that cops could pull you over for anything.
Oh, I had one in Vegas, and it turned out to be that they were just training. It was you could tell it was one officer being trained by the other. I was living in the country club, but to get from my spot to the burger spot, I had to drive through the hood, and my car's got big shiny rims, and so I got pulled over, and I was like, what am I being pulled over for? He said, when you made that left-hand turn up there, you didn't turn into this first lane, you turned into the next lane. And I'm like, what? I can't believe you're really pulling somebody over for that. So it's like, yeah, there are so many things. I got pulled over, same area. This one was fantastic. It literally going the other way on the exact same street. Mind you, I stopped driving on that street after the second one, which was just a few weeks later. And they said, when you shifted lanes, you put your turn signal on, but you didn't have your turn signal on for 100 feet before you switched lanes. So that's how arbitrary. Yes, and this is my own experience in Vegas. So.
Yeah. So saying outside of your car, it's not like you have great protections from police officers being able to stop you, but the costs are lower in a car. So I think that's basically one of the reasons that they spend so much time in this randomized patrol looking for these measurables that they can maximize, either arrests, tickets, seizures. So I guess I'm trying to see how far that type of explanation can go towards how police decide to allocate resources.
What types of outputs do you see as you start thinking about this? What types of outputs do you see that there are even possible to act as signals? Aligned economic incentives could be properly aligned.
So I'd say profit and loss, really. So like I mentioned before, problem with police, they can measure the cost of their inputs, but they don't have this market for their output. So if we think just mundane examples, so I take a pretty broad definition of private police, include things like security guards and so forth. So a mundane example being if you have a department store and you hire someone to do loss prevention, you have a measure of their wages. You can estimate, before I hired them, I had this much theft. Afterwards, we can compare, try to equate marginal revenue with marginal cost, and so profit being the measure, because we have that a measure of the value that they're creating, or at least value that they're preventing from being lost by being there. So I'd say that'd be one of the main measures, is profit and loss, I guess, in the commercial sense. But I guess I take a broad view of private policing, so I'm including anything that's provided by a non-state actor. It doesn't have to necessarily be commercial. Say any, like Neighborhood Watch or anything, any measures you take. So if you buy a low jack to put in your car or these types of things. So there you don't really have a measure of profit. I mean, you can calculate how much you paid for this thing and, well, did it prevent theft? I guess you can measure that. So as a consumer, you don't necessarily have to, I guess you have a psychic profit compared to, say, a monetary profit. But that's how I'd measure it. You don't have the same difficulty with the government police where you don't have people being paid through involuntary means, where when you have voluntary buyers, you can assume that they value whatever they're buying more than what they had to give up to get it.
And when we take a look at government programs, specifically the drug war, right, and at least $1 trillion, maybe more, probably more than $1 trillion, has been spent on the drug war over the years, but yet addiction rates have not changed. So, when we take a look at an example like that, where we have invested so much money and so much effort and ruined so many lives on this government policing program, and yet at the end there are zero results. But that speaks to your point that they don't have to measure results. They throw people in prison. To them, that's a good thing. So yeah, they're imprisoning more people, which, if that's their measure, then they're successful because they've imprisoned all these people, and now we have the largest prison population in the world. But as far as looking at the results from a different lens, the addiction rates, those have not changed.
Are you psychic? Because there's somebody here who's saying, hey guys, what are your thoughts regarding Trump's new prison reform and thoughts on incentives? This is good. Incentives for private or for-profit prisons. How do you see just outside of the policing side, but on the prison side as well, do you see that what is the effect? How does it cascade down if you have for-profit prisoners? If there's because then you can in some ways actually measure the output. We get this person in here, they cost us a certain amount, we make a profit from the government bringing this in. How do you see that affecting coming back to the public policing?
So, that's interesting. A paper I've had in development is about this question of contracted prisons, which I guess I prefer that term over private prisons, in that it's not like some private entrepreneur created a prison and is looking for voluntary customers. Their only customer is the state.
Right.
So with contracted prisons, there was, I guess it's kind of an old paper now, Oliver Hart, who was a Nobel Prize winner in economics in 2016, wrote this paper. There's a couple of co-authors. It was trying to create a model of government contracting, and they mainly applied it to prisons. And so the conclusion they came to, so the government makes a contract with a private provider, and the private provider then decides, as they're renegotiating this contract, they can increase quality and get a higher price in their model, or they can cut costs.
Right.
And since they're the only other prison in this model, they don't have to renegotiate the contract to approve this. And so the conclusion they come to is, from their model, is that the public provider compared to the private provider, or vice versa, the private provider will always have lower costs, but the quality of the output may vary.
Okay.
Because when they cut costs, they might also cut quality. And, well, the model didn't quite make sense to me because the government could observe this. I don't know. What they didn't have a mechanism for was renegotiating the contract and so forth. So I guess I had a number of problems with their model because it was about contract specificity, that the government can't specify every margin of quality.
Sure.
And so on these unspecified margins, there'll be these incentives to cut quality if it cut costs. But I think a thing that was missing from their model is that, it doesn't really have any elements of competition, either between providers bidding for the contract or in the terms of repeated dealings. Like, if you have a contract with this prison provider and they're really terrible, it doesn't incorporate the incentives they have to not be terrible because they won't get the contract next time.
Right.
So I argue that, I took a mundane example. I'm thinking about like hot dogs. So all contracts are incomplete. When we go buy a hot dog, we don't specify the quality on every single margin. We don't say, well, the temperature has to be between this and this. So what I'm arguing there is that competition economizes on contractual completeness. That is, if we didn't specify in the contract that you're not supposed to give me a frozen hot dog, but if you do, I'm not coming back again.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was a problem with their model, but still trying to develop this argument, but I guess with my hammer of economic calculation, I say, well, the real problem is the inability to engage in economic calculation. Because, well, who's determining quality of the prison? I mean, they don't really specify that. And I don't see why it's a particular problem for contracted prisons compared to public prisons. So the examples they give are like training of correctional officers. That there's the American Corrections, what was it? I can't remember the name of the accreditation agency, but they have their list of standards. And they say, oh, well, it's pretty vague. Well, I'm like, well, what are the standards for the public prisons? Why couldn't you just say these are the standards? I don't see why that would be so hard to contract out. But I think, so I was trying to think, well, who's the one valuing the prisons? What if, so I developed this thought experiment, which isn't entirely original. There's been a couple of papers in the legal literature about prison vouchers, which is the prisoner himself chooses among prisons to go to. And so the prisons have to compete for prisoners. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting idea.
Well, you would think that would be the way if you wanted the prison that was, if they say, okay, well, here's the ceiling, nobody's getting paid more than this per prisoner, but the prisoners choose. That's certainly if you wanted to economize and be like, okay, well, obviously the prisoner is going to choose the safest place. They're going to choose the one with the best food. They're going to choose the one with the, where the heat is right in the wintertime and it's air conditioned in the summertime.
Or they're going to pick the one where the rest of their gang is.
Well, that's the thing. You might have that too, but then what you end up getting is you get all the one gang go to one prison, this gang goes to that prison, and then everybody who's not in a gang goes over to this prison, and I can guarantee you where the quality is going to be, right? So, because if you're picking on an ideological basis, well, they got you. They've got the monopoly. These guys are here. We know we're always going to get this gang over here, so there's no reason for us to do anything. These guys will come here regardless. And the non-gang members are like, no, we're going to the place where it's safe, and where the amenities are. So it's interesting. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, of course, I got some objections like that about gangs, even though, well, in that regard, an alumni of George Mason, he did his dissertation on prison gangs, arguing that they serve this governance function. That is, when the prison population just skyrocketed. Prior to that, you could kind of depend on correctional officers to keep order, but after that,
forget about it.
Yeah. So they have to find governance elsewhere, and so some of these prison gangs actually have written constitutions.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah.
And so if there's dispute between members of one gang and another, gangs are expected to deal with that internally in order to reduce violence. And so this was David Scarbeck's dissertation, some of his research that I found interesting. And also, in terms of being forced to be in a certain prison, this has benefits for the gangs in some ways, where they serve also a governance function on the streets. So he talks about one rule, I can't remember which gang had this, but regarding drive-bys, they had a rule that you had to have at least 1 foot on the ground as you're doing a drive-by. So I guess it's not quite a drive-by, you stop the car and have 1 foot on the ground while doing. Otherwise, a way they could punish this is if people ended up in their prison controlled by this gang, that this is how that prison gang is able to still govern things on the streets. So in some ways, at least on some margins, prison gangs are made more powerful by the fact that prisoners can't choose. We know you'll end up here if you cross us on this deal.
Right.
But I don't know, I guess maybe they'd be more empowered in some ways if people can choose what prisons they're going to. But I guess most of the objections depend on what you see as the purpose of the prison, where some people go, oh, this is a ridiculous idea because the purpose of prison is to be unpleasant. Well, then I'm like, well, why do we care about quality in the first place? I mean, it
Right.
doesn't seem to be an issue.
Right.
I mean, in the context of this model. But if it's just something like incapacitation, that we want this person off the street for this amount of time, I mean, then if they're in this prison, they're incapacitated. I mean, maybe you want it to be more unpleasant, and I mean, maybe there's certain contractually amenities you could say, well, your prison can't have these things. We still want it to be unpleasant, but you can still compete along these margins to attract prisoners. I mean, not that I'm advocating such a system. I just thought it was an interesting thought experiment to see what are the exact issues and problems with contracted prisons. And I think the problem is, well, what are they competing on? They're competing on getting a contract from the state, where, I mean, the analysis really changes when they're competing on attracting prisoners.
Right. Someone here is asking about what you think about the idea of using recidivism, perhaps using recidivism rates as a metric. What are your thoughts on that?
So, as a way to evaluate public or prisons, I mean, that's an interesting measure. As long as you make sure that you don't have these, adverse incentives where, I mean, like, let's not arrest this guy again because he's going to make look bad.
So you would sort of let people. People would be let go just because of the fact of, oh no, we're not going to get funded if we happen to arrest this individual again.
Well, maybe if we stop arresting people for things that shouldn't be crimes.
Nonviolent
right?
crimes.
I mean, then we wouldn't have that, problem.
Yes, could be. So you, Mises Institute, you were summer fellow, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? So talk to us a little bit about, I think people who are not deep into libertarianism don't understand the impact that we've talked a lot about economics here, but I think certainly Austrian economics is not boring economics. It really lays itself out in this very interesting way of how we can organize incentives to sort of get the things that we want in the world. When did you discover Austrian economics, and what was that light bulb moment for you where you said, okay, I want to go down this path. These are the things I want to start thinking about. I mean, you said reading Rothbard.
Yeah, that wasn't quite the first step.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of maybe a dumb story, I guess. So thinking back.
No story is dumb here, dude. You haven't listened to what we've been talking about as of late. So believe me, it won't be a dumb story.
Sure. I guess I started getting into economics I remember in 2008, during the presidential election, that John McCain said, I don't know as much about economics as I should. And I was like, what an idiot. And then I'm like, well, I don't know anything either. So I decided to start reading about economics, and the very first book I read was, I think it was either The Dummy's Guide or Complete Idiot's Guide to Economics, and I wouldn't recommend that at all. It was not interesting.
It was Keynesian, probably.
Well, it was presented as I would expect a boring professor to do it, where so that's, I mean, now that I've started teaching some classes, I kind of like want to avoid this type of thing. If this were the only economics class this student took, what would I want them to know? And it's not these things like calculating elasticities of demand, like, I don't know why this Complete Idiot's guy decided to do that. Fortunately, the second book I read, since it was prominently on display at Barnes & Noble, was Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics.
Yes.
Which, I would highly recommend as an introductory guide. Probably one of the best non-Austrians, I would say, as an introductory guide to economics. But my introduction to Austrian economics specifically was just through Judge Napolitano.
Really?
Where I had the fortune of, during my freshman year at Boise State, my undergrad, he was invited to come speak, and he was talking about the Patriot Act, and found this a great talk. And I followed him for a bit, and he ended up doing his Freedom Watch, which started as this online show. And he had Lou Rockwell on and Tom Woods, and they're recommending these Austrian economists, so I got into it through that. And it was back in 2010. That was when I went to Mises University, their week-long summer program, and it was just like a week-long Christmas for me. I guess at that time I hadn't really been to any conference with people interested in either Austrian economics or libertarianism. And I mean, it's like the first time you get to experience that is quite memorable. And so that kind of began my journey there through just being interested in economics through Seoul, but also getting more towards the Austrian path through reading Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson, then reading Rothbard and Mises.
Yeah, it definitely those guys really make it stand out as to why this matters. And I think you can start delving into these very interesting questions about economics and how these incentives impact our everyday lives and things that we might not even think. Most people wouldn't think, oh yeah, policing and economics. Yeah, there's really an important connection there. Most people wouldn't think that.
No, well, I guess it is kind of a weird thing telling you I was majoring in criminal justice and also majoring in economics. Very unusual combination,
yeah, right,
I'm told,
right.
Which that's true, but.
Well, it has clearly been a good combination. I think what you're doing is great. We need more people thinking along these lines, and so yeah, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for joining us. If people want to sort of follow along with the things that you're doing, is there any way that they can follow you, social media wise, or?
I mean, for the most part, been trying to keep off of social media.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Just I guess. Maybe hopefully that will help me on the academic job market.
We'll see.
People don't know.
We'll see.
But no, I'd say the best, I guess the place where I publish most popular writing is on Mises.org. From time to time we'll contribute Mises Daily.
Excellent. Tate Fadley, thank you for joining us. It was wonderful. Yeah, can't wait to hear more about the work that you're going to do in the future.
No, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. So we're closing in. It's starting to actually get a little bit late now. The sun is starting to go down. You can hear the volume level increase a little bit because libertarians do enjoy their libations, and so yes, we hear that certainly happening outside. People are enjoying themselves.
I'm going to recommend we go ahead and enjoy a libation.
Yeah, we could do that. Maybe we will give you guys a little more Derek J. Victimless Crime Spree. I thought that we were perhaps going to have Carla Garrick come in. Yeah, we could. We maybe don't have time. We'll get her tomorrow. We'll take a little quick 5-minute break, and we'll see you guys back in just a minute so you can enjoy some more Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree, and then we'll be back with the live stream from New Hampshire, Liberty Forum, right here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
That's good. Now that you're making threats.
Who's being
shut it down? Then we're all set.
Who's being hurt?
Citizens complaining about it.
All right, is anyone being hurt here?
You can come here and use force against us. Excuse me, force. Hi. Hang on a second. So,
we don't require your services. You guys go ahead.
I still haven't figured out what. Nobody's being really bugged here or anything. I don't think anybody's complained really.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's none.
Yeah, I can't imagine who really complained about this.
You guys all said not going to use the lights and the music anymore, right?
What ordinance says you can't use the lights and music?
You can't use the power. You want to bring generators?
According to what? Your guns?
I don't know.
Derek in the studio, because Derek, apparently there's been some run-in with the Keene cops, and you were right in the middle of it.
It was a swell time until they showed up, and so they were asking whose property it was that played the music. And since no one really claimed it at first, they were saying that one of the gentlemen who was arrested earlier that day had claimed it, and so they were going to take it for him.
Right.
And I was like, why are you trusting him? This is my property.
Some guy, he just makes some claim, and that's what they call police work now.
Right, that's their investigation. Eventually, one officer, Michael Kopcha, attempted to take the property for which I was responsible.
Hey!
I held my property to protect it from theft.
Hey! Leave him alone, man! He's not doing fucking anything to you, man!
Hey, guys.
Hey!
What the fuck?
Hey!
Is this the answer? Sir, let go of the bag.
Get your fucking hands off of me! He's not fucking doing anything!
This is my property! You will not
You
take
have no
it.
right to take that!
So
You have
took someone
fucking
else's-
no right!
You took someone else's word and then put this man to the
That's
ground?
correct. That's
These guys
correct.
don't even know-
These guys don't even know who
What kind of
shit that
example
is.
do you set? Putting people to the ground, trying to take their property?
Exactly. I don't know that it's his property, man.
You don't know that it's the other guy's property either, but you're gonna put him to the ground?
That's the information I'm working on right now.
So, yes, you can see the video where he tugs at my arms and he's saying, "Let go of the bag," and it's right on video. I'm not holding the bag, but he's ripping my arm behind my back anyway. So walks me over to the police car. It says, "Get in the car." And I say, "I don't want to get in the car." He said, "Get in the car." And I say, "I feel like I'm being kidnapped. I don't want to get in this car." And so I stand there, and he says, "Well, then I'm going to mace you." And he does. Even after the mace, I was remaining standing, and because I did not want to come in. I'll walk home after being maced. I would much rather, but no, he then just pushed my shoulder in because I couldn't see anything, and I'm in intense pain. My whole head's on fire at this point.
5 days after the Live Freer dance party, a crowd of marijuana enthusiasts gathered in Central Square at 420 to openly smoke in remembrance of lost liberties. Adam Kokesh of Russia Today's Adam vs. the Man was in town to document the civil disobedience for which Keene is famous. The police presence that day was unusually massive. The peaceful crowd shared a group hug, a commitment to peace with a show of hands, and also voted that the police presence was a service neither necessary nor desired.
Can you agree to that? Since we don't really know each other, I won't put my hands on you, and you won't put your hands on me. Can we make that agreement? Because one of the goals I would like for this space is to keep the Common a peaceful place. I've heard that there's some violence here that happens, so I want to set a good example by making sure that no violence or initiations of aggression ever happen here. So I would like for everyone here to make the agreement that they won't put their hands on one another.
I agree to that.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think people ought to be,
Does anybody else agree to that? Yeah, can I?
Definitely.
Thank you.
That. Just raise your hand.
Yeah.
No violence.
No violence today. Just a show of hands. If we're gonna be peaceful, you know what violence?
Hey,
Just a show of hands.
if you don't want any violence here today, would you raise your hand?
Yeah.
If there's going to be no violence here today, do you agree with no violence today? Violent people here. So let's take a vote. Let's take a vote. Do we need these police officers here anymore?
No.
When one of the officers assigned to the drug task force sat down beside me, I asked him if he would mind if I smoked. He said I could do whatever I want. I asked him what the consequences would be. He didn't answer. I began packing a pipe and singing "Give Peace a Chance" when an officer took the pipe from my hands and ordered another cop to arrest me. I kept singing, my bic lit like a candle, and rose to serenade the officer who would be arresting me. I walked slowly towards City Hall where I had hopes that others would gather with me, but along the way I was handcuffed.
All I am saying is give peace a chance. All I am saying.
We've had a 420 rally going in Keene, New Hampshire since September of 2009, where people have been coming out and openly smoking cannabis. I was arrested twice. There have been several other people arrested. Eventually, the cops stopped coming. They realized that we were just going to tie them up in court and take up their time, and they accepted and internalized apparently what our point has been all along. It's not worth the time and money to mess with pot smokers. Well, yesterday, for the first time in almost 2 years, they came out to the Keene Town Square and they arrested my friend Derek Freeman for smoking pot here, which hasn't been done in a long time.
About your calls. And Derek J., one of our normal co-hosts, is on the line calling in from jail. Derek?
Hello. How's everyone doing tonight?
Pretty soon we're just going to move the equipment into the Cheshire County Jail.
I wanted to tell everyone that I will be getting out of here as soon as bail is posted. And I just really appreciate everyone's support, all of those who watched the video, those of you who are making the move to Keene because of the activism that happens here.
Derek, what sort of motivated you to be basically the only one at this 420 event to actually pull out allegedly marijuana and proceed to try to smoke it? It looked like from the video.
Well, what inspired me was that I came there to smoke. I mean, and I wasn't going to be scared by the presence of these thugs in costume. That doesn't change anything about me smoking a bowl being a peaceful act. But yeah, it was that no one else was doing it. And I was like, what the hell's wrong with everybody?
September was an eventful month for civil disobedience. Jason Talley of Talley TV was arrested September 23, 2011 for walking through a security checkpoint at Cheshire County Superior Court with a camera clipped to his belt.
Jason Talley, our Friday co-host here, he actually was among them. I guess he checked some video gear at the desk, but had his personal camera that he was going to use to take pictures of some things at the clerk's window. The bailiffs demanded that he give the camera over. He refused. They subdued him. They put handcuffs on him. He then went to the ground, and then they drug him by the handcuffs out of the door. And according to some passerby, they roughed him up. So as I understand, he is refusing to process, which means give them his name, rank, serial number, and all that stuff.
This came less than a month after the First Circuit Court's ruling known as the Glick decision. The Glick decision makes explicit the rights of individuals to act as members of the free press, in accordance with the First Amendment, to collect information regarding actions of government agents during the official course of their duties. It was around this time that Free Keene TV began to take shape.
He was a new mover, came to town, and he was very quiet, just kind of absorbing what was going on around him, and then finally deciding that he was ready to do something. And he got involved with Free Keene TV early on. I extended a welcome to him to be on the show, and initially Derek helped with the cameras, the setup, and then quickly became a switcher. So his role was just vital to the show. He became very much a person who wanted to be involved, and who not only wanted to be involved, but he excelled at whatever he was doing, and he was very committed.
Several times I was a guest on the show to report on my ongoing victimless crime spree. One day, I received a letter informing me that my application for a license to carry a concealed weapon had been denied. I went to the police station to inquire as to why, but was turned away with no answer except that I am a known drug user. I appealed that decision, and a hearing was scheduled. At the hearing, I was informed that one of the conditions of bail imposed by Judge Burke during my Give Peace a Chance arraignment was a restriction on possessing a firearm. Burke then informed me that because of this fact, I have filed the wrong paperwork. I would need to move the court to reconsider bail conditions. Instead of simply handling the matter instantly, Burke insisted that I file another motion and schedule another hearing for the purpose of reconsidering bail. I did, and it was denied. On November 5th, a crowd gathered in front of the State House in Concord to protest drug prohibition. I gave a speech and then walked along with members of the Shire Choir through the streets singing songs of peace, liberty, and justice. Upon arrival at the building called the New Hampshire State Liquor Store No. 1, some of us decided to sing some chronic carols to the people inside. The peaceful songs of the Shire Choir brilliantly highlighted the irony of the situation. People calling themselves the state of New Hampshire will cage peaceful people for using one drug, cannabis, all the while selling people another drug, alcohol, which is far more dangerous. My peaceful singing that day inspired an investigation by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, which led to my being served with a no trespass order for all New Hampshire liquor stores.
Prohibition, poor and slingered song. It may be a failure, but I need my job. He didn't take long to come up with a plan to stir up a frenzy for something to ban. Amendments won't matter.
All right. I've got 3 more songs.
Well, they got 3 more liquor stores.
Well, how about,
You don't have
sorry.
authorization to be here right now.
What are you talking about?
This is a public sidewalk.
Right on here is state property, okay?
State, what? What's the difference?
The store is state property.
What does that mean? What's the state?
I don't have time to argue that. You're not going
I'm
to
not
argue
arguing,
that
I'm asking
again.
a
I do
question.
have some names. I do have questions.
I'm asking you a question.
In the state store there is.
Around this time, Jason Talley of Talley TV moved into the Keene Activism Center. I joined him on the relaunch of the website fr33agents.com, a website networking liberty activists around the globe. I worked on expanding fr33agents.tv by collecting videos with voluntarist messages together in one place and showcasing liberty-oriented media. Later, I would produce a daily 5-minute podcast for Free Agents which covered stories of peaceful resistance. Free Agents Radio News was later scaled back and put on hold due to distractions from Legal Land, which required my full attention. Around this time, I was asked to speak on the topic of civil disobedience before a group of students at the University of New Hampshire.
I moved up from Philadelphia to New Hampshire to live a freer life. I felt like if I was moving to a place where there are other people who are willing to disobey the men with guns, then I'm a little bit safer when I do the same thing. I'm not trying to push like, oh, the Democrats are going to legalize marijuana. I don't care what the Democrats do or the Republicans do or the people in office, because they're not, in my opinion, interested in a free life for any of us. I think they are controlling people that they don't even know, and they do it by threatening men with badges and guns to come in and knock down your door and take you into a cage. I don't think that benefits anybody, and I think you would agree.
In late November, I was leaving Keene District Court after filming Beau's arraignment. The judge having left, I slung my camera bag over my shoulder, put on my hat, and walked out of court. Before I was able to leave the lobby, however, I was detained by court bailiff Ron Dusevich.
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to leave this place. I do not.
He restricted my freedom of movement and insisted that I remove my hat.
If it's important to you, you can take it off. You can take.
Thankfully, Rich Paul walked over, asked my permission to remove my hat, nabbed it, and walked away, placing the hat on his own head as he left. I was recording with one of my wearable cameras, so I caught the bizarre encounter on film. Ron Dusevich is the same man who arrested me for filming in the district court lobby in June. December 9th, 2011, I covered an open carry demonstration at the campus of Plymouth State University. Brad Jardis, a former New Hampshire law enforcer, and Tommy Mazingo, a veteran, announced they would wear guns on the campus in defiance of the university's unconstitutional policy banning firearms.
Thank you, everybody, for taking interest in this, whether you agree with us or not. We just want you to have the right to choose whether or not you want to defend yourself.
Thank you for coming to campus without
Thank
the
you.
weapons. Thank you.
That you know of. For all you know, I could have an MP5 on my back.
And I appreciate your civil disobedience and your willingness to do this through a legislative process.
If
because
all
that's
good
important.
people carried guns, criminals would be out of business tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Here.
How can students who have no wish to carry or to protect themselves through the use of guns benefit from the right of others on campus to be able to do that?
In states like Utah, where there's a legislative decree that students at universities can carry guns, or states like Oregon, where the appeals board struck down the entire university system regulation scheme, which is quite similar to New Hampshire, and this happened in September, people know that, oh, geez, you know, people of the criminal mindset know that, oh, all these people could be carrying guns. This is not the low-hanging fruit. You know?
Does everyone feel safer because cops carry guns because they've had a training course? So
You
if
know,
everyone here had taken a training course, we would all feel just as comfortable as that man standing right there. He's standing there in confidence because he's taken a training course and he's held a gun before.
Like, guns aren't that scary if you learn about it. You know what? They're afraid of losing control. They want to control you.
Yeah.
And they're afraid they're losing control because we're pointing out that they're doing something specifically that they can't. They want to control you and tell you what you can do, where you can go, when you can do it, and if you don't do it, you're going to sit in a cage. They're doing something they can't do, and they're getting called on it, and now they're calling us domestic terrorists. Doesn't that strike anybody as odd? I mean...
And wasting a lot of resources.
Yeah.
A lot of supporters attended the demonstration, and a small group of counter-protesters gathered with signs, but their messages were quickly silenced by their own organizers.
All right, Vin Armani and David Butler back at New Hampshire Liberty Forum, put on by the Free State Project, one of the two major events of the Free State Project. It's been great. It's been really great so far. We've talked to so many interesting people. Also joining us right now, we have Travis Corcoran, who's here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good
You
to be here.
you just got off stage. I heard a rousing applause for you as you left. We've been here speaking with people, of course, those people who are either here at the event or who will be watching on YouTube, the archives of the speeches, are going to hear all of the things that people have said in their prepared remarks, which are fantastic. But you know, we've got an audience out there, many of them looking at the comments and people talking about, wow, now I really want to move to New Hampshire. We're trying to get a little intimate portrait of people who are here, what made them decide to be a part of this movement. You have a broad sort of breadth of things that you do. I think a lot of them in line with the things that David and I do as well. What brought you to be here in New Hampshire and here at Liberty Forum this evening?
Great. I'll introduce myself for a sentence or two, and then I'll answer that question. So I'm Travis Corcoran. I'm a full-time software engineer and a part-time farmer and a part-time science fiction author. And I moved to New Hampshire 5 years and a week ago, and I came to my first Liberty Forum, a week or two after moving here. So it's an event that I like, and it's an event that I support, and it is a lot of fun, and I'd encourage anyone listening at home to give it a shot. Both the Liberty Forum and New Hampshire generally. Like I said, 5 years, and I don't regret it once. So, and the reason I'm here in general, I was speaking, is as a science fiction author, I've always enjoyed libertarian science fiction. I read Heinlein starting in first grade or second grade. My favorite novel ever was The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, which is a very seminal science fictional novel. And my one complaint reaching the end of it was over, and there were no sequels. And I thought, this is a story that isn't a 350-page story. This is a world. We need much more. And, someone had to go and write more. And for 25, 30 years, I thought, someone's got to do it. And then I eventually realized, well, I'll do it. And so I wrote a novel. It became so large it broke into two novels. The first is The Powers of the Earth. The second, the sequel, is Causes of Separation. Both of those phrases taken from the U.S. Declaration of Independence, but also being very plot relevant. And I'd been vaguely aware that there was this literary award, the Prometheus Award, for excellent science fiction promoting libertarian values. And I was blown out of the water last year when I was told that the first novel was nominated for that, and I was blown out again when I actually won it. And then the second novel has been nominated for it. So I think that speaks to, A, I worked hard on it, but B, people love stories of liberty, of, free people achieving their goals through hard work and sweat and intelligence. And that's, a relevant topic for the novel, but it's also a relevant topic for moving to New Hampshire and the Free State Project. It's not easy if you've got your comfortable life in Illinois or California or Delaware or whatever to pick up and move. But the rewards are there. And so I think that your question was what prompted me to move.
Not necessarily what prompted you to move. I mean, I think that's a good start. It was meant to be an open-ended question because we want to. We want to engage with people on the things that they're passionate about. Obviously, Dave and I are quite passionate about science fiction. I think that a very common starting place for libertarians, right? I think that, Heinlein is obvious, right? That one's super obvious, and so many people. But even Ayn Rand that is most definitely within the genre of science fiction. We have and then of course we talk about the dystopian side, the Brave New World, 1984. What is it about the genre that? Because it seems like it attracts a certain type of person, and then it also moves you forward with the vision. You've now been you're now a creator of it, and an award-winning creator. Talk to us about what is it about this particular genre?
That's a great question. I like mainstream literary fiction. I read books in multiple genres. Science fiction is the only genre, well, maybe there's fantasy, that invites you to think about a world that is noticeably different from the current one. So if I'm writing mainstream fiction or a mystery, the world is our world, except maybe we're, the hero is working for a presidential candidate or a congressman or something. Like, wouldn't it be great if we had socialized healthcare? Or wouldn't it be great if we had more gun rights, whatever the author's prejudice is? But that doesn't really draw you into a dream. It's picayune, it's trivial, just legislative nonsense. Science fiction sort of dares you and challenges you to think, what if the world was radically different? Or, what if the challenges were the challenges of someone living in Blade Runner? What if the challenges were living in the world of Battlestar Galactica? Or Ayn Rand's Anthem, which was the first Ayn Rand that I read, and I came to that through the progressive rock album 2112.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, like 79% of all libertarians, I like prog rock, and 83% of software engineers or whatever. But I think that the parameters, the window inside science fiction is really wide, and it challenges people to think about, what would be amazingly good and what would be amazingly bad. So you get the 1984s as well.
Yeah, it's it seems that libertarians are presented as, I think by those who are perhaps too afraid to imagine a radically different world, are presented as being utopian, as being maybe even a little naive and Pollyanna-ish in some ways. But yet it seems as though, well, one, certainly, we're all software engineers sitting here.
Of course we are.
There's no doubt that this thing exists because science fiction exists, and the internet exists, and there's no question that the people who have developed those things have outright said, yeah, well, I was inspired by this, and that the dystopian also comes to pass. I wonder about your thoughts about the science fiction writer as is the science fiction writer a prophet? Is the science fiction writer predicting a future? Is he calling into the future, or is the science fiction writer pushing us from behind to a destination?
That's a very good question. And so I would disagree with the standard answer, which is, the software engineers and the hardware engineers who built the iPhone were trying to build a communicator. I think that in 1950, anyone of a sort of science fictional engineering mindset could say, wouldn't it be great if planes could fly at Mach 10? Wouldn't it be great if we had video phones? And I think that, if you guys are software engineers, you know how damned hard it is to write code and make it work and all these things. But it's pretty darn easy, comparatively, to put words on the page. You just say, James T. Kirk pulls out his communicator and says a thing. So I think the science fiction author is always going to get, implement the concept on the page 50 years before the techies actually build it in the lab. So I think that the mindset is there. I doubt that there's anything being written by full-time science fiction authors now that a science fiction reader or an engineer can't dream of himself. It's just he doesn't have the tools and the necessary technology to build it yet. He'll build it in 50 years. Now, I do want to address on a tangent, and sort of somewhat self-promotionally, you said, Pollyanna-ish, libertarians in science fiction can be Pollyanna-ish. There's a lot of...
Also polyamorous. I mean, we have that too.
Yes.
So, we have all the polys.
And the poly is certainly present in The Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
For sure, absolutely.
Line marriages and such. I touch on that briefly, because as an homage to Heinlein, you've got to have a lot of little Heinlein in references there. But there is a failure in ideological fiction, which is to say, here's my preferred ideology, and look how everything works without any bugs. I actually like left-wing authors. Most of my favorite science fiction authors are left-wing authors, even though I'm, sort of a red tribe, right libertarian or a narco-capitalist. And so... oh gosh, I forget.
You're saying about being Pollyanna, about libertarians in science fiction.
And there's Ecotopia is the name of a 1960s or 70s sort of left libertarian green utopian science fiction novel set in the distant world of 1999. And it's a fun read just to see how other people think. But in it, wow, everything works. The monorail and the public transportation works, and the ecological, agriculture works. And I think that this isn't just a left-wing problem. Right-wing, red tribe right-wing people will say, and in the glorious Space Marines, everyone loves authority and training and obeying orders. And the libertarian will say, and of course in the libertarian paradise, market mechanisms solve everything. Now, the real world is messy, and we all have our ideals. And I'm not saying that libertarianism isn't good, but no real-world thing is a utopia. There's always human nature, there's rust, there's friction, there's static. So one thing I tried to get to in my novel is, even if we had this great, free society on the moon, things still sometimes get stuck in the mud. Things still sometimes suck in the margins. And I think it's important to realize, in the political realm, things can get better, but you're never going to have heaven on earth as long as, we're all human beings.
The, science fiction, obviously, I guess one of my genre that I always loved growing up was cyberpunk, obviously, and William Gibson. Heavy influence. I think on most software engineers, William Gibson has been a heavy influence. The recent Blade Runner came out, and it's not like watching the old Blade Runner where you're like, it's moved from possible future to almost parallel present.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Do you find?
So there's one point of view that says technology is exponential and we're heading towards a singularity. And so, there's some year 2049 and we can't see anything beyond that because it's just too insane to imagine. But there's another point of view that in the real world, exponential curves are the first 2/3 of an S curve, that, things reach plateaus. If you look at the speed of an airplane, it started at 0 for most of human history. It went up radically and then, it sort of peaked out at Mach 3 or whatever. I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think that, when you don't know, you should say you don't know. And so I don't know what the year 2050 is going to be, crystalline intelligence exploding out through the galaxy at, 0.9 the speed of light, or if it's going to be pretty much like today with 3 times faster bandwidth on our cell phones. In my novels, I posit sort of a dystopian Earth. I talk about the years 2064, and the long depression has gone on for 45 or 50 years. And I talk about, the Bureau of Sustainable Research. And we see a lot of people now, on the one hand, talking about automation is going to lead to the end of work. And then we also see people talking about, and we need to step in and stop that. We can't have McDonald's having automated terminals. It's going to put all of the cashiers out of business. We can't have automated cars because it'll put the truck drivers out of business. And I think that's appealing both to the left and to the right. It's, sort of the populist right that is afraid of change, and the populist left that, says the workers need to keep doing their current dumb jobs because we don't want to challenge them. And that's not universally coming from an evil place. It's it is challenging when things change. But I think that's a worry that we as libertarians and extropians and, sort of to some degree accelerationists have to worry about, that people see the world changing and creating more options and more choices. And, not everyone is a libertarian. A lot of people are going to see that and say, whoa, slow this down. It's getting crazy. Unfortunately, I think the best hope for libertarianism, for freedom and liberty, is not political reform, but technological growth that allows us to sort of escape and do our own thing. So
how do you see AI?
Yeah, it was just to draw it back into, because of course we've been talking about AI lately. I love that you brought up Dune in particular because of the ideas in Dune of being in a time when humanity as a whole has rejected not just AI, but literally like any machine that can do any calculation.
Butlerian jihad.
The Butlerian jihad. It has basically destroyed all of those machines. They're basically outlawed across the entire galaxy. You are a farmer. You're here. You're someone who works with your hands in a traditional way, touching the old technology. You're touching the new technology. You're imagining possible technology, and we're stepping into this time with AI.
Right. I saw a great tweet by someone who worked in big data or AI, and he said that anytime you're tempted to say AI will do such and such, or AI is doing something, say sort of convolutions on matrices of data with certain regressions, and it seems a lot less magical. I've got sort of my 2 or 3 areas of expertise in software, and AI and sort of machine learning are not amongst them. I don't know. We were talking earlier about how a lot of things that look exponential turn out to be S-curves, but a lot of things that look exponential are exponential so far. I mean, if you just look at economic growth over the last 500 years. So it would be radically different world. I mean, maybe AI sort of peters out, and yeah, it drives all the cars, it drives all the buses, it makes logistics 31% more efficient, and that's it. In which case, the world continues to look a lot like it is now. Or maybe, you know, AI starts doing your software engineering job and yours and mine better than we could do it. In which case, are we living in the post-scarcity future? And as a side note, there's no such thing as post-scarcity. There's always, you know, certain things that are in short supply. You know, hanging out with famous people and shoreside real estate. So there's always scarcity.
The top of the hierarchy, the top of the pyramid is a very delicate place. You know, not everybody could be there.
Until everything is virtualized.
Well,
then everybody can live by the shore.
Let's talk a little bit about this. Virtual reality. This is something that, I mean, we go back to Lawnmower Man. I remember I remember writing a report. I will date myself with this, but I wrote a report. I believe I was a freshman in high school. Lawnmower Man had been out for a couple of years, and I remember my teacher being like, "This is not. This is what is this? This is not." It was for science class, and they were like, "This is not science. This is." So here we are. I think that, you know, we're seeing people. Parents complaining, as they have for years and years. My kids are addicted to games. We're seeing gaming becoming not just something for kids, but something that our generation has certainly carried on into adulthood. The games are as adult as they could possibly be. The worlds are intense and ever growing. People are spending an incredible amount of time and money. And now you enter in with virtual reality, something science fiction authors have been talking about.
Not just games, but I mean, if you look at like HoloLens, it's being used in surgery. It's being used in repairing, you know, equipment and stuff. So it is like an enhanced reality. You know, so we have this virtual reality, which is a complete replacement of your experience, and then we have this enhanced reality, which I think a lot of people are going to start just integrating into their daily lives.
The augmented reality. Your thoughts on this?
So this is a topic that is near and dear to my heart in a couple of different ways. I have VR and augmented reality playing important roles in my novels, and that's because I think it's really going to happen. I mean, you know, AI will, you know, pass the Turing test. I don't know. Will it change the entire economy? I don't know. But augmented reality and, you know, VR seems obviously, you know, it's already here. How could it, you know, not get better over the next 5 or 10 years? I think that every technology, on the one hand, enhances human life, but also, you know, poses some challenges. There's a school of thinkers on the net, Less Wrong and Rationalists, and there's one member of that, or bystander, a guy, Scott Alexander, who blogs at Slate Star Codex, and I believe he's the one who coined the concept of superstimulus. And the idea is we all, you know, evolved in a natural environment that said, you know, hey, a certain amount of sexual desire is good, it propagates the species. Getting calories is good, it fends off starvation. Warmth is good. But once you achieve sort of near infinite wealth, as our society has, suddenly it's not that your taste for sugar is good because it pushes you towards eating fruits and berries, or your taste for fat is good. You can go to the 7-Eleven, and with 1 hour's labor at a minimum wage job, you can get 30,000 calories.
Right.
You can go online and you can find enough pornography to distract yourself from ever meeting women or, you know, dating.
And we're seeing that happen.
We are.
Increasingly.
So superstimuli are, I think, a problem. They're sort of a mimetic hazard. And society deals with hazards sometimes by, you know, the harsh mechanism of actual evolution. You know, Native Americans had no technology of alcohol or distilled beverages. So, you know, it hit them super hard. Europeans had slowly evolved, I believe physically evolved to deal with it. You know, alcoholism got to some degree edited out of the genome, not completely. And so I think that we've got these current super stimuli. There are people, you know, World of Warcraft is apparently fun. It's apparently quite engrossing. But do you want to waste, you know, 10,000 or 20,000 hours of your life there? You know, everything is good in moderation. So this ties in earlier. You said, you know, as a person who lives on a farm, as a person who works with your hands, I'm sure that some of these games are a lot of fun. And I'm sure that heroin is a lot of fun. And I'm sure that, you know, $2,000 a night hookers are a lot of fun. But I think that these are all very dangerous concepts, at least for, you know, people who have an addictive personality. So, you know, it might taste like pumpkin pie, but I wouldn't know. And I think that the sort of natural desire, the pull to various things, you know, yummy foods, these are all fine things. But they're not super stimuli. So I very consciously make time in my life and orient my life to do things like raise my own animals at a slow scale over a year, to, you know, slaughter them and to butcher them myself and to smoke my own bacon. And I think that, we have evolved to appreciate and there's a difference between sort of the serotonin or whatever hit of like passionate joy, like snort that line of cocaine or do this or do that, and sort of the slow burn, the warm coals of appreciation and confidence in these other things. And so, amusingly, as a software engineer and as a guy writing stories about space travel, I think that there's a lot to be said for sort of slower lifestyles, sort of, and this ties into the back to the land movement of the 1970s.
Absolutely, but it's way less convenient.
Sure.
When you can go to McDonald's and for $1 you can get some engineered French fries that have been designed by food scientists to stimulate those parts of the brain.
Delicious stuff.
On purpose.
Absolutely.
And then you give it to a 3-year-old.
Right.
And their mind is blown.
Yep.
Right? And then you try to give them an apple, and they're like, no,
Weak
it
sauce.
doesn't taste like French fries.
Yeah. And that's the challenge. I mean, you go to a Native American in 1700 or a European in 1000 AD, and give them whiskey, and they're like, I'm never going back to watered down wine. This is the stuff.
The interesting thing, I think, with VR in particular, as versus, we're talking about food, we talk about heroin. We can see that because there is that direct sort of physical interaction with the body, right? That I think that we can start to talk about, at least we can see something happening, some result, right? The stimulus being so directly to the brain, particularly with, the reward of, you're a hero, within this, you've moved to the top of the hierarchy, particularly with young men, how that's actually going to, the more realistic it is, it's actually going to affect their testosterone levels, all kinds of different things.
Absolutely.
As a libertarian, and I think in particular as a software developer and as somebody who thinks about the sort of future logical progression of the way that things go, I think as libertarians, it's we don't want the state involved in governing certain things, what's in our body and whatnot. It's a lot easier to keep, let's say, drugs out of your home. A lot easier to keep certain foods available to your children. But yet we're stepping into a time when increasingly, I have a young 3-year-old daughter. She's not without her tablet, and it's got some very good aspects to it. She learned her numbers and alphabet without us doing anything. She learned songs and all of these things. What do you see as a logical progression for those of us who are trying to prevent sort of the negative trade-offs of the super stimulus of virtual reality?
Right, now that's a great question. So, we're both agreed. There's a lot of people, if you ask sort of the Donald Trump right or the, whoever on the left, they'd say, we need to have the best minds in the government make laws. And so we all know that's wrong. And we know it's wrong for a bunch of reasons, sort of deontological. Hey, they just don't have the authority, the moral authority to do that. But also the pragmatic reasons of, oh God, could you imagine if they tried to do that? It'd be like the DMV. They'd have annual updates on what's on the list. It'd just be a disaster. I'm not a libertarian. I'm a social con libertarian. So, I'm not doing these drugs. And so, I might even be a social conservative and say it would be better if others don't. But on the other hand, the damage that they might possibly do by doing them is so much smaller than the damage of trying to stop them. Right. So in this way, we both agree that, some of these technologies might be addictive. They might distract people from the real world. And how do we confront that? And, you talked about it, that, hey, you've got a daughter and you're a concerned father and you're aware of that. Everyone has to look out for themselves. They look out for their friends. If you see your friend spending too much money on drugs or drinking too much, you'll talk to them. You'll try to help them get to a better place. I think civil society and, voluntary associations are the only thing that have a chance of working. But it is a real struggle. My wife also is a techie. She does, graphic design and a bit of coding. And, we both talk to each other about, I'm trying to get my work done, and then there's Twitter over here. And an analogy that she uses, and I'm not sure if it's original with her or not, is imagine if you were a carpenter and there was a television in your hammer,
Right.
And that's one reason, again, that I think it is good to actually go out and be a carpenter, because there's not a television in your hammer. And each fall when I'm out, butchering hogs for a couple of days and making bacon and everything, I hate to sound like a New Age Buddhist or whatever, but I'm in the moment, man, and that's a valuable experience. And so that's a social or an individual technology. There's a thing that I do. A person who wants to get in better shape has the social technology of going to the gym and making friends at the gym. And, I think, the world has got rough edges and all of us are in it and sort of struggling and trying to make up ways of coping. And it was true in 300 AD and it's true today.
So I want to ask you about something that is not high-tech, but is a little more low-tech. And this is something that I've noticed because I'm also very interested. I have not done this specific thing yet, but it is on my list of things to do soon. Knife making. So now
I'm a fan and I've done it.
I know. So I've done some blacksmithing. He didn't beat it, and then treat it if you care about it. But to make knives by hand, with steel in the forge with a hammer, was almost a lost art.
Yeah.
And then it started making a comeback because people apparently started to care more about handmade, high quality, heirloom quality things. And so talk a little bit about what got you into knife making.
Sure.
And
So first of all, I'll put in sort of the mandatory libertarian plug, which is wealth is good, and a growing economy is good because it gives people the luxury of caring about artisanal knives made by interesting characters. The reason it almost died out in 1950 or 1960, blacksmithing as an art, is because finally people could get knives, and they only had time to care about getting to their 12-hour-a-day job, getting home, and cutting up the beef, the factory farmed beef, and so you want the cheapest knife you can. And we live in this wonderful world where we're software engineers, and here we are on a Friday afternoon, not slaving, not punching the clock, because there's enough wealth to engage in our hobbies. So freedom and the market economy is wonderful because it brings back, ironically, the market, which people always accuse of destroying traditionalism, creates space for traditionalism and traditional crafts. So you asked what brought me to blacksmithing. There's an interesting story that I tell about, meeting my wife and things that we had in common. And I was about 11 years old in New Jersey reading the Foxfire books. And the Foxfire books are sort of a legacy of the 1960s and 70s back to the land movement. And I was reading through this thinking, I would love to learn how to farm. I'd love to learn how to make knives, to be a blacksmith, how to, do these things. And little beknownst to me, 1,000 miles away, my wife was in the library, future wife, 8 years old, I guess, reading the Foxfire books and saying, someday I want to live on a farm and be married to a blacksmith. Around the same age, I came into reading science fiction. My first novel I read was the Robert Heinlein juvenile Red Planet. And Heinlein is famous for the competent man trope, the idea that, and he's got a quote, a human being should be able to, sail a ship and compose a sonnet and butcher a pig and program a computer and build a wall and set a broken limb and so forth and so on. And if there's sort of one quote or one ideal that sort of set the tone for my life, it was that. I said, and when you're 9 or 10 or whatever, you read something that is sort of definitive and authoritative in a book, you say, oh yes, that's the secret to life. And what you don't realize is there's 1,000 authors, each with their own secret to life. But Heinlein got there first, and he set the seed in the fertile soil of my brain. So that's the direction I went with my life. So, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so ago, I was somewhere and I picked up and I'd always had in the back of my head, and I picked up a few books on blacksmithing, but I picked up an adult education catalog and flipping through it, and they had a cross-listed class with a forge in Waltham, Massachusetts, Prospect Hill Forge, run by this guy Carl, who's a very nice fellow. And I said, well, hell yeah. And so I signed up. And that was 10 years ago, and I ended up taking pretty much like every course they offered. And now I've got my 250-pound hay button anvil, and I've got my propane forge, and I've got all of my tongs, and half the tools I've made myself. And unfortunately, in between software engineering and running a farm and writing and butchering pigs and everything, I probably get out to the forge once a year to make a Christmas present for my wife. But it's a great hobby. And so this ties into the super stimulus as well. When you go to Google and you type blacksmith forge knife, the first 37 hits are World of Warcraft 7th level blacksmith skills. And the reason why is it's so much easier to log on to World of Warcraft or whatever the hip game is in the current year than it is to find a forge and get the calluses and everything. but the rewards of making your own knife are so much higher than leveling up to level 7 in craft.
Great, wonderful having you here. Thank you so much. We could probably go on with this. It just seems like we've got a ton in common.
These were astoundingly good questions, and that's not just flattery. I should have flattered you at the beginning, right? But it was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Just because I know that there are people checking this out, and they're going to pop over to Amazon and get your books.
Sure.
Titles of your books again.
The name is Travis Corcoran, Corcoran. The first book is The Powers of the Earth, as in, the Declaration of Independence phrase, and the second book is Causes of Separation. And I appreciate it. If you divide through the hours that I worked writing them and revising them 5 times, I'm up to $7.50 an hour for my labor. Fantastic. And if you guys could push me over 8, I'd really appreciate that.
Love it.
Do you have a website or something?
I do. Morlock, as in the Morlocks from the Time Traveler.
Yeah.
Yep. So the Time Machine gets it wrong. The Eloi are not the good ones, and the Morlocks are not the villains.
That's right.
It's the other way around.
That's correct.
The Morlocks are keeping the machines running.
Absolutely.
Morlockpublishing.com.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much. Travis
Thank you for your time,
Corcoran, thank you for joining us. Yes, it's as the evening continues on, we've got a little more time. Who do we have up next year? We've got Liebegrath coming up, I believe. If you want to come on, do we have more guests? All right. Here at Liberty Forum, here in lovely Manchester, New Hampshire, Vin Armani and David Butler.
I tell you, Manchester, New Hampshire is stunningly beautiful, isn't it? It is just the most no, I'm kidding. It's a city. I mean,
yes, thank you.
But it is very nice.
Sir.
The people
thank
here
you,
are
Lee.
amazing.
Have a seat. Put the headphones on. A card is wonderful, but we'd rather have a conversation. Sit on down. Sit on down. Pull that microphone on up. Yes, indeed. Well, and a lovely the torch of liberty. Yes, we've got Lee McGrath from the Institute for Justice sitting down with us. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much. It's fun to be back in New Hampshire. Always fun.
Wow, you were the first guest to bring notes. Oh, this is intimidating. I don't know what to do now.
He won't need them. He won't need them. Tell us. So, yes, you're back in New Hampshire. Tell us about what brings you here this evening.
Well, this event is it's fun to be here. It's fun to be invited. It's fun to be the keynote speaker tonight. And so I am just thrilled. It's fun I've long been spent a lot of time up the Capitol in Concord, but here you get the sense of the entire Free State movement, both the political component as well as the community component, and the symmetry between the two is wonderful. So it's terrific to be here in Manchester.
And the topic of your presentation?
So we're going to talk tonight about. I'm going to talk tonight about labor markets, and if you believe in free markets, well,
which we do.
Amen to that. The biggest market of them all is the labor market, and the state of New Hampshire has created certain labor institutions that block the free and flexible movement of people in labor markets. Now, a lot of noise has been made about issues of union participation, right to work.
Sure.
A lot about the minimum wage going up, but those are relatively smaller. Those are smaller labor market institutions than the biggest of them all, which is occupational licensing.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
So explain to people who are not completely familiar with the term, but I'm sure that they will be familiar with the concept once you explain it. What are we talking about here?
We are talking about the government setting up the rules of entry. So it's one thing for the government to say there are certain regulations about process. If you think about a taxi industry, even free staters, free marketeers aren't going to fight so much when a municipality says that a taxi fleet has to change its tires every 3 years.
Right, okay.
But when that same municipality says, we're only going to allow 50 taxis, and we're going to keep Uber out, and we're going to keep Lyft out, when it engages in entry regulations, That's the type of thing that should provoke a lot of skepticism.
Now, the last time I looked, it was actually more expensive here to become a cosmetologist than an ambulance medic. Is that still the case?
It is. It is. It takes 1,500 hours of required training to become a cosmetologist. It only takes 35 to be an ambulance. And so the person who literally may have your heart in his hand
has less training than the cosmetologist doing my hair.
Well, has less required training. I think that this is the difficult part. I think that those of us who want to see the most talented individuals doing what they should be, doing the thing that they are the most talented at, you would assume in a free market that is the way that you're going to get the best service at the lowest price, the most competition in the market. The government really, in many ways, is skewing that, aren't they?
It definitely is skewing that in a number of ways. It is saying that there's only one path into the marketplace, and the government is setting up the hurdles, and those hurdles are quite arbitrary. To cut hair in New Hampshire is 1,500 hours, but in Massachusetts and New York, 1,000 hours. Who would ever guess that a guest would say there's more regulatory freedom in Massachusetts than New Hampshire?
You wouldn't guess that.
Who would have ever thought there would be government laws around cutting somebody's hair?
Very good. And so the government sets up these single paths, one in which have lots of hurdles and lots of required education. Then the second element, it creates the fence. It defines what the scope of practice is. So in New Hampshire, you're perfectly free to braid hair.
Okay.
You don't need a license to braid hair, but you do need a license to cut hair.
Interesting.
And so the fence is defined to a large extent by the practitioners who have captured the regulatory process and use it to reduce competition.
So that is actually a common tactic. When you have an established business, sometimes they are very much in favor of further regulation because it prevents competition from coming into the market.
Absolutely. And you can see the underlying economics. If you have an established business, you have a book of business to spread the cost of regulations. By contrast, the entrepreneur, the innovator, the new entrant, he bears that cost immediately without a book. So regulations benefit and tend to be supported by the incumbent industry practitioner.
Yeah, that would seem to indicate that these might be, or would seem to be, some of the most difficult laws to change. Not only from a standpoint of just raising awareness, which is something that you're doing here, which is fantastic, because the people within the industry, there's at least some large portion that would like you to stay quiet about it because they're benefiting. But also, talking to constituents when elected officials are talking to their constituents and talking to existing business owners, not those people who would maybe want to enter into the market. It's hard to talk about opportunity cost when this person is actually talking about, no, it's really, really going to affect me and I'm going to, contribute to your campaign. How do we bridge that gap?
Well, this is the $64,000 question. This is the classic public choice. Not to be too wonky on that. This is the
we're wonky here.
All right, you're
wonky.
We're wonky. Very good. This is the classic public choice problem. Who shows up at the Capitol, and what's their agenda? Well, those with concentrated benefits will invest in the political process. By contrast, the 1.3 million New Hampshireites who are paying the price rationally stay home. And we put a number on that price. We estimate that it's over $800 million in higher costs because of New Hampshire's occupational licensing. So that's about $1,500 for every family in the state of New Hampshire that are paying a price because the state hasn't been captured by special interest who put barriers to entry, make it harder for new entrants, reduce competitions, and raise prices.
So in addition to the training requirements for a lot of these occupations, there's also licensing fees. I mean, you actually have to have an outlay of cash to get started.
That's exactly right. And that funds one of the dynamics in play is that the state itself, the general fund, does not fund these licensing boards. They are funded by the licensees. And so the board truly is enforcing laws to the benefit of the licensee and feels that the licensee is their customer,
right.
And therefore spends more time policing the fence, policing non-licensees from entering than they do actually going after.
There, and the person in the restaurant and the server might, the cook might cook my food wrong, because so often you're going to have a health card in many places to work in a restaurant and all of these sorts of things. How do we answer that, or what is the answer to that?
This is the perfect question, because this is the argument that's raised at the state capitol, not only in Concord but in every state capitol across the country. It is the argument that only a licensing board protects consumers. It is the idea of the monopoly of government protecting consumers. The reality is quite different. The reality is that the best consumer protection